committee to look at the agenda for the day. The agenda has been put up before us. I think just to deal with housekeeping, we have an apology from the chairperson who was on leave. As a result, I have been appointed as an acting chair for the day. So I'll be facilitating the meeting today. I think as general announcements, all we really needed to deal with was that we have a very long agenda today. We're going to do our best to try and go through it. But while we're dealing with item 1.1, we would just want, especially from the departments that are in here, an indication through Secretariat of any of your critical items that you would want us to make sure before we close for the day we have addressed. We have gone through our agenda. We know what is critical, just in case we have missed anything. So Oshia and Mapule will take those suggestions, and then if reconcile against what we have done, just so that we don't leave any department in a service crisis. So if that is okay, members, Portia, do we have any apologies despite the chairs?
Chairperson from Miss Motseo.
Okay.
He's also off sick.
Thank you. And then the next item I see it's minutes. Can we pack those and focus straight into the agenda?
Yes, Chairperson, and I request all the members to sign their declaration as well as the department's chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Members, let's sign the declarations and forward. As indicated there. Yeah, I would suggest we go to item number 1, and then we start with the first item. Portia?
Chairperson, the first item is from Water and Sanitation, and it reads WS 10-2022/23. It's a cancellation report. Biomonitoring of rivers receiving effluent from the City of Tshwane's water treatment works, WWTW, for a 3-year period. Chairperson, the item is tabled. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Portia. Who's presenting the report?
I'm here, Chair.
Pamela, thank you.
Good morning, members. Thanks, Osmapula. My name is Pamela Rakole. I declare that I have no interest on the item that I'm presenting before us, and I will abide by the rules and regulations of the committee. I'm presenting an item from Department Water and Sanitation under the same division, Water and Sanitation. The bid reference number is WS 10-2022-23. It's a cancellation report, and the description is biomonitoring of rivers receiving affluent from the City of Tshwane's wastewater treatment works for a period of 3 years. The tender was advertised on the 22nd of July 2022, and it closed on the 5th of September 2022. The responsible official from the department is Kerniel Esther Reis, and a responsible official from acquisition was Abel M. Baloy. And we have bid evaluation committee members as appointed by the accounting officer, the chairperson, that is myself. We have member Dumisani Chabalala, Zolisang Gumbela, Kahiso Molemo, and Mr. Murudzim Patel. The bid documents were available on the 5th of September 2022. And the tender was advertised on the following platforms: Beard, Pretoria News, COT website, and the e-tender portal. Number of bids received, 4 bids, and then the validity period for this tender is 90 days. It's expiring on the 4th of January 2023. From page 3 to page 14, we have the scope of work documented there, with all the requirements of the tender. Then from page 15, we have bids that was received on time. That was on the 5th of September 2022. We received 4 bids, and then they are listed there as under item 2. And then the 4 bidders were measured on pre-compliance and on CSD. And then the result of the admin compliance when they were measuring the MBDs are indicated on page 16. For the 4 bidders, the 3 bidders, which is Aquantico, MSA, Knight, Prisol, did not declare under the declaration of interest form under MBD 4. And then they listed all the companies that they are involved in. And the only bidder that went through was bidder number 1, which is environmental assurance. Then the said bid was measured on the following mandatory requirements, which are listed on 5.1, page 18. The first requirement was for the tender shall submit a proposal on how the work will be executed. And then the requirement, the bidder submitted all the requirements. And the second criteria for the mandatory was a copy of professional registration as an hydrologist with the South African Council for Natural Scientific Professions. And then he also submitted the third one, the third criteria, certification of accreditation as a SASS5 practitioner by the National Department of Water and Sanitation. He also submitted that requirement. And then the next, certificate of accreditation of the SANAS approved laboratory for relevant methods of analysis. This, unfortunately, the bidder did not submit the requirements. Then he was further required to submit SASS5, which is the highest upstream and downstream monitoring sites by an accredited SASS5 or higher practitioner, and results should be interpreted in conjunction with the integrated habitat assessment system. He also submitted that requirement, and then followed by integrated habitat assessment system version 2 or higher at an upstream and downstream monitoring site. He also did not submit the required documents. Then the second to the last, biotoxicity testing, which includes screening and definite toxicity test using bacteria, algae, invertebrate, and fish. This also was submitted. And then lastly, he was required to submit copy of postgraduate degree in integrated environmental water management to be able to integrate and interpret biomonitoring data with water quality result upstream and downstream of discharge points. He also did not submit the required document for this criteria. Then, unfortunately, bidder, the result are as follows. Bidder number 1, environmental assurance, did not meet all the requirements on mandatory. Therefore, the bid was non-responsive. Then, as per BAC committee, the committee decided to cancel the tender based on the following. The supply chain management policy states under clause 11, evaluation of bid, subclause 7, page 39 as follows. They are listed as B number 1 to 4, but unfortunately for this tender, that suits this specifically for this tender, no acceptable tenderers were received for this tender. Therefore, biomonitoring of rivers receiving effluent from City of Tshwane wastewater treatment for a 3-year period be cancelled, and there are no acceptable tenderers received. And then the recommendation was that the tender be re-advertised after 14 days, that the decision to cancel a tender invitation in terms of sub-regulation clause 7 must be published in the same manner in which the original tender invitation was advertised. All the recommendations are in order with the municipality specification and condition of the tender and their tender. Thanks, Chair. The report is presented before the committee.
Thank you, BEC Chairperson. Members, any comments?
Happiness from me, Chair. As long as we comply with the 14 days timeline that has been recommended, I'm quite comfortable, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Other members?
From my side, I do support the recommendations, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I do support the recommendations, but I just wanted to check one point before we even put a recommendation for 14 days advert. What is the value of the contract? So that we can determine the time for advertisement, because it's also important to consider that even if we know that this has been advertised before. Chair.
Thank you. Any direct response, BEC chairperson or department? I see on the cover page,
Yes.
it says 85 million over contract term.
Yes.
So what Member Malaka is saying is that in terms of the regulations, the 14 days may be an issue in terms of that.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah, so so you would want us to amend the 14 days that they are talking today in the recommendation.
Chair, my suggestion is let's align to the regulations. I think if it's above 50 million, we all know that it must be advertised for the period more than at least 30 days. So I guess maybe we can amend the recommendation to say it should be advertised within 30 days. Thank you, Chair.
Can I come in?
Yes.
The reason why we came up to this decision is that if maybe it will depend on whether the service is its agent. If it's agent, then the group head can write the motivation as to why are we advertising for 14 days. So if not, then we can advertise for a normal period of 30 days. Thanks, Chair.
Group head, Mpani?
Chair, thank you very much. To start with the declarations, maybe. My name is Stephen Snotwani. I'm the group head for the Water and Sanitation Department. Chair, I don't have any personal interest on the matters under consideration today, and I declare that I'll abide by the rules and regulations that governs this forum. Chair, just 2 points from myself. One, I would have liked to request that we also include the recommendation for the department to review the specs. I normally like to analyze the reasons for the cancellations, so to ensure that it's not because of the spec, how the spec was crafted, so we can have that opportunity. And I think we can afford to advertise within a period of 30 days in this case, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Group Head, for that input. Member Malaka? I see your hand.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm covered. Then we can recommend for 30 days advertisement. Thank you.
Okay, so the amendment is that under 1, the tender be re-advertised for 30 days. And further that, as requested by the department, that we add an additional recommendation for the specification to be reviewed by the department. Secretariat, I hope you have captured those 2 amendments. Members, as recommended?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Portia. Next item.
Sorry. Chairperson, the next item is still from Water and Sanitation, HHS 01-2015-2016, Sekampaneng, request for the approval of a session and extension of time for the replacement of the Sekampaneng bulk water pipeline. Chairperson, the item is tabled. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Group Head?
Chair, thank you very much. We would like to request for the report to be withdrawn. We were overtaken by the fact that there are new rules that were issued by National Treasury regarding the session of work to other people. So what we wanted to ask for is no longer allowed. Apparently, we are no longer allowed to sit work from one contractor to another. The only sessions that are now allowed is to sit the financial part through an accredited financial institution. So we can no longer proceed with the report. So I humbly request that the report be withdrawn. Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that input, Group 8 members. With that, we withdraw the report, right?
Agreed, Chair.
Agreed, Chair.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. Next item, Portia.
Item 1.3, Chairperson, still from Water and Sanitation, WS02-2022/23, tender for the supply and delivery of different valves over a 3-year period as and when required. Chairperson, the item is tabled. Thank you.
Thanks, Osmapula. It's Pam again. My name is Pamela Nkgabutle Rakole. I declare that I have no interest on the item that I'm presenting, and I will abide by the rules and regulations of the committee. The report is from the Department of Water and Sanitation under the same division. And then the bid reference number WS02-2022-23. The description reads as follows: tender for the supply and delivery of different valves over a 3-year period on an as and when required. The tender was advertised on the 10th of June 2022. It closed on the 22nd of August 2022. And then there was no briefing required for this tender. Responsible official from the department, we have Piliswa Mhambi, and from supply chain, we have Virginia Pecha. And bid evaluation committee is appointed by the accounting officer. We have myself, Pamela Nkgabutle Rakole, Mr. Dumisani Shawalala, Zolisa Ngumbela, Kahiso Ngema, and Mr. Murutim Patel. And the bid documents were available on the website on the 11th of June 2022. They were available on the following media platforms: on the City of Tshwane website, notice board, e-tender portal, newspaper was Beard and Pretoria News. Number of bids received for this tender, we received 63 bids, and the tender is expiring on the 22nd of November 2022. Then the scope of work is documented in between page 3 and page 57. Then from page 58, we have bids that were received on time, which is on page 58 as indicated. My laptop is so slow. Okay, 58 bids that were received on time. The bids are listed there. The 63 bidders are listed there, and they were measured for pre-compliance of CSD and admin compliance. Then the results for the admin measurement are listed in between those pages, page 60, 61, 62, 63, and 63. And the following 27 bidders are not non-compliant with the administrative requirements, therefore will not be considered any further. They are listed as under number 5. Then the bids were also tested for local production and content, and the remaining 36 bidders are not to be tested for local content, because those are the ones that qualified on the admin requirements, which is the first stage. Then the production was measured, and then the information on page 65, that's where bidders that did not comply were disqualified on. If you can have a look at that table, you will see that the tenderer will be evaluated on compliance of minimum threshold, they've listed all the bidders that complied, and on the local content, which is completion of Annexure C, D, and E, and they are also listed there. Then on page 87, we have the bidders that did not comply with the local content requirements, therefore will not be considered further on the next stage of evaluation. And then they are listed there. The following bidders, the remaining 17 bidders were compliant with the local requirement. They are also listed there. And then also there was a mandatory requirements for this tender. So bidders who qualified were supposed to be measured on the following mandatory requirements. Bidders were supposed to submit the following certificate and catalog. The first one, SANS 1847 Certificate of Butterfly, Valves and Catalog. The second requirement, SANS 664 Certificate of Resilience Seal, Valves and Catalog. The third one, SANS 664 Certificate for Wedge Gate, Valves and Catalog. And SANS 1551, which is a certificate of non-return valves and catalog. And then second to last, catalog of air valves. And then the last submission was to submit a catalog of control valves. Then the exercise was tabulated under 0.7 mandatory requirement is listed there for all the requirements that was not submitted. Then the following two bidders will not be tested on functionality because they did not submit all the requirements. Then the following 15 bidders are to be tested for functionality on the following items. The functionalities for item 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Then the functionality requirement is stated on as under 0.8 functionality requirements, and the criteria for this tender, bidders were supposed to submit comprehensive company profile with specific reference to the previous performance and experience relevant to the scope of work. They are supposed to attach proof of reference or appointment letter signed on company letterheads of previous employed and stamped indicating period of contract and value of work done with telephone numbers or contactable reference as our first criteria on the functionality. The second one, they are supposed to be tested on local economic participation. They are supposed to submit proof in the form of a municipality utility account for bidders, local government where business resides will be accepted, or lease agreement. Then the next criteria to be measured on was to submit for valve companies with workshop to repair defective valves and to test pressure rating for the valves. Companies to provide bench test certificate. That was our last criteria on the functionality. Then out of this exercise, here are the results of all the bidders that participated. They are listed on page 74. And then the four bidders, the minimal threshold for this tender was 70 points. Then on 9.24 bidders scored above 70. So they are listed there as bidder number 18, 26, 41, and 49. And the bidders who scored below 70 points that did not reach the threshold, we have bidder 2, 16, 17, 19, 20, 22, 25, 36, 38, 52, and 61. Then the results are as follows. Because the four bidders that went through, they are accepted as acceptable for this tender. For the tender, bidder number 8 tendered for item 2, 3, 5, and 6, and bidder 26 tendered for 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 because the instruction of the tender was to be awarded per item. Then bidder 41, they tendered for item 2, 3, 5, and 6. And lastly, bidder number 49, he tendered for only one item. Then the prices are captured there for the prices that for all the items that they bidded for, and the information is listed there on those pages. then going through to after capturing all the prices to see who qualified for which item. They are listed there. It's a very long exercise, but it was indicated as per item for all the items. So starting from the beginning, we have bidder. We have starting from item 1. The prices are captured for all the bidders, starting from item 1, which is on page 895. Then for item 1, we have butterfly valves. Here are the prices for all the items captured. And then also for item 2P, PN25, it's the same as item 1. Then item number 2, we have air release and vacuum control valves. The prices are also captured there. For item 3, it's for resilient seal valves. The prices are also captured there. For item 4, we have wedge gate valves. And then unfortunately for this tender, for this item, none of the bidders tendered for item 4. So item 4 is non-responsive. And then we have item 5, tilting swing disc non-return valves. The prices are also captured there. And then for item 6, we have control valves. Prices are also captured in those pages. And then the results are as follows. We have also for item 8 and 9, and then as indicated to say prices are captured in all those pages. So the bidders that complied are indicated previously to say bidder number 1 was given. I think they are on page, let me back. Yeah, they are listed on page 77, meaning bidder number 8 will be appointed for item 2, 3, 5, and 6. Bidder number 26 for item 1, 2, 3, and 5, and 6. 41, 2, 3, 5, and 6. And then lastly, bidder number 49 for item 6. Chair, thanks. The report is tabled for consideration. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, BEC Chairperson. Members, comments?
Chair, you can call us by name. That's the tradition, so that we don't find ourselves singing at once. Don't be shy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just on item 4, that was not responsive. What is going to be the impact thereof in terms of the work that needs to be done in this space? Wouldn't this affect the final completion of the entire work, or the department has got an alternative way of sourcing in this item 4? And if so, how are they going to do that, Chair? Just that observation, Chair. Thank you, very kind.
Member Malaga?
Thank you, Chair. Just give me a few minutes. I'm just going through the item as well quickly.
Okay, Member Mahata?
Yes, Chair, I think from my side, I went through the report. It's a very long process, which I think the colleagues have undertaken. The issue from my side is the same as the one issued by from GSO to say what will be the impact of this other item which is non-responsive. But for me, I can see these are different types of valves. I think they can be able to proceed better and re-advertise only that component. Thanks.
Okay. BEC Chairperson, just 2 issues for me. So, are you recommending, okay, maybe before that, on your mandatory requirements, from where you assessed the mandatory requirements, you suddenly point to bidders that have passed mandatory requirements, but then you are not showing in the report that those mandatory certificates, the SAN certificates, are linked to certain items. And I see just after assessing that, you would suddenly indicate that the bidders that have made it through qualifies for certain items. For example, you were saying bidder number 2 qualifies for 5 and 6. As you go up that table, your SAN certificates or the requirements that are on top there on the legend don't necessarily indicate that they're linked to item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that an oversight in the report, or how do you determine who qualifies for item what? I think that is the first question that I want to ask. Two, because I want the report to speak for itself so that we are clear about how we arrived at this decision. And then there are a couple of bidders that qualifies for certain items. And I see in your recommendation, you are suggesting in what you're saying that you are recommending all the bidders that qualifies for these valves. Are you recommending all the bidders or just the highest scoring bidders per item? And then lastly, this I suppose is a rate-based tender. So the appointment is per rates. So we don't necessarily require the totals and the VETs in the recommendation. Is that a correct observation? GEC Chair?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I think the only thing that we missed there, because I think like we indicated on page 69, to say the following 17 bidders are to be tested on mandatory requirement. Then out of the 17, only 2, I think it's stated on on page 72, the following 2 bidders will not be tested for functionality. I can see, Chair, that initially we were supposed to put the 15 that was supposed to go through to the next stage. Even though, but it is there, Chair, to say the following 15 bidders are to be tested for functionality on the following items. So they are all listed for the items that they have tendered for. That was my answer for the first question. And the second one, yes, we are recommending the highest scoring bidder in each item, on each item, with underneath those items that are listed underneath each item, because I think it's a lot. Because if you can refer to item 1, for instance, item 1 for butterfly valves, we have bidder number 26 to show that he was the highest scoring bidder on this item. Then the bidder's name I indicated under each item. Then he was measured for under item 1, we have 1PN16, we have 2PN25, we have, before we can get to item 2. And under item 2 on page 79, you can see we have 3 bidders that qualified for this item. We have bidder 18, 26, and 41. Then obviously the highest scoring bidder under this item, we have the prices are captured there. If you can have a look at the table on that page, which is on page 79, for an example, we have the first bidder, bidder 18, his price is 227.96.15. Bidder number 2, 382.952.90. Then the last bidder, bidder number 41 for this item, because the 3 of them tendered for this item, we have 216.656.22. Then on this item specifically, we are recommending to the highest scoring bid. And then I think I didn't get your last question clear, Chair. Can you please repeat it for me?
Yeah, the question was simply that the prices are given per valve, and this is an as and when tender. So the recommendation would not necessarily recommend for a total value award, but
That would be good, Chair.
But for rates. Is that the correct observation?
Yes, Chair, I agree with you.
So we are approving these bidders for the rates that they've submitted. and we
Yes,
are
Chair.
only appointing the highest scoring bidders.
Yes, Chair.
Meaning, for example, on item 6, we've got 2 bidders, 49 and 26. So the highest scoring bidder is 49. So that will be the bidder that will be recommended.
Perfect,
Only.
Chair.
Okay. Now, on the other one that I was asking, on your mandatory requirements, if you look at the table for mandatory requirements, for example, because I just want to make sure that we're following correctly. Stage 3, table 7, and it's on page 70. For example, where that, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, Chair.
Okay, if you look, for example, under bidder number 2, just on top there, you've got SANS 1849.
Yes.
Was this certificate required for item 1, for example, only?
Yes, Chair. It's indicate if you can. Yes, if you can check on the above table, yeah, 7 mandatory requirements for
Yeah.
butterfly, verbs, and catalog, and go to item number 1 that where it is listed, which is on page. Butterfly verbs for item 1. So
Okay.
each mandatory requirement is for a specific item as listed on the mandatory requirement.
So the first one would have been for item 1, the second one for item 2,
Yes,
and
yes,
so on
Chair.
and so on. Okay, no, that linkage is missing on that table. That's why I see that you suddenly just say, for example, bidder number 2 qualifies for 5 and 6, and I see that they submitted for those 2 certificates
Yes.
only. Yeah,
Yes,
so okay,
yes.
that linkage was missing in the report.
Initially, apologies, Chair. Initially, from the mandatory requirements, they were supposed to state, like for instance, bullet number 1, SANS 1849 certificate of butterfly verbs and catalog. They were supposed to indicate to say this is item number 1, so that it becomes easier for the person who's reading this.
Thanks for that clarity. Member Malaka, any additional comments?
Thank you, Chair. I guess maybe from my side, it will be the fact that when you read through the report, it seems as if one stage has been missed, precisely for linking the mandatory requirements with a specific item, which therefore will give a good illustration of the logical flow of evaluation from the beginning up until the end. So I think there's a bit of a gap there that at least the team needs to do a linking on that specific report. I think that's the only comment, but the way it looks like, it looks okay.
Yeah, members, any additional comments, especially on what Member Malaka is raising now?
Through you, Chair, I think, Chair, your observations are spot on because, I mean, I'm looking at these mandatory requirements, say, for example, bidder number, is it number 2? The impression that will be created in terms of interpretation is that, for example, on the SNAS 1849, they did not submit. It's like they were expected to really put in something there or put some submission there, but they did not meet those requirements, although we know very well that their interest was on 5 and 6. So maybe we just need to correct that so that there's no different interpretations, because based on your observation, I agree with you that, I mean, the flow becomes quite important, because if you look at that bidder number 2, I mean, their interest was on catalog for air valves and control valves. I mean, that's where they submitted all these certificates, but someone can read it differently if we don't clarify it there in the report, just to explain that properly, so that there's that flow that Member Malaka is making reference to, Chair. But ordinarily, other than that, I think I'm quite comfortable with the report, Chair. Thank you very kind.
Okay, BEC, Chair, just the last point. I'm looking at page 30 of the report under mandatory requirements, and it says mandatory documents to ensure tender will be evaluated, and it just lists the the requirements that were looked at. And again, I don't see how this links to the different items. Are you sure in the spec this has been clearly clarified where which mandatory requirement is for which item? Because I can't seem to see that in the spec.
Yeah, in the spec, it's not indicated. We tweak it to say for item 1 from page 30, I'm also on page 30.
Yeah.
For SANS 1849 certificate, butterfly valves and catalog. I don't know if they missed to include some of the information, but I don't think so. That's when we took it to say it's item 1, butterfly valves and catalog, and item 2, resilient, and so forth. I'm not sure if they missed it, but I think we saw it somewhere. Oh yes, it is. If we can check on the pricing schedule on page, the next page, 32.
Page 32.
Yes. Pricing schedule, item number 10 on the scope of work.
Okay.
Yes. You will see that tender will be awarded per item. Then on item 1, we have butterfly valves, which includes PN16, PN7, PN25, and for item 2, which is for air release and vacuum controlled valves, we took it from there, Chair. It's indicating that item 2 has PN10, PN16, PN25, and for item 3, resilient seal valves, we have PN10, hand wheel, we also have PN16, PN25, PN10, PN16, PN25, and for item 4, wedge gate valves. You see that these items, especially the ones that are highlighted in caps, they are the ones that are measured on mandatory. So we took it from there. The committee actually took it from there. Does it make sense?
Members, does that give comfort to resolve that concern? I must say I see a mismatch.
Wait, Chair.
Chair,
Let's start with item 1.
Member Malaka?
Sorry, Chair, am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. At maybe one point first, before, I just wanted to check how urgent is this item from the departmental perspective? I think that's the first point that I just want to ask, so that when I make an input, it should be actually aligned to that fact. Maybe can I establish that first?
Group Head, Water and Sanitation. How
Chair,
urgent is
thank you.
this?
Chair, it's very urgent. It's very important for the department. It's an absolutely very critical tender, Chair. Okay.
Okay,
Chair,
thank you for that. Yeah.
Yes, can I proceed, Chair? I actually observe the areas of non-alignment between the mandatory requirements and the items offered.
Yeah.
Because in my understanding, I would have expected that each item, because it has its own independent mandatory requirements, to actually reflect in the flow of the report to say, when we come to this stage, what we did, we looked at this item. This is the mandatory requirement. This bidder number 1 and 4 and whatever has actually met this requirement or did not meet this requirement, so that when you take it further to the next step, it actually shows the logical flow of showing, but my challenge is to say at this point, that part is actually missing. It only jump to the fact that they comply, but you don't actually show the area of compliance to the mandatories. So my suggestion would have been, Chair, if possible, we can request the BAC just to clean it up and tidy it up, and let's get it back in the next meeting, which should be next week, taking account of the agency the department is reflecting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Malaga. Group 8, not one. I see your hand is up.
Yes, Chair. I needed to, and I'm aligned to the comment of Member Malaga, and I just wanted to, maybe I thought, let me just clarify that the comment being, the report being agent, it doesn't necessarily mean it must BAC is held at ransom. I felt I needed to say that, and if it needs to be cleaned, and I was following Member Malaga's comments, which are valid, and we can afford another week, Chair. And I also took guidance from your opening remarks. I think it was on this report, on one of the reports, when you said the report must speak for itself. I'm aligned to that mentality. Therefore, no one is going to die if the report is referred back or just corrected, be cleaned so that it can speak for itself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, I think let's agree that item 1.3, we're referring it back for two critical things that must be done, BEC chairperson. We need the linkage between the mandatory requirements and the items to be clearly clarified in the report. I must say, if you look at your pricing schedule as you referred to, item 3 refers to resilient valves, and you seem in your assessment to have assessed the resilient certificate for item 2. So just look at that, for example. So the whole match there, let it be clarified clearly in the report, so that the alignment is very clear in the report. And then as you go back also on your recommendation, please let it be clear that you're recommending the high scoring bidder 1, 2, and that you are recommending them for approval of the rates, not necessarily the total of values. So we're referring the report back for the BEC to look at those issues amongst other issues. Members, as amended?
Great, Chair.
Yes, amended, sir.
Group 8, I see your hand is up.
Yes, Chair, can I humbly request that, not sure if it's allowed, that there's also a recommendation that the report must come back to BAC, either in the next BAC or next week. Not sure of the wording. What we find there are instances where reports get referred back for very minor things and they get lost in the system. It does happen, but if it becomes a recommendation, I think it pushes one to have to comply. Thank you.
Thank you. Let the report return in the next meeting, which may be next week, as indicated earlier. And colleagues, the report is referred back with those recommendations. Koshia, can we deal with the next item?
Chairperson, the next item is still from Water and Sanitation. It reads USDWS 11/2018/19 Area A, Region 1 and 2, appointment of a consultant for the design and construction monitoring of systems for the cathodic protection of steel pipes in Area A, Region 1 and 2 for a period of 3 years from commencement date. Chairperson, the item is tabled. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's presenting the report from the department?
Chair, thank you very much. Elsewhere, and on a different planet, I would have asked that it's an SCM report and therefore should be presented as such, but because of this lovely BAC team led by your good selves, we will present the report, and I'm going to ask Refilo, can you do it for us, please? Thank you, Chair, for you.
Thank you, Group Head.
Morning, Chairperson, and my name is Refilo from. I declare that I do not have interest on the. I have completed.
Chair, through you, Refilo, you're not here. Refilo, you're not audible. Chair, through you.
Thank you.
You're not
Refilo,
audible, Refilo.
Hello, am I audible?
much better.
Am I now audible, Judge?
We can hear you,
Okay, thank you.
though
Let
we
me
can.
repeat my declaration. Okay, let me try to adjust by volume. Okay, it is at 100%. Yes, I would like to declare that I do not have interest on the items that are saving. I have completed declaration form and I will apply all BAC rules. The reports that I'm presenting, the quotation reference 11 2018 19, area A, region 1 and 2. That is for the appointment of a consultant for the design of cathodic systems for the cathodic protection of steel pipes in region 2 for a period of 3 years. The quotations were requested on the 1st of September 2022. There was no briefing session carried out. The closing date was on the 9th of September 2022. The evaluation date was on the 16th September 2022. Within the Water and Sanitation Department, the responsible officials for technical evaluation were Simpiwe July and Leroy Impela. From supply chain, we had Franz Bowe. The scope of works, it requires the consultant to render the professional services with regards to the cathodic protection, the preliminary designs, and the detailed design and the construction monitoring for cathodic protection systems. 5 bidders were requested to submit quotations. On the closing date, we received 3 quotations, and all 3 quotations underwent the administrative compliance, and they were found to be compliant. The next stage of evaluation was checking the MBD, which was found to be compliant for all 3 bidders. The next stage was capturing the quotations according to the closing register, which was also done for the 3 bidders, capturing the amount exclusive of VAT and the amount inclusive of VAT and 10% contingencies. The next stage was specific participation goals for acceptable bidders on triple BEE, which was recorded for all 3 bidders. And then bidder 1 was found to have 20 points, bidder number 2, 18 points, and bidder number 3, 20 points. The next stage of evaluation was a ranking of bidders according to the triple BEE contributor level. Bidder number 1 was found to have the highest point at 100. Bidder number 3, the second highest at number 2 at 0.09. It is therefore recommended that bidder number 1, Zonaka Engineering Projects, be recommended for the appointment of a consultant for the design and construction monitoring of cathodic protection system in area A, which comprises of region 1 and 2, at a total amount of 6,688,052.99. The amount is exclusive of VAT and 10% contingencies. The amount inclusive of VAT and 10% contingencies is therefore 8,456,937. Recommended that the specification is in compliance with municipal conditions, and that the group head water and sanitation ensures that municipal rates and taxes of the bidders directors are not in the areas during the contract duration. The project has a sufficient budget within the approved MTRAF, and the recommended bidder was therefore checked with on the National Treasury database and was not within the restricted bidders. The tax compliance status was checked on September 2022 and was found to be compliant. The report is tabled, Chairperson.
Thank you, Refilwe. Members' comments?
Chair, from my side, I think it's because it just for quotation. I think there's a clear report. I think from my side, I'm supporting the recommendation. Thanks.
Jason?
Yeah, from my side, Chair, just I think the report is okay. I just want to check, just recommendation number 2, whose responsibility is that between SEM and the departmental head in terms of rates and taxes? Just want us to be consistent. If I can just get clarity, then be educated. That is either the group head who does those confirmation in terms of rates, or is it SCM who's responsible fundamentally for that? But over and above that, Chair, I mean, I think it's a quotation process. I went through the report. I couldn't pick up anything I missed, Chair. Thank you, very kind.
DHSM, do you want to clarify the quick question?
Chair, yes, the rates and taxes will be checked by the group head because it's a process that we need to continuously check during the execution of the contract, Chair. But at award, it is the responsibility of SCM for administrative compliance to check whether the tax, the rates and taxes are in order. Chair, the recommended service provider is not tax compliant, so therefore we then have to include the requirement of the 7 days, and after that we move to the second highest scoring bidder. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that input. Member Malakan, any comment?
Thanks, Chair. I guess this was well presented. Thank you. I think further than that, I've just went through the report. I think it's okay from my side. I think the only issue will only be what has been raised by SCM in terms of verification of tax compliancy for the recommended bidder. Thanks.
Okay, as a result of that, we will then have to give the bidder 7 days to correct their tax matters. I mean, if their tax matters are fine in 7 days, can we clear the report, or do you want it to come back here? Say they are able to get it right in the next 7 days. Can we get the chairperson to sign it off, and then in case they are not compliant, then it comes back with a recommendation for the second highest scoring bidder? Would that be an acceptable approach, members?
Chair, I guess the latter will be more safest to the fact that maybe after 7 days, then the chair can conclude based on verification with SCM. And if not, then the item would have to come back with a second recommended bidder to BAC. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so we're recommending that we approve the report, and then if the bidder is compliant within 7 days, the chairperson can sign it off. And then if the bidder is not compliant within 7 days, the report comes back with a different recommendation.
Agreed, Chair.
Okay, Secretariat, I hope you heard that. Thank you very much. We move to the next item, Portia.
Chairperson, the next item is from Water and Sanitation still. It reads WS 11 2018-2019 Area B Region 3 and 4 appointment of a consultant for the design and construction monitoring of systems for the cathodic protection of steel pipes in Area B Region 3 and 4 for a period of 3 years from commencement date. Chairperson, the item is tabled. Thank you.
Back to you, Group Head.
Chair, thank you very much. Through you, if I may please ask Refile to also take us through this one. Refile, we could hear you with the previous report, but you weren't the clearest. If you can please just adjust yourself so you become clear. Thank you, Chair.
The report is also from the panel, USD WS 11 2018-19 stroke for Area A, Region 3 and 4. The description is for the appointment of a consulting engineer for the design and construction monitoring of cathodic system or the cathodic protection in steel pipes for Area B, that is comprising of Region 3 and 4 for a period of 36 months. The quotation request was issued on the 1st of September 2022. There was no briefing session. The closing date was on the 9th of September 2022. The evaluation date was on the 16th of September 2022. Within the department, a technical evaluation was done by Leroy Mpila and Simpiwe July. Within the supply chain, the administrative compliance was done by Franz Paul. The scope is for the consulting engineer to render professional services with respect to the designs and the construction monitoring of the installation of cathodic protection. 5 bidders were requested to provide quotations, and upon the closing date, 4 bidders had submitted their quotations. The administrative compliance was done for the 4 bidders, and they were all found to be compliant. The next stage, it was MPT checking, which was done for all bidders and was found to be compliant, or except for bidder number 1. Bidder number 1 was basically disqualified because they did not complete the form of offer and the pricing, which meant that 3 bidders' quotations were checked, and the amount exclusive of VAT and contingencies was recorded, and the total amount inclusive of VAT and 10% contingency was also recorded. The next stage was the specific goal participation for BBBEE, which was recorded, and bidder number 1 was found to have the highest points, followed by bidder number 3 with 20 points, and bidder number 2, 18 points. The next stage was the ranking. Bidder number 3 was found to have the highest points of 100, followed by bidder number 1, which was found to have 95.6, and the second bidder points were found to be 57.2. It is therefore recommended that bidder number 3, UDI Engineering Services, be recommended for the appointment of consulting engineer for the designs and construction monitoring of cathodic systems in Region B, which comprises of Area 3 and 4 for a period of 3 years, at a total amount of 7,549,441 rand 89 cents. This amount is exclusive of 10%, is exclusive of VAT and contingencies, and the amount inclusive of VAT and contingencies is 9,550,170 rand 55 cents. It is also recommended that the group head, water and sanitation, ensures that the directors are not in areas for the duration of the contract. The project has budget within the approved MTREF, and the bidder was checked on the National Treasury database and was not found within the restricted bidders. The tax status as of 21st September was checked and the bidder was found to be compliant. The report is tabled, Chair.
Thank you, Refiwe. Members' comments? GSO?
Happiness, Chair.
Member Malaka?
I'm happy, Chair. Chair, you'll also bear with me. My laptop is very, very slow. I'm just trying to reset it. Hence, I'm delayed in terms of response. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
But I'm happy. I've just went through this one. Thanks.
Okay, Member Mahata was also struggling. Are you still in?
I think from my side is the same as the previous report. I'm happy with the report as it is. It can be approved. But I'm also going to be restarting in a few minutes now also.
Okay. DHSM? Tax matters seems to be in order.
Yes, Chair, I'm covered.
Okay, so members, we can recommend this one for approval. As recommended?
As recommended, Chair.
As recommended, Chair.
As recommended, Chair.
Okay, with the previous report, just a small amendment on the recommendation. There's a request that we specifically say that it be referred to SCM to notify the bidder for that 7-day compliance. So that that is also noted in the recommendation. It's just an administrative request from Secretariat members, if that is okay with you.
It's okay, Chair.
Supported.
Thank you. Poshia, next item.
Chairperson, the next item is still from Water and Sanitation. It reads, it's 1.6. USDWS 11 2018/19 Area C Region 3 appointment of a consultant for the design and construction monitoring of systems for the cathodic protection of steel pipes in Area C Area 3 for a period of 3 years from commencement date. Chairperson, the item is tabled.
Back to you, Refile.
Thank you, Chairperson. The quotation reference is from panel USDWS 11 2018/19 for Area C, Region 3. That is for the appointment of a consulting engineer for the designs and construction monitoring of systems for cathodic protection in steel pipes in Area C, Region 3. The quotation request was issued on the 1st of September. There was no briefing. The closing date was the 9th of September 2022. The evaluation date was on the 16th September 2022. The technical officials from the department responsible for evaluation, it was Leroy Mpela and Simpiwe July. And from supply chain administrative compliance was done by Franz Bowen. The scope, it is for the consultant to render professional services with respect to the cathodic protection systems in Area C. The quotations were requested from 5 bidders and 4 bidders made a submission by closing date. The administrative compliance was done for the 4 bidders and was found to be in order. The MPT checking was also done and was found to be in order for the 4 bidders. The next stage was capturing of a quotation in accordance to the closing register, which considered the total amount exclusive VAT and the total amount inclusive of VAT and contingencies. The next stage was the specific participation goals for acceptable bidders on BBBEE, which was done for the 4 bidders. And bidder number 1, points were found to be 20. For bidder number 2, 18 points. Bidder number 3, 20 points. Bidder number 4, 20 points. The next stage was a ranking of a bidder score, and bidder number 3 was found to have highest rank at 100 points, followed by bidder number 1, which is 90.4, bidder number 3, 81.9, and bidder number 2, 29.7. It is therefore recommended that bidder number 3, Donsi Engineering Solutions, be recommended for appointment of consultant for the designs and construction monitoring of cathodic systems in Area C, which is Region 3, for a period of 3 years, at the total amount of 4,901,761. That is the amount inclusive of VAT, and the amount inclusive of VAT is 6,200,728 rand 63 cents. That is the amount inclusive of 10% contingencies and VAT. It's also recommended that the group head water and sanitation ensures that the municipal rates and taxes of directors within the company are not in areas. The project has funds within the approved MTRAF. The bidder was checked on the National Treasury database as well, and was not found to be under the restricted bidders. The compliance status was checked on the CSD and as at the 22nd September, the status was found to be compliant. The report is tabled, Chairperson.
Thank you, fellow members. Happy?
Happiness, Chair, from me.
Other members, are we okay?
I am content, Chair. I'm happy.
Okay, DH supply chain?
Chair, it's difficult for me to comment. My laptop is freezing, so I can't. Maybe you can confirm the text matters from your
Yeah,
side.
that's fine. Okay, no,
Thanks.
it says text matters are non-compliant. Thank you. So this one, like the other one, we would refer it to SCM to notify the bidder to correct their text matters within 7 days. And if it's corrected, then the report will be finalized for approval. But if not, it will then come back in the next meeting with a different recommendation. Members, as amended?
As amended, Chair.
As amended, Chair.
Okay. Portia, next item.
Chairperson, the next item is from Water and Sanitation, USD 11, 2018/19, Area D, Region 6. Appointment of a consultant for the design and construction monitoring of systems for cathodic protections of steel in Area D, Region 6 for a period of 3 years from commencement date. Chairperson, the item is tabled. Thank you.
Back to you, Refugee.
Thank you, Chairperson. The quotation is from a panel USD WS 11 2018/19 Area D, Region 6. And the tender description is for the appointment of consultant for the designs and construction monitoring of systems for
Kevin,
protection of
USD 11, usali valid.
Which is Region 6 for a period of 3 years from
Refugee, we're losing you there.
the quotation of the 1st of September. Am I audible?
Much better now. Oh, you are mute. Please come back
Okay,
online.
let me come closer to the screen. Can I continue, Chairperson?
Yes,
We're
you can.
battling to hear you, Refugee. But
She
continue
keeps
through.
pressing off. Just watch your cursor. It's sitting on the mic, so it keeps meeting you. Refugee, you're on mute.
Oh, I'm not on mute, Chairperson. I think there is something wrong with my laptop.
Chair, I think you must start having your physical meetings. Thank you.
Yeah. No.
Am I now audible?
Yeah.
I'm very close to my screen. I don't know if I'll be able to read. Okay.
Just
The quotations were.
please move your cursor.
quota-
I think, yeah, your cursor must be sitting on the mic, on the screen. You come in and out. Refugee, we can't hear you now.
Am I audible, Chairperson?
And then you vanish.
Hello?
Yeah, we
Am
can
I
hear
now
you.
audible?
Yes, you are, Refugee. Yes.
Okay. The quotations were requested on the 1st of September 2022. The closing date was the 9th September 2022. The evaluation was on the 16th of September 2022. Within the department, the technical evaluation was done by Simpiwe July and Leroy Mpela. Within supply chain, administrative compliance was done by Franz Bowe. The scope of works, it is for the consultant to render the professional services with respect to the designs and construction monitoring of cathodic protection systems. 5 bidders were requested to issue quotations, and closing date, 2 bids were received, and then administrative compliance was done for the 2 bidders who submitted the quotations. And the next stage was evaluation of the MPD, which was found to be compliant for the 2 bidders who submitted. The next stage was capturing of quotations according to the closing register, which was done for the 2 bidders. The triple BEE was also checked, and bidder number 1 was found to have total points of 20. Bidder number 2 also 20 points. The ranking was done. Bidder number 1 was found to have the highest ranking at 100, and bidder number 3 at 99.3. It is recommended that bidder number 1, as Zonaka Engineering, be appointed for as a consultant for the design and construction monitoring of cathodic systems in area D, region 6, for a period of 3 years at a total amount of 5,784,882 rand 50 cents. This amount is exclusive of VAT and 10% contingencies. And the amount inclusive of VAT and 10% contingencies is 7,317,876 rand 36 cents. It is recommended that the group head water and sanitation ensures that directors are not of connection. And the bidder was checked on the National Treasury database and was not found within the restricted bidders. And the tax compliance was checked on the 22nd of September, and at that time it was found to be compliant. The report is tabled.
Thank you, Refugee. Members' comments? Are we happy?
Happiness from me, Chair.
Tax issues, Chair.
It's all good, Chair. We just have to verify tax issues and rates and taxes.
Yeah, the bidder is non-compliant, as DH is indicating. So we approve the report. However, we refer the report back to SCM for them to notify the bidder to comply within 7 days. And if they comply, we then finalize the report. If not, we would then refer it back to the meeting with a different recommendation. As recommended?
As recommended, Chair.
Thank you.
That's
very much.
recommended, Chair.
Sorry, Portia, next item.
Chair, I see a hand of a certain Marvin Yeah, I don't know, maybe wants to comment on something.
Marvin?
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to make a special request. I spoke to Secretariat and I said I must address my request to yourself. We have a site inspection, compulsory site inspection with the city manager in region 3 and 4 for our project. And we also have items in the meeting that we'll have to serve. I just wanted to find out if the chairperson would be willing or somehow be possible to accommodate us to get our reports attended to. I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
Is this roads and transport?
Correct, Chairperson.
Is there a particular item or all 4 of them?
All 4 of them, Chairperson.
And what time is the site inspection?
It starts at 12, but we will have to go to the venue at least 30 minutes before.
Okay, Group Head Notoni, I see your hand is up.
No, Chair, thank you very much. Yeah, Marvin is correct. We also have to be the chair at the compulsory site inspection with the city manager, but I'm not complaining because I'm on the platform now, as long as it's not done at my expense, because I also have to be there. Thank you.
Marvin, can't we get an arrangement where at least you leave a delegate here and some of you go? Because looking at what we still have to go through for water and sanitation, it's gonna take a while.
What is Chairperson suggesting? Sorry, I missed your comment.
Maybe you could leave one representative from the department to
yes,
assist.
Actually, I'll appreciate that, Chairperson. I do have the team that is waiting on standby. So I just didn't want my absence to become an issue and create a problem. If it's fine with the Chairperson, then we are happy.
I think as long as they have the delegated powers with you and you give them the letter, it's fine.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Okay, back to Portia. Next item.
Chairperson, item 1.8. USD 1118/19 Area E, Region 6 and 8. Appointment of a consultant for the design and construction monitoring of systems for the cathodic protection of a 31-kilometer network of steel pipes in Region 6 and 7 for a period of 3 years from commencement date. Chairperson, the item is tabled. Thank you.
Thank you. Marvin, is your hand still up? Or is the legacy hand? Okay, Refugio, back to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Just a typo on the tender reference. It is a region 6 and 7.
Ooh, we're losing you there.
So
We're losing you,
the references USD WS 11 2018 19 Area E region, not 8. The appointment is the tender description, that is for the appointment of a consulting engineering firm for the designs and the construction monitoring of cathodic protection system, E, that is region 6 and 7 for a period of 3 years. The quotation were requested on the 30th August 2022. There was no briefing session. The closing date was the 7th of September 2022. The evaluation was done on the 16th of September 2022. The technical evaluation within the department was done by Simpiwe July and Leroy Mpela. Within supply chain, the administrative compliance was done by Franz Bowe. The tender is for the consulting engineering firm to render professional services with respect to the designs and the construction monitoring of cathodic protection systems. Bidders were requested to provide quotations, and 3 bidders submitted their quotations by closing date. Administrative compliance was done for the 3 bidders. The next stage, it was the evaluation of the MPD, which was done for the 3 bidders. The next stage, it was recording of the prices according to the quotations received during the closing date. The next stage was the participation of goals of acceptable bidders on the triple BE. And bidder number 1 was found to have 20 points, bidder number 2, 18 points, bidder number 3, 20 points. The next stage was the ranking, and bidder number 3 was found to have 100 points, followed by bidder number 2, 91.3 points, and bidder number 1, 80 points. It is therefore recommended that bidder number 3, Donsi Engineering Solutions, be recommended as the consultant for the design and construction monitoring of cathodic protection systems in areas E, which is region 6 and 7, for a period of 3 years. The total amount for the appointment, it is 6,081,728. That is the amount inclusive of VAT, exclusive of VAT and 10% contingencies. The amount inclusive of VAT and contingencies, it is 8,604,186 Rand 51. It is also recommended that the group head water and sanitation ensures that the municipal rates and taxes are compliant for all the company directors. The project has a budget on the approved MTREF. The bidder was checked and was not found to be within the restricted suppliers. The tax status was checked, and as at 22nd September, the bidder was compliant with tax. The report is tabled.
Thank you, Refilwe. Members, happiness? Member Makata?
Yes, Chair, from my side, I'm happy it's the same processes. Thanks.
Thank you. Jeso?
Happiness, Chair.
Member Malaga?
I'm okay, Chair. Maybe just to get confirmation of rates and taxes, because that's almost a month and a half ago, and the tax compliance status currently. Thanks.
DHSCM, it says the bidder is not compliant here in terms of the attached CSD. I know the rates and taxes were checked at the time of the recommendation of the report. Member Malaka. If you check attachment 1 in PDF, there is a statement in there. What page is this? 29 of 31, I think. They're actually renting, so they have a statement there showing that they are renting from someone.
Okay.
Yeah. DHSM, so we will have to, again, members, on this one, due to the tax matters that are not in order. Though we approve the report, refer the report back to SCM for them to notify the bidder to comply within 7 days. And if they do, the report will then be finalized. If not, then the report will come back with a different recommendation. As amended, members?
As amended, Chair.
As amended, Chair.
Amended.
Thank you. Portia, next item.
Chairperson, the next item, water and sanitation, item 1.9, WS 12, 2022/23. Tender for groundwater quality monitoring and groundwater monitoring plan for the City of Tshwane's water wastewater treatment works for a 3-year period. Chairperson, the item is tabled.
Who's presenting the report?
It's me, Chair. Chair, before I can proceed with WS 12 2022-23, can I request that we go back to WS02 because I feel like all the answers are there on the report.
Can we deal with this one as we have introduced it, and then we will then go back there?
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Pamela Kabutle Rakole. I declare that I have no interest on the item that I'm presenting from the Department of Water and Sanitation and the reference number WS 12 2022-23. The description for the tender is Tender for Groundwater Quality Monitoring and Groundwater Monitoring Plan for the City of Tshwane Wastewater Treatment Works for a 3-year period. The tender was advertised on the 22nd of July 2022 and it closed on the 6th of September 2022. The responsible official from the department, Kerniers Esther Hayes, and from SCM was Flora Pian. And the bid evaluation committee is appointed by the accounting officer. We have Pamela Kabutle Rakole, that's myself, Kahiso Molema, Morutim Patlele, Zuliswa Ngumbela, Dumsani Chamala. The advert was published in the following media platforms: Pretoria News, BLT, COT website, notice board, and e-tender portal. We received 18 bids, and then the tender has expired on the 8th of December 2022, and it was then extended. And we have a scope of work documented between page 3 and page 8. Then on page 9, we have bids that were received on time. We have 18 bidders were received on time on the closing date. We have 18 bidders as indicated there, and then they were all measured for pre-compliance and schedule of administrative compliance. Then the results are as follows. For that exercise, 12 bidders were disqualified under administrative compliance, and they were disqualified based on the fact that they did not declare under the Declaration of Interest Form MBD4 paragraph 3.14. They did not declare all the companies that they are involved in. So the list that is indicated from page 11 to 12, it's all those that are disqualified. Then we are then left with 6 bidders to be evaluated on mandatory. The mandatory requirement is indicated as 0.5. Bidders were supposed to measure for copy of registration as a geohydrologist with the South African Council for Natural Scientific Professions. And the second criteria was to submit copy of postgraduate degree in environmental water management to be able to integrate and interpret groundwater data with water quality result. And then the other one was to submit certificate of accreditation of the SANAS approved laboratory. Then they were all measured. The 6 bidders were evaluated on mandatory, and then 5 bidders were disqualified on the said mandatory, because if you can have a look at the table on item 5, some bidders did not submit some of the required documentation. Then bidder number 8, Moraf, submitted all the documentation that was required. Then he was tested for functionality, and the criteria for functionality was that the first criteria was local economic participation. Bidders were supposed to submit proof only in the form of not older than 3 months municipal water and electricity bill from the bidder's local government where business resides will be accepted, or valid lease agreement. The second criteria, they were supposed to submit appointment letters to bidders similar previously performed work. They were supposed to include contract and contactable references as to when, where, period, names, telephone numbers. The next criteria, they were supposed to submit professionals that are going to be working on the contract by means of a CV and certified copies, qualification, were supposed to be submitted, and the scoring is accumulative. If training is completed for all, your sum the scoring and multiply by the weight. That's the requirement by the department. Then the last criteria on the functionality, they were measured on combined years of experience for both chemical water analyst and aquatic expert. And the highest scoring, the threshold for this tender was 70 point. So bidders were expected to score 70 out of 100. Then the summary of bidders scored are indicated on the below as 6.1.1. Then also he was specific contract participation goals of acceptable bidder was done, and then his prices are captured there for item 1 groundwater management, item 2 hydro sensors investigation with once-off sampling and reporting with the prices that are indicated there, inclusive of VAT. The third item, once-off sampling for all the boreholes on all 15 WWTW and delivery of samples at the dashboard laboratory. And the fourth item, analysis done by the independent accredited laboratory. And then lastly, the item 5 for reporting. All the prices are captured there with inclusive of VAT. Then we have information received from the CFO office, and it's also indicated on page 17. Then the recommendation is as our number 14, that the following bidder be recommended for tender for groundwater quality monitoring and groundwater monitoring plan for the City of Tshwane's wastewater treatment works for a 3-year period. That is bidder number 8, with all those items that are indicated there with the amount inclusive of VAT. Thanks, Chair. The report is tabled before the committee for consideration.
Thank you, BAC Chair. Members for comments, Jason?
Thanks, Chair. I couldn't pick up anything I missed, Chair. Thank you very kind.
Mahata?
Yes, Chair, also from my side, I don't think there's a major issue. It's just that unfortunately, the preferred bidder here is not really, was not competing with anyone because most of them were disqualified, but it's fine. I think there's nothing we can do. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Malaka?
Thank you, Chair. I guess from my side, maybe just to get confirmation from BEC. I see this bidder scored 100% in all the mandatory and functionality criteria. I just wanted to confirm if that was the case, especially around functionality and mandatory. Because it's just when you go to 6.1, the summary of the bidder score is just 100%. So it literally means they've scored a total of all the items. If I just need a confirmation on that.
Easy, Chair.
Yes, Chair. Thanks. As per on page 815, 6.1.1, the results are indicated there. It's got 100. That's true, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. No, I think I'm also covered, members. I see that they are also recommending for appointment at a total value. Now, I see in the estimated quantities, there is the numbers there. So this means how is this service going to be billed, department? Should we appoint at a total value of 5.2 or as per rates? Because we often see these reports coming back for this kind of corrections. Because at implementation, they become difficult if the appointment is not done correctly or the award colleagues. Rupert, I don't know if there's anyone who can assist you quickly on this one.
Yeah, Naman, it becomes a challenge when you don't have a report in front of you. So
No.
yeah, I'm not able to participate. On this one, Chair, I think it will be, this is a professional service. Therefore, it's not as on when, so it should be awarded as a whole. So you have a total at the bottom. But I thought, Pam, through you, Chair, the spec should actually indicate. But where I'm sitting, it's more of a consulting service. Therefore, it should be appointed as a whole. I would need that confirmation from Pam, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. BC Chair, I see on your recommendation table, say item 9, sorry, under prices of acceptable bidder. I see that it says the total is for evaluation purposes only. So meaning we are indeed recommending as per these rates. So we'll appoint it as you have put it in the report. Item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with those total prices inclusive of that. Is that correct, BC Chair?
Yes, Chair.
You are comfortable with
That's
that? Okay.
correct. Yes, yes, we are happy with that.
Okay, members, with that, the bidder is
Chair.
text from, yeah.
Can I maybe say something? I think you've raised a pertinent point in relation to the either is it the tender should be awarded as a whole, or it should also be awarded per rate. I think going back to the spec, it seems as if there is a number of boreholes that needs to be done, which has been quantified per individual wastewater treatment works. However, then I'm not certain, maybe from the department, if ever there might be additional sampling that needs to be done by the department, in addition to what has been stated in the number of boreholes by the authorities at a specific point in time. How do they then go through about getting this? Because it seems it's quantified already in terms of the numbers. Maybe just that understanding, and maybe I'll comment further after that.
Yeah, because I also was trying to look at the pricing schedule in the spec. I couldn't see it. I just see what is on the price, what is captured the price on the report. That's all I'm seeing.
Yes.
I see that they have tried to quantify, I mean, in terms of 1 to 5, the number of times some of these activities will have to be done over the period. And if you look at item 9 there, it does say that the total is for evaluation purposes only, and they've removed it here with the recommendation. I think the recommendation is probably captured correctly, as confirmed by the BEC chair. I'm noting that the department had requested the BEC chair to confirm. It is probably captured correctly, Member Malak.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, members, with those comments, can we recommend it? The bidder is tax compliant. I've confirmed it. The HSCM.
Recommended, Chair.
As recommended, Chair.
Thank you. As recommended. Portia, next item, please.
Chairperson, the next item is 1.10 from Water and Sanitation, WS 0722/23, tender for refurbishment of Sunderland Ridge wastewater treatment works for an 18-month period from commencement date. Chairperson, the item is tabled.
Chair, can I come in. You remember I requested to finalize WSO2, and then you said I'll do it after WS12.
Now, please, let's leave it, rest it. We will have a session between the two of us. I'll show you what I was talking about. Let's push the items as announced now. Please.
But the information is there, Chair.
I know, Pam.
Did you
rest
see
it.
it?
Yeah, let's rest it and proceed.
I'm not happy, Chair.
It's okay. It's okay not to be happy. We'll have a bilateral after the meeting. Don't
Through
worry.
you, Chair. Don't worry.
But all the answers, Chair, are there.
Trust me. Not on this platform.
Okay.
Trust
okay.
my God.
Okay.
Group head,
Okay, it's fine, Chair.
are you fine?
No, thanks, Chair. I'm entertained. I'm happy, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the patient from the BEC chair. Yeah, but I think let's agree, we'll take it offline. And then come back in the next meeting as agreed.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Thank you, Chair.
Sure.
Okay, Chair, thanks.
Oshela, we are on 1.10, right? You have already announced. Who's presenting the report? Pam, is it you? It is you.
No. Which one is that?
WS07.
No, unfortunately, it was sent through to, as indicated with, as discussed with you, Chair, yesterday, as the director of demand of acquisition, to say they've sent the report, but unfortunately, I didn't sign it off.
Oh, okay.
So I'm
So,
not comfortable in presenting it.
okay, members, we're withdrawing 1.10 as the BEC chair requested yesterday. That's basically what she's saying. Which other one were you withdrawing, ma'am?
It was WS4, WS6. I can do WS6 because it's a cancellation report, and also WS4 because they were sent to BAC without my notification.
So we're withdrawing 1.10.
Yes, I'm withdrawing WS7 and WS4.
Okay. Portia, let's go to 1.11.
Chairperson, item 11, extension of time on contract USD WS01 2020/21 for the refurbishment of Klepgat wastewater treatment works awarded to Water and Wastewater Technology Southern Africa, PTY Ltd, Ditsimega Project and Training, PTY Ltd JV. Thank you, Chairperson. The item is tabled.
Who's presenting the item?
Chair, thank you very much. Before we I just want to chair the item that was USD WS07, the rectification report. Through you, Chair, Pam, it's extremely urgent. We need that those for water purification, so it's extremely urgent, please. Chair, I'm going to ask Refugee to take us through the report, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I proceed, Chairperson?
Yes, proceed, Refugee.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry,
Yes,
Chair. Chairperson,
Yes, Chair. DH.
can I also comment, Chair, on the withdrawal of reports, and hopefully the BEC chairs will then take responsibility on the non-compliance issues when it comes to SCM and the issues where the departments cannot then render the service because the BEC chair is not ready and can therefore not present the report. It is not acceptable. And it must be noted, Chair, when we withdraw that particular report, that we state that the BEC chair was not ready to table the report. And should we then not meet our 90 days in terms of awarding tenders, that particular report then be referred to the BEC chair And should there be challenges on the ground from the department side, that issue also be referred to the BAC chair. It's a concern, Chair, that we are obviously trying to chase targets. We are not saying the fact that the report is at the BAC level, it's our assumption that the committee has gone through the report. So we can't be nursing chairpersons ready or not. It's just not acceptable. It's just my concern, Chair. Thank you.
Concern is noted, Chair. Sorry, DH is SCM. And I think Portia has suggested let's record that concern under 1.10. But the BEC chair indeed approached me yesterday, saying that they weren't ready to present it because they had concerns in terms of some of the issues in the recommendations. So yeah, let's note those comments there. Pam, I didn't necessarily want you to comment. I see your hand is up. Group head, by the way, there are two WS07s. The one that you were referring to for the rectification is coming next, just for your comfort. Refugee, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope I'm audible this time. The item as introduced, it is for the request for approval of extension of time on contract USD WS01 2020-21 for the refurbishment of Klipgat wastewater treatment due to the additional works which is required to achieve project completion. The extension of time is requested at no additional cost to the contract value. The contractor was appointed on the 7th of December 2020 for a construction duration of 18 months at a contract price of 198,031,551, exclusive of VAT and inclusive of 10% contingencies. The project site handover was on the 1st of February 2021. The initial completion date was 2022 and was revised to 11th November 2022. The scope of works for the project includes a various components of the Klipgat wastewater treatment to reinstate the operation of the treatment works to full capacity. So the scope includes mechanical, electrical, and civil engineering components. The request for extension of time is to allow for the execution of the additional work for the resulting from the buildings which were vandalized before the site was handed over. It appeared that the vandalism occurred during the period of tender procurement because during the design stage, the buildings were still intact. Therefore, the scope made a provision for the refurbishment items. So the buildings and structures which were vandalized includes the office ablution blocks, the drying beds, the MCC control rooms, the pump stations, and the chlorine building and the guard house. The cost required to rebuild these structures vandalized 0.9 million for the buildings and structures, and the electrical works associated with the buildings is 1.8 million, giving a total amount of 14,792,333. In terms of the pipe work that is required, initially the scope made provision for the refurbishment of pipes and pumps within the pump station. But upon emptying the pump station, it was found that the pump and pipes were no longer in the pump stations. So the amount required for the replacement of these pumps is 3.9 million. So the preliminary and general charges associated with this request for extension of time by 185 days is 4.6 million. In total, when you're looking at the additional works and the preliminary and general charges, the amount required is 23,320,680 cents. That is the amount exclusive of VAT. The engineer has evaluated the work that is required and has ruled that the completion date be revised from the 11th of November to 2022 to 15 May 2022. Within the project, there were savings identified on the bill of quantity, taking into consideration the calculated final estimates. And the savings identified amounted to 24,978,472 rand 27. So these savings are sufficient to accommodate the additional buildings that are required in order to have the project fully completed and operational. The report was circulated to the departments and received positive comments from finance, from supply chain, from EPMU, and from WS0 2021 of awarded to Wastewater Technology South Africa and its Mega project from the November 2020 to allow for the additional work to be carried out. The request is at no additional cost to the original contract value, but it can be accommodated within the project identified savings of 24.9 million. And it is also recommended that the group head manages the expenditure during the duration of the contract. The report is tabled, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Having to incur additional costs, because the emphasis here in terms of this report is that this happened as a result of vandalism that happened either during the tender or procurement or before the commencement of the works. I mean, this could have been avoided easily. So I just want to understand who's essentially responsible for safeguarding of our asset. I mean, this could have been avoided if we had really proper securities or security installed. Just to look at this. So that's just that observation, Chair. But other than that, I don't think there's any little thing that we could really do other than to proceed with this. I just want to have an appreciation in terms of vandalism, just to explain how could have this thing been allowed to go as far as this, Chair. Thank you, very kind.
Thank you. Member Makata?
Yes, Chair, I think from my side, I'm happy with the report. I think it's basically some of those material irregularities also identified by AG, but I think we need to make sure that it's from our side, we're really looking to the whole issue around the security of our facilities. But up to that, I think from my side, I'm fine. Thanks.
Member Malaka?
Yes, Chair. From my side, maybe I just need to get an understanding. I guess Begin Africa was the project manager for this project. And I'm just going through the motivation in terms of raising those savings on various works to the tune of 24 million. However, I just see that on the earlier part of the motivation report, there has been a number of variation orders which also has been raised on different works. And it seems as if those VOs are also linked to some of the areas at which the savings are raised. Maybe just to get an understanding there, I'm a bit confused because just to get how these savings were raised specifically to the same areas at which certain areas the VOs were also raised. So maybe if I can get clarity on that first. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, department. Rupert.
Thanks, Chair. I saw that Dumisani sent this Chair, before he does come in, Chair, yeah, the comment from member Shingange, if I may, Chair, yeah, we've got a situation, Chair, and Mtatemar Mahata touched on the point as one of the material irregularities that was raised by AG, the issue of theft and vandalism of infrastructure. So at Lepgat, it's a very sad story because what had happened, Metropolis is responsible for safeguarding of the infrastructure. So there were securities there, and we asked Metropolis, they brought more security. So whenever the Metropolis increased security, the criminals either doubled or tripled their workforce. And when we increase security, maybe they came with a 9mm, then they come with a rifle. So they also increased the ammunition, and it got to a point where they overpowered our Metropolis. So there were people or officials at Metropolis or security guards that were shot at. And there were some that ended up in police station. I can't remember if there was a fatality, somebody that died, but Metropolis just got overpowered. So it's a sad situation, and it led to the plant being dysfunctional, and that is why we had to come back. And so in this case, it's not that Metropolis did not assist. They did, but they just got overpowered. It was a very bad situation. Chair, with regard to the issue of the VOs, I'm going to ask either Dumisani or Refugee to assist with it, but we did look at the VOs, so they are available because there can be a certain amount on a line item and say a variation gets done, but that doesn't mean that the variation will consume the whole identified amount. So it might be that, for example, there was a identified savings of 100 rands, then a variation was done for say 5 rands. So it would be on the same line item, but there will still be an amount that is still remaining as a saving. So somewhere in the report, I think it's indicated that some of the money on the savings were utilized correctly as presented by Ntate Malaka, but not all the available money was utilized. That is why we've got the remaining money that are now available to do work elsewhere so that we can complete the project. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So are the other colleagues gonna add further comments?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just to declare, my name is Dumisani Kupuza, Divisional Head at Water and Sanitation. I declare that I do not have any personal interest in the matter that is serving today. My declaration form has been completed and submitted, and I abide by the rules of the committee. Chair, I think the important thing is, I think the prepared has covered what I needed to cover in terms of security, but also touched on some of the issues when it comes to the savings versus what still needs to be done. I think the critical thing is, in as much as you had budgeted to do some refurbishment, now you realize that the refurbishment, it's no longer just refurbishment, but actual construction that's required. The critical thing here is the time required to do the work, which is now more than what was initially required. At that equipment, had there not been any further vandalism or any changes. And hence we were able then to, within the very same scope, to say, because this is now vandalized, we can no longer do the refurbishment the way we wanted to do. So that cost we cannot use to refurbish, but we needed to then do a full construction of the pump station. I'm just making an example. But the implication here is on the time factor. So the costs that are associated with these things, which is what has been demonstrated here, we're able to manage within the available funds in the contract. But the issue is that time that is now required to actually get the project to full completion. Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if there's anything else from me.
Okay, members, does that address our concerns in full? I think the take home is simply that, yeah, okay, Malaga?
No, thanks, Chair. I see that they've raised, I've managed actually to go through quickly to the end of the engineer's report. I think they've raised savings from contingencies to the tune of 23, and then the remaining were from contingencies after the VOs, so to the tune of 1.6. So that's why then they have 24 million. So I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also noted that. Member Shiganye? Yes, sir.
Thanks, Chair. I think the group head and the divisional head covered me substantially, Chair. Thank you very kind.
Okay. D8 supply chain, any comments? I note that your comments are positive for the report. Any further?
Thanks, Chair. I just needed a confirmation or what do you call it, some lecture. Because the SM comments are saying there are no cost implications, of which I don't think it's entirely correct, because of the fact that maybe the professional service provider had a look at whatever that was supposed to be done, and then there was a savings. And now the department is coming back to say we are going back to tap into those savings. Just clarity on my side as to whether then in terms of that particular BOQ, where we'll need to make sure that the additional cost of about 24 million or 23, if I'm correct, who then gets to certify that particular percentage of work, the 23, that it is work and that not done, that needs to be to be undertaken, considering the fact that obviously the savings the professional service providers would have obviously certified. I just need that confirmation or that lecture in terms of me understanding that the 24 is something that also the professional service provider is comfortable with. Thanks.
Group head, maybe in addition to that, as you comment on that, especially in relation to the purpose of the report, I'm worried that we speak into the extension of time in the main. The scope variation of some kind is not necessarily though detailed in the report. It's inferred. It's not kind of specific. I don't know. I mean, I'm just picking up on what the DH is saying. Shouldn't we come out clearly in terms of that? Because I think later on we might have issues in terms of audit matters if we have not necessarily been specific. But
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, yeah, the main reason actually why we came is for the extension of time. I think also Dumisani pointed at that because the contract is expiring tomorrow. So the engineer has looked at the request and has made a determination. So normally, in fact, it becomes a notification report because the engineer has got the authority to approve the extension of time which has happened. The second point is the issue of the comment that there are no financial implications. Chair, it is correct. There are no financial implications because we are still within the contract amount. There are contingencies, and contingencies are meant for such eventualities. So that is why the emphasis on the report is for the extension of time. If, say, for example, the contract was expiring at the end of financial year on the 30th of June 2023, then we would be able to, through the engineer begin the disappointed. They've got the delegated authority to make decisions, to take those decisions on behalf of the client through the GCC. Then the decisions would have been made and the contract. So there wouldn't have been a need to come to BAC because the contract duration would have not been affected, as well as the contract amount would not have been affected, as would still remain within the contract period. The contract amount, Chair. Thank you.
DH, are you clarified?
Chair, I'm still not getting the answer that I need. My point is, I understand there are contingencies and stuff, and I thought the report spoke to the fact that there were savings of about 24 million or 23. And I believe that would have been certified by a professional service provider. As we continue with the construction work and the issues being picked up, the other guys on the site who are not contractors get to issue certain certificates and obviously pronounce on certain issues. My concern is now we are looking at the fact that we need to tap into this, even though those were said to have been to be savings. We need to tap into this. Is this professional service provider aware of that? That's all that I need. And if it is, we need that particular information as part of the submission. Apologies, Chair, I couldn't go through. I think when you are not a member, you get to relax. All that I need is that confirmation that the professional service provider, not unless we are saying there were no savings. And those savings were not confirmed by professional service provider. This is obviously your space, you know the right words to use. But I'm taking it from the basis of who there was a savings, and I'm assuming it was certified as confirmed to be a savings. And if you want to use it, that means your contract would have been 198 less the 24. Now we are saying we want to utilize it because you are indicating it as an additional costs or whatever that you want to call it. Is that 24 or 23? Does it have to go a process where the professional service provider confirms it or not? I just want that particular confirmation on record, Chair, because it's important that also from my side, I'm clear and the members have been convinced by the group head to say there is no such a requirement.
Chair, through, yes, the assessment was done by a professional a service provider, Chair, and it was certified by them. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thanks for that. Yeah, DH, in the attachments, there is it's a memo that Member Malaka referred to earlier on, Annexure E. There's an engineer's motivation, and in there they are detailing the savings following various, what do you call it? I know you said earlier on your computer was acting up. They are detailing the savings following various reconciliation of various VOs. So they have confirmed that, and that's how they also supported the extension of time for this additional work.
Thank you.
Yeah. Members, are we all covered? Further comments?
Maybe one last thing for me, Chair, just to get an understanding as well. I think the construction period was for 18 months, right? And the original completion date was on the 30th of July, 2022. And we did have a revised completion date to the 11th of November. And so it means that the additional extension of time of 185 days, it will take us somewhere next year. I'm just doing an arithmetic just to calculate the days to see if it does not actually get us out of the stated 36 months period as prescribed by MFMA. Maybe if somebody can assist me on that one.
Any comments from the department on that? I think Member Malaga's comment, it's really concern, it's really whether we would still be within the 36 months period, or with this extension, we will be out of that.
Chair, yeah, the appointment was initially for 18 months, and to get to 36 months, you must have consumed another 18 months, which is not the case. So we are very safe, well within the 3-year appointment period. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Malaga covered?
Covered, Chair.
Members, as recommended?
As recommended, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, through you, was Member Malaga Askis?
Yeah, with you.
Chair, yeah. Chair, to get to the 3 years, you need to get there at least by the 7th of December 2023. So we are well within the maximum 3 appointment period. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Colleagues, the report is as recommended. I think for sure in our discussion, you would note the fact that there was a discussion around the security concerns and the fact that the department clarified that measures were in place and that the situation was just untenable on site, and all that was discussed earlier on. Please capture that discussion as part of the recommendation. As recommended, members have confirmed. Can we move to the next item?
Chair, through you.
Okay, Rupert.
Chair, thanks. Chair, with your indulgence, I humbly request that the resolution gets signed by tomorrow. At least we lost a week. The item should have served last week, but we know that BAC could not see it. So in the past, AG has raised that the item gets approved today at BAC, but the signature only signs on Monday. Then they have queries to just ensure that we do away with that and we are safe. Can we request that the resolution gets expedited and signed off today, latest tomorrow? Thank you.
Noted, Rupert. There is an arrangement with Secretariat to take care of that, because we noted those issues. Portia, next item.
Chairperson, the next item, still from Water and Sanitation, item 1.12, WS 07-21-22. It's a rectification report tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of cartonate. Thank you, Chairperson. The item is tabled.
Madam Hopa, you are on the platform.
Yes, I am, Chair. Yes, my name is Rahaba Ramakhopa, and I declare that I don't have any interest under the matters that I'll be presenting this today. Maybe to give a brief, a history of this report is that I'm presenting this report for the third time before today is the third time before the bid adjudication committee. The first time I presented it, then it was referred back because the bidder was not tax compliant. Then I came back and presented it saying that the bidder is tax compliant and it was approved as such. As you can see on this report, there's an attachment that shows the resolution that was approved and signed by the chairperson and the acting city manager by then. And today, if you go to the report itself, today, I just want to present it as a rectification. The rectification, if you go to the initial, the report attached on page 46 or on page 47, as you can see, it says is that the rectification report, which we did on the 5th of October 2022, is that the department indicated that section 4 in the resolution was captured incorrectly on the following: timber and road plant do not have product name. I think there was an oversight on the committee members and even the official that was capturing this report, saying that as you can see on the recommendation and the recommendation that was approved by BAC on page 46, if you look at item number 4, on section 4, it shows that on the timber and road plant, if you look at that recommendation that was approved, it doesn't have the product name. So what I came here today is just to include the product name on section 4 of timber and road plant. And thereafter, there was another issue that the department indicated, saying that product Zeta Flock 2726 does not belong to Mutahane Chemworks. Yes, it's true that this, yes, indeed, this product does not belong to Zeta Flock, does not belong to Mutahane Chemworks, and it was rectified as a Sat Flock 3860 as per lab result. See the recommendation below. I just want to indicate to the committee members that saying that if you look at the recommendation now, is that the only thing that we're rectifying is to include the product name of timber and road plant. If you can see now the timber and road plant, and on page 49, it shows that the product name is that Flock 3850, of which the initial report that was approved, it didn't have the product name. Now we included the product name, but the amount is still the same, and the product on the road plant water treatment works, and it is also Sat Flock 3850, and the one that we captured incorrectly on the Ritflay, then we rectify it to Sat Flock 3860. That's the only rectification. That's the reason why this item is back on this before the BAC, for us to include those product name, of which the recommendation, as you can see, it shows the correct product name. And maybe to make the committee at ease is that the recommendation doesn't change, even the amount that was approved doesn't change, and the item is presented before this committee for further deliberation. Thank you.
Okay, so in brief, we basically just correcting the product names for timber, road plant, and then the Ritflay one.
The timber and road plant, we are not correcting, because with the timber and road plant, it was approved without the product name. But the one for Ritflay, it was approved with the wrong product name. Is the one that we are also rectifying.
Okay, so we adding product names on timber and road plant.
Yes.
And then we then correcting the road.
The Ritflay
one.
Yes, only that.
Okay. Members, we in order? Jason?
Happiness from my side. I think I've been covered by the rectification. So I went through the check. Thank you very kind.
Malaka?
I'm cool, Chair. Mara ke timetse nyana. I'll come back again.
Okay, maybe let me just summarize so that you are not lost, because so what the BEC chair is saying is that in the previous recommendation, they had erroneously excluded product names under timber and Rhodeblatt. You see those product names, Sutflock 3850.
Yeah.
So in this rectification, they are adding these product names because they are critical for the service that must be provided. And then for replay, they had put a wrong product name, and they are now correcting it to the right one. BEC Chair, I've captured you correctly, right?
Yes, yes. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so that's basically what this report is about, members.
Then it's clear now. It's very clear. Sure.
Member Makata?
No, I'm happy, Chair. I'm happy from my side. As recommended.
Okay, as recommended, members. Thank you. Poshia, next report.
Chairperson, the last.
Chair, sorry.
Yeah.
Chair, can I come in?
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think in future, when we are correcting reports, we must then clearly bring forward the correct specification in terms of the further report, so that we know that this particular Sutflock is item number so and so, and we must bring forward our previous recommendation that was incorrectly captured, Chair, as part of the further report, so that when we then get to resolve as part of the further report referring to the issues raised by the departments, it's easier for the members to quickly go and say, okay, in our previous recommendation, item number so and so allocated to whoever was incorrectly captured as this, and we are correcting it to this.
Noted.
I think it's important that we have that order, because now the members are going to be saying it's written, we're correcting this to this, but it's not brought into a further report as part of the resolution there. Thanks.
Noted.
Hence, I was lost a bit, SCM.
Thank you for that clarity, DH. Noted for future reference. Poshia, back to you.
Chairperson, the last report from Water and Sanitation Department reads WS 06-2022/23 further report, tender for the appointment of a consulting engineering firm for the rendering of professional services for the urgent refurbishment of Brongo-Sprayed water treatment plant and Sokulumi boreholes. Thank you, Chairperson. The item is tabled.
Is Pam in the meeting?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, over to you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Posh. This is a further report from the Department of Water and Sanitation, the reference number WS 06-2022-2023. And the description for the tender is tender for the, let me go back, because I wanted to take the committee straight to further report. The description for the tender is tender for the appointment of a consulting engineering firm for the rendering of professional services for the urgent refurbishment of the Brongo-Sprayed water treatment plant and Sokulumi boreholes. So I would like to take the committee straight to page 55, because this is a further report. On page 55, we have our further report, which says, page 55. Page 55 is a further report as our item 21. During the discussion of this item by the BID Adjudication Committee on the 29th of October 2022, the committee noted that table 13 and 14, the names of the bidders as well as their numbers were not in order and that the total number of bidders that did not attend the briefing session was 4 and not 5. Thereafter raised the following concerns: that if this was an engineering appointment, why did the department not utilize the HHS panel tender that was already in place? And that their second concern, that the panel of consulting engineer would not have covered the work required. That in line with the pricing policy, does it allow the bidder that the bidder can tender or quote for certain items for this item? Next on the list, why don't the values correspond with that the department have on table 13 and JV, and table 13 indicated 13.1 million, and on table 14 it indicates 268 million. Thereafter, the committee agreed to refer the report back to the bid evaluation committee for them to do the following. Number one, their first concern was to clean up the report. The second one, to relook at the pricing, confirm that items not quoted for are in line with the pricing schedule. The next concern, to fix the tables 13 and 14 for them to align with the rest of the report. And then also to confirm the scope of the tender if it is not covered under HHH panel. And lastly, to confirm if SMEC South Africa Pty Ltd and Marizwe Pty Ltd submitted 2 bids under 2 entities. So the first consent, so it was therefore resolved out that USDWS 26/2022 tender for the appointment of a consulting engineering firm for the rendering of professional services for the urgent refurbishment of the Brongo Spray water treatment plant and Sokulumi boreholes as referred back to the bid evaluation committee for them to do the following. So I'll go straight to 21.1. The first concern from the BAC that says to clean up the report. BEC response is that on the report above, we incorrectly captured bidder 36, as SMEC Consulting Pty and Marizwe Ltd instead of Marizwe. Apparently, it was appearing as SMEC and Marizwe instead of Marizwe only Pty Ltd Consulting Engineering VSC Pty Ltd. We therefore corrected as table below. Bidder 35 is SMEC South Africa, and bidder 36 is correctly captured as Marizwe. Then the second concern stated on 21.2, relook at the pricing, confirm that items not quoted for are in line with the pricing schedule. The BEC response, the committee referred to the scope of work on C.2.1.7, which state that both pricing schedule must be completed in full. As a result, recommended bidder, which is bidder number 33, Element Consulting Firm, was disqualified for not quoting on other items, therefore cannot be considered any further. The committee further checked price schedule for all other remaining bidders that went through to preference point system as tabled below, and noted that they also did not quote on other items as per scope of work, therefore will not consider further. Remember, this is in relation to the scope of work, which is on C.2.1.7. Then item number 3, the third concern highlighted on 21.3, to fix tables 13 and 14 to be aligned with the rest of the report. Table 13 is the one that is appearing there, and it was aligned to table 14. So the first column that you see there, members, is for table 13. So it was aligned accordingly, indicating Marizwe as bidder number 36. And then the second table is where the corrections were made. Then the fourth concern was that to confirm the scope of work of the tender, if the scope of work of this tender is not covered under HH panel. The response from the BEC committee, the HH01 2018-19 tender for a panel of professional services provided for the City of Tshwane for a period of 3 years, tender referred by BAC has expired. Then the BEC consulted with the Director Acquisition to check similar tenders that offer the same service and were advised that there is a tender in place, which is C0001 2021-22. And then the description for this tender is tender for the framework contract for multidisciplinary professional engineering services for various projects in Tshwane on an as and when required for 3-year period covered this service. Therefore, the BEC recommends that the department utilize tender reference C0001 2021 for the service. Then lastly, the concern was for, as indicated on 21.5, to confirm if SMEC South Africa Pty and Marizwe submitted 2 bids under 2 entities. The response on the report above, we incorrectly captured bidder 36 as SMEC South Africa and Marizwe instead of Marizwe being on its own as Marizwe Pty Ltd Visual Consulting Engineer. The bids were submitted as separate entities. Then our the committee's conclusion was that the committee referred as indicated, I think it was on when it was talking about the scope of work. Then the committee referred that none of the bidders complied with this requirement. Therefore, BEC recommended cancellation because most bidders did not code on other items. And according to the spec, it was a requirement to code for all items. Then the committee decided to cancel the tender with the following reasons: that no acceptable tenders are received. So it is therefore recommended that the tender for the consulting engineer be cancelled as there are no acceptable tenders received. Thanks, Chair. The report is tabled for consideration.
Thank you, BEC Chairperson. Members, comments? Member Shingangi?
Yeah, as recommended, Chair. You know, I went through this report last
Yeah.
night. I thought the recommendation was going to be different. Then just when I get to the report, to the recommendation, it said cancellation. I said, oh my word.
Yeah.
As recommended, Chair.
Member Makata?
Yes, I concur with the member, as I think as recommended.
Malaka?
Yeah. No, Chair, thanks. It's as recommended.
Yeah, at a point you're thinking, no, they are correcting it, they are winning, but the next thing it goes the different way. DHSM, any comments? I see you, Group Head.
Chair, it's not coming out clear for me. When the BEC chair says we are cancelling, are we cancelling because the service providers that went through to the last stage were those are the service providers that also did not quote in full or complete the pricing schedule in full? I just need that clarity, Chair.
BEC Chair?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair. Yes, Member DH. Also,
Yeah.
the recommended bidder did not code for all items.
For all
Hence, we
items.
say yes.
And the rest, we were the second, third, or fourth, also did not
Also the
quote in
same.
full.
Yes, they did the same.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Group Head, not only.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, this is one of our, I thought, let me just include one of our most important services that we require. We know about the water issues, water quality issues in Region 7, human rights commissions, and in fact, we are at the Court of Law. DWS is on our case, and as part of the action plan, the city manager made a commitment for refurbishment of the plant, and we put down an anticipated date, which I think we were on target to comply to. I think we cited 15th of December. It's an order, so I thought let me bring that forward. So I accept that it's a cancellation. We will have to go through the panel from human COO cluster. So I'm going, as we come forward, I'm going to plead with SEM to assist us to fast track the appointment. Chair, just a interesting observation. And in fact, that was my main reason why I raised my hand. I draw your attention to item 1.1 of the meeting of today, WS10 2023, double column, cancellation, double column, and it continues. So for consistency, I was wondering why it was not the subject, and I think that is a point that Member Mpefu touched on. Why was it not called a cancellation report, just out of interest and for consistency? Thank you.
Noted, Chair. I see DH Kubuza wants to comment.
Thank you, Chair and committee. Noted, prepared. Yeah, I think there is a panel that exists, which is the COO panel. I think just a concern is that one of the critical, requirements for us, a skill is that of process engineering skills within, and we do not have a process engineer, and I've been informed within that COO panel. But I think it's something that we will just have to look at and see how then do we address that. But we will take that up with the EPMU and see how we address that. If not, that might be, mean that we might not, if we're not able to cross that bridge, because we need the process expertise, then we might not necessarily be able to go that route, but we will engage with the PMU on that panel. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for that. Noted. I think Rupert, the concern around why it wasn't a cancellation, I would imagine the BEC was trying to show that it's a further report responding to the previous resolution of BAC. Maybe they should have said cancellation further report so that it's clear. As you followed the report, I also was thinking we are getting somewhere. We are gonna get a bidder qualified, but yeah, as you get to the end, indeed it drops you there. Yeah, but I think the fact is that there's no responsive bidder in terms of the specification, and as a result, we are cancelling the tender as recommended. Yes, there's a CEO panel, and I think the department is pointing to a possible weakness within the current panel, which they will have to obviously take up with the EPMU and see how possibly they can overcome that challenge. Members, I think for the purpose of this report and what is before us, I would want us to close it and as recommended, as a recommended cancellation, and then note that in addition to that, the department do explore the possibility to use COO. The COO panel is approved now. And then obviously that engagement will then proceed to SCM following EPMU. Members, as recommended, can we wrap it like that?
As recommended, sir.
Okay, thank you, members.
Yes, sir.
Do we want to take a quick body break, 5 minutes?
Assembly, sir.
It's been a marathon morning. So can we reconvene at 12:05 exactly?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Members, we back?
Yes, Chair.
Malaka Makata?
Yes, Chair, we're back.
Mapula, you now taking over, right?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, let's proceed to item 2.1.
Okay, we are now on item 2, economic development, 2.1, ED03 2020-21 rectification report, tender to appoint a service provider for the rendering of a preventative maintenance program and emergency service repair of UPS as and when required basis for the period of 3 years.
Madam Kopa, you are in?
Yes,
Rama?
I'm in. Yes, I'm in, Chair.
Okay, over to you.
This report, I presented it before, I think it was sometimes in February 2022, and it was referred back because they could just have a look on page 30, on page 40 of the report, why this report was referred back. It says the report was presented by the bid evaluation chairperson, myself, and it says during the discussion of the item by the bid adjudication on the 11th of Feb, the committee agreed that the report be referred back to the bid evaluation committee for them to submit the pricing schedule. Members, I think I need to apologize on this because the report could have come back a long time, but unfortunately, after I presented this, then I was just admitted for long in the hospital. So when the time I came back, I thought maybe this matter has been closed, only to find now that the matter is not closed. That's the reason why I'm presenting it now. And because the BAC requested that we submit the pricing schedule, on our response, we are saying the pricing schedule submitted, C Annexure A, I think should be Annexure B. If you look at the Annexure, should be Annexure B. And the time we are comparing the pricing schedule of the recommended bid versus the appointment letter, it was discovered that item 2.1, 3.1, 0.23, 6.8, 6.19, and 7.15, and the last one is 9.21 were captured incorrectly on the appointment letter. And the appointment letter, I think it should be on Annexure C, not Annexure B, and which is attached in this report. And then after that, we did the other annexure, which is Annexure A, not Annexure C, just to compare the prices that need to be rectified on the appointment letter. And the appointment letter is also attached on the annexure. And then the recommendation we did rectify it according to the appointment letter, according to the pricing schedule of the recommended bidder. And fortunately, this doesn't have any impact on changing the recommendation because this bidder was the only one left, and as a result, then we corrected the pricing schedule according to his tender documents, and the report is submitted. Thank you.
Easy Chair, my only concern is I couldn't necessarily, just for the record, check where the changes are being made. Are you able to do that?
Just look at the annexure. I think it should be Annexure A.
Okay. That is the first one under the attachment, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So these were the items that we are correcting.
Can you just for the record to just read them so that we have them on record?
Okay, I think the first one should be item 2. And on the tender, on the bidder's tender document is 25,000, and it was approved as 25,000, but the appointment letter, it came as 25 Rand. And the other one, 26,000 on the very same item, then it was approved as 26,000, but the appointment letter came as 26 Rand. And on item 3, 3.1.23, then it was approved as 380. No. Yes, it was approved as 380, but on the appointment letter, then it came as 10 times the amount, which is 3,800. And on item number 6, which is 6.8, it was approved as 600, but the appointment letter came as 6,000. And on 6.19, it was approved as 700, then the appointment letter came as 7,000. And 7.15, it was approved as 5,005, but the appointment letter came as 5,003. And on item 9, it was approved as 1,650, but the appointment letter came as 1,560. So it was, I don't know whether it was a typo error or what, but the correct amount are the one on the bidder's document.
Okay.
So we are correcting those amount.
Okay, so through the pricing schedule, these are the items that are being corrected.
Yes.
As in the bid document.
Yes.
And the recommendation is in line with
the corrected prices. Yes.
Okay. No, that helps. Members, comments?
Look, Chair, I'm partly covered with the submission, but I was gonna be quite super comfortable if those amounts were reflected. I see in terms of bullet number 2 on the changes that were incorrectly captured. I mean, you are reflecting them in terms of the items there, but maybe it was gonna be quite also helpful if we articulated that from a BEC perspective in terms of this was a incorrect figure and this is a corrected figure. This was this and this is that, something to that effect. But I see, I mean, how you captured it. You just made the reference to the numbers in the thingy,
Yeah.
So, yeah. Thanks, Chair.
Would it assist maybe if in just here in their response, they detail 2.1 from they are requesting a correction from this figure to that figure, from this figure to that figure? Would that assist?
To do what?
I mean, on your response, I'm taking forward the point that Member Shigangi is raising.
Oh, yes.
You have, for example, noted that items 2.1, 3.1, and all that were captured incorrectly.
Yes.
So he was suggesting that somewhere here, maybe, if we just put a table to show where we're correcting from to what we're correcting from, so that within the body of the report, that correction is also noted. Malaka, does that cover the point?
Yeah. Yes, we can do that, but I thought maybe the bidders pricing schedule will just help.
Yeah, you see, the problem is that when you refer the CM, for example, to an attachment.
Oh, yes,
he may not have the benefit of time to be going back.
Okay, all right, okay,
if
no,
you just
understand.
detail in here the summary of the changes that you are making.
Okay, no, I'll do that.
You are correcting.
Okay, no, I'll do that. I'll come back next week.
Members, does it necessarily have to come back next week? We have the information here. Can we not do it as an amendment?
We can do it as an amendment through you.
Yes, Chair, let's do it.
Yes.
Let's do it as the deal with it administratively. I think from our side, yes.
Yeah. So, BC Chairperson, we happy with the record. All we're saying is under your response below here, put a table showing the incorrect amount, the correct amount.
Okay, now I'll do that.
As per so that within the resolution itself, we have the correct summary there.
Okay, or I'll do that, then I'll submit it to you, Chair.
Today, yeah, so that they can still get it signed off today.
Okay.
Yeah. Members, as amended?
As amended, Chair?
As amended, Chair, on provision that you will have a thorough look at the submission made, whether it concurs to the bid document and the members' recommendations.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. As amended, members? Mabula, you have noted that we will have that table under the response that just details the corrections, which will be part of the discussion. And then as part of our recommendation, then we will have the detailed pricing list as recommended by BEC. Thank you. Next item, Mapula.
The next item is 2.2, a request to extend a tender to appoint a service provider for the rental and maintenance of industrial sweeper, scrapper, cleaning machines for the Tshwane Market ED02 2019-20 for a period of 5 years.
Okay, thank you. Group head, who's delegated for this one?
Let's is in the meeting, Moss.
Okay, Mr. Otsolo.
Thanks, Chair. I want to declare first, I hereby declare that I don't have any personal interest on the items that are going to be served today, and then I'll abide by the rules and regulations of supply chain management. And then I also want to mention that I got a delegation from the Group Head Economic Development to present this item.
Okay, you can go ahead. Please submit the letter to Mapula.
The declaration letter and the delegation
one,
letter
yeah.
have already been submitted, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Just a correction on the description is for the request for an extended tender to appoint service provider for the rental and maintenance of industrial sweeper, scrapper, cleaning machines for the Tshwane Market for a period of 5 months, not 5 years. Is 5 months. Chairperson, the purpose of this request is to extend the tender for industrial sweeper and scrubbing machine at the Tshwane Market, which was appointed in December 2019, and then they've started to work in March 2020. So in February, the end of February, the tender will be expired. That's why we come to BAC to request for the extension while we are still busy finalizing the tender. So we have attached the appointment letter for reference, and then we also attached the service level agreement. There are 3 dates here in this report. The first date is the December 2019, where the acting city manager appointed the service provider, a appointment letter, and also the purchase order. The service provider started to work in March 2020, and that's why the department is saying that the tender will be expiring when we count the 36 months, it will be expiring the end of February. And then another attachment is the service level agreement, which was approved and signed in December 2020. So in terms of how did we determine the 5 months? We checked the regulations, the supply chain policy on the threshold. We worked the 5 months on the threshold on the total tender contract, and then we put the 15% there, and then that 15% give us the 5 months. That's why we came out on the period of 5 months. We used the 15% threshold as advised by the supply chain management. So in terms of the motivation for this, we require the services of this tender to continue in order for the market to comply in terms of the food protocols and food safety and occupational health and safety. So previously, we received a lot of non-compliance reports from environmental health, pointing that the market is not compliant in terms of cleanness. So we don't want to break the issue of the cleanness on the market by not having a service provider that is rendering that service. We want a continuity. That's why I said within the 5 months, as things can go according to our projections, we'll be having the tender. So the specifications for the new tenders and everything has been submitted. They are underway at the supply chain management for the appointment of the service provider. So we did receive the comments from supply chain management, and then also from legal department. And then we didn't source the comments from EPMU because they are not applicable for this request, because this is an OPEX project, not a CAPEX project. Chairperson, the department is therefore recommend that the tender for the rental and maintenance of industrial sweeper scrubber machine at the Tshwane Market be extended for a period of 5 months with the current scope and terms of conditions as attached in Annex B on the appointment letter and also on the service level agreement. And then the price that was on the appointment letter will not vary. So it will be the price that was captured on the appointment letter in terms of the pricing schedule. So we're not asking extra money on this, and then we're not asking that we deviate from the initial scope of work. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Altswalo. Members, the report is presented. Can I take comments, Malaga? You still perusing?
Thanks, Chair. I think from my side, there's few questions that I just need clarity on. I think the first thing, it shows that the report, the appointment letter was issued in February, and the SLA was, I think there were variants. Okay, the appointment letter was issued in December 2019, and they started executing their work on March 2020, and their contract was signed in December 2020. Maybe for interest's sake, when was the commencement date for this contract? And number two, I guess maybe it's important for the department to also reflect the value of variation from the original contract, so that it falls within the 15% bracket as stated by Circular 62. Because only they just mentioned towards the end of the report that the original contract value was 6.9 million for the period of 36 months. So in terms of this extension, how much will that cost for the period of 5 months? So that it shows directly how much will this cost us, and if it's within Circular 62. I think those will be my comments for now, Chair, and just to get clarity from the department. I'll come again.
Thank you for that. Member Shingangi?
Thank you very kind, Chair. The one point covered by Malak on the VO, just to get the actual quantum in terms of the VO, I think is important to indicate that I've noted that the comments from SCM are negative, not supportive of this report. However, I know for a fact that, I mean, there is significant work that is currently being undertaken in the fresh produce market environment, just to ensure that there is compliance, specifically, I mean, on issues of OHS, and given the fact that, I mean, there is a project underway that tries to really resuscitate the market as one of our cash cows from a revenue perspective. I think it's important for us to perhaps look at it in that context, because I would have expected part of the motivation to essentially cater for that, because we know very well that in the fresh produce market, I mean, the city was doing fairly well with respect to revenue in the previous years. I mean, but given the current state of the market now, I think we are losing quite a lot of revenue that we could realize moving forward. I take it that with the 5 months that has been requested here, immediately the department would start with the actual procurement process, rather tender process, you know, to start with the advert and ensure that once the 5 months lapses, they should be able to get, you know, a person or a firm appointed, appropriate in line with our supply chain management policy. So I need to get that confirmation going forward that there is already a parallel process that is running. I heard from the presenter that indeed, they've started with an exercise, but I want to get confirmation that within that 5 months that is requested, they will be able to appoint and get a service provider to be able to fulfill this very important responsibility, Chair. I'm quite comfortable with the report, subject to responses that I've posed for the department, Chair. Thank you very kind.
Member Makata, comments?
Yeah, thanks. I think from my side, maybe also Mr. Latola can just indicate, I think it's basically supporting what also GSO indicated to say, yes, there's a proposal for 5 months. I think we need to have confirmation in terms of how far is the supply chain process now, so that we don't have a situation where after 5 months, there's no service provider. So we need to be able to say within five months, there will be a service provider, or maybe just indicate that we are saying for the period of not exceeding 5 months, so that if it's possible by 3 months, then we can be able to finalize it. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Latola, if this contract was appointed, just to follow up on what Malaka indicated, can we just firstly clarify the commencement date? Because I think that is where the bone of contention in relation to the SCM comments is. If we can deal with that, I see you saying the appointment letter is it's in December 2019, SLA 2020, and the first order was March 2020. Even if we were to take the December 2019 period, this contract would still be valid now. Am I correct?
No, Chairperson. It will be expired in November.
This
if
November.
we take November 2022.
Also, it will expire on the 5th of November, anyway.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah, please just clarify that, because there's an issue around SCM is saying they are looking for evidence of in their comments. If you look, they are looking for evidence of contract commencement.
Okay,
so let's deal with that, because obviously this is an own goal we don't want. And if we need to engage SCM to clarify this issue, we need to conclusively deal with that. Otherwise we are just creating our own goals unnecessarily. Please.
Okay, thanks, Chair. The appointment letter was signed in December 2019, and then we submitted the request for the draft of the service level agreement to contract management. And then there was a delay there. That's why the market didn't wait for long. And then we requested the service provider to commence on the 1st March 2020. And then the evidence of commencement is attached as Annexure A. It's just the purchase order, the first purchase order that we sent to the service provider to execute the work at the market in March 2020. So we have been taking that as a commencement date at the March 2020. And then later on, after some months, then we received the signed service level agreement from contract management in December 2020. So by so saying that the commencement date, according to our records, and then when we calculate the 36 months, is the 1st March 2020. That's why we said it's going to expire in March 2023. Can I continue, Chair, with other comments from other members? Okay, I agree with Dr. Malaka on especially on the financial implications, that we just put the total contract amount, and then we didn't put that 15% threshold. That is how much. So we'll put that one immediately after this meeting. And then also the confirmation for the evidence that we are busy trying to get the procurement processes to appoint a service provider within 5 months. We have got the evidence. Unfortunately, we didn't attach it on this report. So if you allow us, Chairperson, we can attach those evidence, the tender, advertising request and everything which were approved by all our principals.
Okay, thank you for that. Members, would it be a fair way forward if we requested, just like we resolved the GPM issue, if we got a timeline breakdown from the department from appointment of the tender since it started, since appointment. I see also in the appointment letter there was a 30-day period where the service provider had to respond with a proposal and all that. Surely there would have been a period within which they accepted and all that. And the department can sit and just on a summary table, just note what has happened since the appointment letter was issued. And with that time activity, the department should engage directly with DHSCM so that we can resolve the SCM comment. Because I think if you look at the SCM comment, we wouldn't want to go forward with a report that raises this kind of comments on something that seems to be at face value something we can resolve. I think if we have a timeline activity from the department, we can then sit with the performance team in SCM with the DH and then have this matter resolved. And then the report can then come back having revised comments in view of the timeline activity, 1. 2, the amount for the 15% having been inserted in the report, and then the proof of the new tender process also being attached as an attachment within the report. I think if we address those 3 key issues, we have a better chance of moving forward on the report. Members, would you agree that we can handle this matter like that? Refer it back for these 3 things to be attended to, and then we can look at it. I mean, we can have a special meeting next week if we did.
Support, Chair.
Members?
Supported, Chair.
Okay. Malaga?
Supported as well.
Okay. Yeah, with your indulgence, department, Mapula, we referring the report back and we're requesting the department to develop a tabulated timeline for the tender to try and clarify these concerns that have been raised from appointment, acceptance, and all that. That will clearly indicate when the work started. And then with that, there should be an engagement between the department and SCM to resolve the comments. And then 2, we need the department to include the 15% or the value of the variation that is being requested. And then we also need them to, within the report, clarify how far the new tender process is, and then the relevant attachments to be attached in the report. With that, we should be able to, when that is completed, then the report can come back for BAC to relook at it. So that will be the summary of the referral back. As amended, members?
As amended, Chair.
Yes, Chair, as amended.
Thank you very much. The report is referred back. Mapula, next item.
Our next item is from Group Property, item 3.1, GPM 02-2022-23, further report, tender to appoint contractors for electrical maintenance and repairs of City of Tshwane buildings and facilities for a period of 3 years, as and when required.
Thank you. Tumenene, you are in the meeting?
Yes, Chair. I'm in a meeting. Yes, good afternoon, Chairperson, members, and colleagues. My name is Bongseni Nene, and I'll be presenting the report to you. It's a further report, as already stated. Oops, sorry. Just 1 second, sorry. It's a report GPM 02-2022-2023. It's a further report to tender to appoint contractors for electrical maintenance and repair of City of Tshwane building and facilities for the period of 3 years as and when required. If you go to page 216, that's where the further report comments. The report was presented to BAC on the 29th of September 2022, and the following was noted. From the scope of work, the City of Tshwane has the right to utilize a service of any service provider in any other region should the service provider of that region fails to deliver. Appoint a single or multiple service provider in whole or part of the provision to service for this tender. Appoint this tender is it deems appropriate to provide adequate provisions of services which may include the award of this tender on regular basis and or rotational basis as and when required. To appoint an alternative service provider should the recommended service provider not be able to provide the required service or accept the appointment of the tender. To cancel or withdraw this tender in whole or in part. The tender at the BEC committee engage the department regarding the work allocation across all 7 regions. That region 3 is the biggest in terms of the work demand. Basically, the report was referred back as the committee wanted BEC to just check if the 2 bidders for Sonake Azike Investment Pty Limited, JVTCL Group Pty Limited, and Pelgers Trading CCJV Benadine Pty Limited were supposed, according to the committee, they stated that they were supposed to be disqualified under stage 2 special disqualification criteria on basis that they did not meet the minimum CBD contractual grading of 3 EP or 3 EBD or higher as per the requirements of the specification. The committee therefore agreed to refer the report back to BAC to apply the CIBD grading evaluation according to the specification and the recommendation. Bidder Zanek Azik Investment Pty Limited, JVTLC Group Pty Limited, and Pelgers Trading CC JV Benedine Pty Limited. The committee went back and then we did the CIBD calculation, and the findings were that bidder 79 Sonaka Azik Investment Pty Limited, JVTCL Group, according to the CID calculation, their grading is 4 EP, which is in line with the requirement of the specification. It should be 3 EP or higher, so they are fine. And then we went on to check bidder number 93, which is Pelgers Trading CC JV Benadine Pty Limited, and they are scoring according to the calculator. CIBD grading calculator, it's 7 EP combined. Therefore, the 2 bidders are still recommended are still recommended as they were recommended previously. Therefore, the recommendations remains the same. BEC is still recommending to BAC for the appointment of bidder 182 for region 3 for the price of 162 and 188 rand and 98 cent. Bidder 141 for region 1 for the amount of 162,895,084 cent, and then bidder number 79 to be appointed for region 2 for the amount of 163 304.76. Bidder 163 for region 4 for the amount of 5,531.40 cents, and bidder 93 for region 6 for the amount of 164.58 rand and 30 cents, and then bidder number 185 to be appointed for region 5 for the amount of 164.105 rand, and then bidder number 258 to be appointed for region 7 for the amount of 164.1010 rand. And the pricing schedule is indicated from page 209 until the end. Therefore, the report has been presented to members. Thank you.
Thank you, BC Chair. Members, the report is presented. Comments? Jason?
So can I come back later? I'm just trying to check something here.
That's fine. Malaka?
Chair, from my side for now, I just need clarity on this one. Just a second. There's bidder 169 and bidder 216, which have submitted a duplicate bid. In my understanding, 169 duplicate bid, the same as 216. And I see there's a statement there that says we will be evaluating 260. So when I read this, the interpretation says bid 260 and bid 169 and 216 is from the same company. So in essence, will be the three are from the same company, but will only be evaluating 260. Can I get that clarity for now? I'll come back again, Chair.
Chair, you want to deal with that?
Yes, I just want to go back to the top. Yes, it was bid 169 and 216 that submitted the same. It was a duplicate. No, I'm sorry. I see that statement. It should be bidder 216 that will be evaluated and not 260. So we just need to correct.
Yeah, I was just confused now to say that means then 260, 216 and 169 is the same company, but the names are different now.
Yes, can I just text 261 bids document were received, but then since bid 169 and 216 are a duplicate, therefore it means we'll only be evaluating 260 documents. So the statement is indeed correct. I'm sorry about that. It's just the 260 is not the bidder number, but it's actually the number of bid documents that will be evaluated.
Okay, I see what you are saying. So we will only be evaluating 260.
Yes.
Yeah. So in terms of the two, you only have to evaluate one as well.
I know. Yes.
Okay, sure. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, let's refer to page numbers. At a point I was lost.
I'm sorry, we're on page 13.
I saw it. Thanks, I saw that. So in terms of today's further report, you basically clarifying the CIDB grading that you were requested to sort out.
Yes.
And there are issues of allocation, which I think seems to have been a bit of a concern as well, right?
No, lastly, the only consent was on the grading. There was no consent on the allocation. The department was involved previously on the allocation, and the cheapest bidder was awarded Region 3. So there was nothing wrong with the allocation. It was just the JVs where we had to verify the gradings.
Okay. No, I think that is clear now. Okay. Member Makata?
Yes, Chair. I think from my side, this is related to allocation. I understand that especially Region 3, that is the cheapest. But for me, my concern is that the same as the one for cleaning, where you find that there's one service provider for Region 3, as if it's the same as Region 7 and Region 5. So you find that at the end, they don't have capacity. Are they sure that this service provider will be able to deliver? Because for me, at least, if we were saying for Region 3, even the size, maybe we should have 2 service providers. Was it not part of the discussion, as I can see also from the previous report? Thanks.
Chair?
No, Chair, it was not part of the previous discussion. The specification was clear that the biggest region be allocated to the cheapest service provider. And since there are 7 qualifying bidders, each region should be allocated one service provider. If or not the department will be able to cope, I will not be able to answer that question. I think the department will be the relevant people to answer that. But the BEC did evaluate and did the allocation as per the specification.
Okay. Department, are we in here to comment on that point? Who is it? Swiso? Is he here? May not be here. Okay. Well, the assurance we're getting is that, as noted on the BAC resolution, the allocation is in line with what the specs said. Member Shingange?
Yeah, Chair, just on the recommendation, I'm just reading, and I think the chairperson of PC, I think, has covered. If you look on page, I just want to see page 171, just under recommendation number 10, it says allocation of work based on the region size as stipulated on the specific or specifications on paragraph 4.1. The city will assess the following stages, then it proceeds. So I take it that there was no, as part of our specification, where size of the region was emphasized, because I'm still trying to check that, whether size will play a fundamental role as per what Member Makata was raising earlier on. So I'm just trying to go to the specification to check whether size was one of those requirements in terms of the number of service providers that should be allocated to a region. Because I'm just trying to comprehend that statement, Chair, in terms of what was the rationale behind it on page 171. If perhaps the chairperson of the BC can assist there, that it doesn't really contradict what was captured as part of the specification, then I would have been answered in that respect, Chair. Thank you very much.
So,
yes, just as.
Can you take us back to the allocation framework in the
Yes.
spec, and then we start there, and then you can then explain what you guys have done. I think that might solve the problem.
Okay, Chair. Just
with
1
page,
second. I need to go back a bit.
Page numbers, ne? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, it's on page 6. It says 4.1 terms of appointment. Sorry, it's actually page 5, and then it goes on to page 6. It says the city will assess applicants following the stages of, as listed below, stage 1 to 4. They will intend to appoint a maximum of seven service providers to work in each region. Service providers is expected to complete pricing schedule and should more than 7 qualified the stage below, price will be the determining factor with 7 cheapest amongst all the appointed. Allocation method of service provider to various regions will be based on the pricing, with the lowest aggregate price to be placed at the region with the highest work demand, and 7th lowest aggregate price to be allocated to the region with least amount of work. I think that covers your question, Chair.
I'm covered, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, BEC Chair. Members, any other comment? I think what was in the BAC resolution, the CIDB, I think we agree it's been clarified in terms of the attached CIDB calculator. So the BEC Chair has already gone through the recommendation in terms of who's recommended for what region. Is there any other comment? Malaka Makata?
Chair, from my side, I'm covered, I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. Malaka?
Yes, Chair, it's a very long report, but I guess I'm covered.
Yeah, okay. I think for the purpose of the further report, yes, we covered. And of course, we needed to just clarify the allocation that is done correctly. And in terms of what the BEC Chair has indicated, it is covered. So, members, the recommendation, just for the record, you read a very long story, BEC Chair. So we're recommending 7 service providers. The highest scoring bidder is being given the region with the highest work, and so on to the end, right?
Yes.
And that's how we have understood you. So yeah, Mapula will get the recommendation, obviously, as said, but BEC has indeed clarified the issues that BAC wanted clarified. So we can recommend the report. Members, as recommended?
As recommended, Chair.
Recommended.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Chair, as recommended.
Mapula, next item.
Well, the next item is item 4, emergency services. 4.1 ES 06-2021-22, tender for the supply and delivery of fire lighting hoses and couplings to the City of Tshwane Emergency Services Department of 3 years on and as from date of appointment.
Thank you for that, Mapula. Sorry, members, just one oversight. On the previous report, the GPM1, in addition to recommending that there are bidders who are not compliant. I see bidder MSH Trading, bidder Onza, bidder Paljas, and bidder TCL, some of which may be in JVs, I hope. So those bidders will need to be given 7 days to comply. That is, it will be referred to SCM to notify the bidders who are non-compliant to comply within 7 days. Failing which, BEC will then reconsider and make alternative or recommend the second high scoring bidders. So that is the addition on that recommendation. Sorry. As amended, members.
As amended.
As amended, Chair.
Thank you. Apologies for that. Yeah, Mapula 4.1 as read. Who's presenting it?
It's me, Chairperson Rahaba.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. The bid that I'm presenting is ES 06 of 2021-2022, and as Secretariat have already mentioned that description, I won't repeat it. And the contract duration is for 3 years, and I'm presenting it for the first time before this committee, which is a bid adjudication committee. It shows that the specification was approved on the 16th of August 2021. The bid was advertised on the 22nd of September 2021. The bid closed on the 29th of October 2021. Then after that, the bid was expiring on the 29th of January 2021, and it was extended. And the first extension was done on the 29th of April 2022. The second extension was done on the 29th of July 2022, and the third extension was done on the 29th of October 2022, which will expire on the 29th of January 2022. And the responsible from the department is Rudy Bremer, and those are the bid evaluation committee members as appointed by the accounting officer. And we received 43 responses from the public. And if you see a page 3 is the start of the scope of work, then I would like the members just to move to page to page 17, and on page 17 it will show you how did we evaluate this tender. And let's go to page 17. My computer is very slow. Page 17, or page 12, I'm sorry, page 12, it says that the stages of evaluation, it says the bid will be evaluated. I'm reading point 4, which is the stages of evaluation. It says it will be evaluated into 3 stages. The first one is admin compliance, the second one is mandatory, and the third one is the preference point system. And thereafter, as you can see, the mandatory, we're looking at the bidder must be able to provide the brochure. And on point 5 on page 12, on page 13, on the pricing schedule, it says the bid is to be awarded on an as and when required basis for a period of 3 years. Item must be priced individually at a cost per unit price. The tender will be awarded to the highest scoring bidder, meaning that this tender will be awarded to one person. And thereafter, as you can see, I've already indicated that we received 43. That we receive 43 response from the public, as we can see on page on page.
Indeed.
Must I continue? Hello, Chair.
Please continue. BC.
Okay.
Sorry for the interruptions.
Okay, on page 16, it shows all the bid, the company names that responded to this bid. All in all, there are 43 as I've indicated, and I've already said this tender will be evaluated into 3 stages. And thereafter, we did pre-compliance on page 18. On pre-compliance, we are checking as to whether the bidder is registered on CSD or is there any restricted or state employee, and those ones are the automatic disqualification. But when coming to the tax issue, then we give them 7 days to fix their tax matters. And upon us doing that as supply chain, we found that none of them, they were disqualified on the compliance, and therefore all of them qualified to go to stage 1, which is the administrative compliance. Usually in the administrative compliance, we are checking MBD4, MBD8, and MBD9. As you can see, the ones that are highlighted in bold, it means they didn't adhere on MBD4, and therefore they were disqualified on administrative compliance. And they are mentioned there on 7.1, and thereafter the ones that they complied with the administrative compliance, they are there on page 22, and thereafter you can see that the one that says non-compliant, they are highlighted in bold, meaning that they will be disqualified on mandatory. And therefore the one that qualified are the ones that are on point 10 of page 23. And thereafter, then we populated the pricing schedule of all the ones that complied on admin and mandatory. And as a result, if you go to page page 25 of the report. Then we populated the price together with the BE status, which is point 18 on page 25. And as you can see, the lowest on price and highest on BEE is bidder number 11, which is Roscopics Pty Limited. And as a result, this bidder is the one that we are recommending for this bid, because the tender document, it was clear saying that this must be appointed to one service provider, and the bid is presented before this committee for further evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you, BEC Chair. Members, the report is presented. Any comments? Yes, so I can start with you if you are okay.
Thank you, Chair. Can't pick up anything amiss, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Makata?
Yeah, Chair, I'm also covered from my side. I'm happy with the report. Thanks.
Member Malaka?
Chair, for now, I can pick up anything. I think I'm content. Thanks.
I also don't really have an issue. I think the evaluation was as per the evaluation criteria. Tax compliance. The bidder is tax compliant. Members, as recommended?
Yes, Chair, as recommended.
As recommended, Chair.
As recommended, Chair, thanks.
Mabula, next item.
The next item, Chairperson, is item 5 from Tshwane Metro Police. 5.1 TMPD 03-2021-22, tender for the supply and delivery of Tshwane Metro Police uniform and clothing on an as and when required basis.
Back to you, Madam Hooper.
Thanks, Chairperson. Once again, the tender that I'm presenting is TMP 03 of 2021-2022, is from Tshwane Metro Police Department, and this tender, I won't mention the description. It's a uniform clothing for Metro Police, and it's a contract duration of this is 3 years. And I'm presenting this a bid for the first time before this committee, and it shows that the specification was approved on the 12th of April 2021, and the bid was advertised on the 22nd of September 2020, and it closed on the 8th of Feb 2021. And there was a briefing session held. I think this briefing session I can see on the advert, it was saying compulsory briefing session, meaning that whoever they didn't attend the briefing session, then they will be disqualified because it was compulsory. Then it was held on the 12th of October 2021, and the official from the department is Mabona, and on our side it was Mapaseka, and those are the bid evaluation committee members as appointed by the accounting officer. And the bid was extended several times, and the last extension will expire on the 1st of Feb of 2023. And members, I just want members just to go to page, I think it's page 9, and this bid is having a item. The item is from item 1 and item until item 34. As you can see on the scope of work, it shows that. And on page 9, it says the stages of evaluation. On the stages of evaluation, first, we evaluating the administrative compliance, and second, it was a mandatory requirement, and third, it was a local content, and the fourth one, it was a preference point, and the last one, it was a sample evaluation. And usually on the sample, on the administrative compliance, and then we check as we can, before I can go there, is that on page 13, we populated all the bidders that responded to this bid, and all of all in all, they are all the 26, and you can see their names there. And the last one is bidder number 26, which is Plenteous Trading Pty Limited. And as usual, we did the pre-compliance. On the pre-compliance, as I've indicated, we're checking whether is there any restricted or employee of state, and as to whether this bidder they appear on the CSD, they're registered on the CSD, and failure to comply with those 3 requirements, then they will be disqualified based on that. But the tax compliant, as I've indicated, then we can give them another 7 days just to fix their tax matters. Upon us doing that, we found that 3 bidders, they didn't attend the compulsory briefing session, which is bidder number 1, bidder number 4, and bidder number 21. Because this briefing session, it was compulsory, meaning these bidders, they will be disqualified for further evaluation. And thereafter, the remaining ones, then we did the very same thing. We checked the MBD4, 5, 8, and 9. Then we found that on MBD4, remember, they must declare fully on this MBD4. Then, as we can see, the one that are in bold, and they will be disqualified, and the other one that they say they did not declare on MBD4 3.14. And as you can see, if you go to 6.1, it shows all the bidders from bidder number 2, bidder number 5, 7, 13, 15, 17, 18, 19, 22, 23, 24. These bidders were disqualified because they didn't comply with all the administrative compliance. And thereafter, the remaining bidders, then they went to stage number 2. Stage number 2 is the one that we're checking the capability report. Then after that, as we can see on that, it shows that those are the ones that the capability report complied, meaning that those are the ones that submitted the capability report. As you can see on that page, it shows the ones that are non-compliant and the ones that are compliant on the capability report. And the ones that are not compliant, as a result, those bidders will be disqualified for further evaluation. And thereafter, and the next stage, it was the local content. The local content was clear, saying that we are looking for 100% on textile, clothing, leather, and footwear, and failure for a service provider not to provide us with the 100% on local content, then they must give us a letter from a DTI authorizing them just to if ever they're going to import those material, then they must get a letter from DTI. They must be exempted a letter from DTI. And thereafter, then we did that on the local content. On the local content, as we can see, 4 bidder number 9, bidder number 10, bidder number 20, bidder number 25, they complied with everything on the local content that they have submitted. But the other one, which is bidder number 16, they bidded on some other item. On some other item, yes, their local content they did comply, but on the other item they didn't comply. That's why we said partially compliant, because on the other one they didn't put the percentage of that particular textile. Then as a result, we disqualified them. But the ones that they put the percentage, then we consider them we consider them on those particular items. That is why we are saying partially compliant. And thereafter, we're saying that then the last stage, it was the sample evaluation. On the sample evaluation, that we requested sample of bidder number 9, bidder number 11, bidder number 16, 20, and 25. But remember, not all of them, they bidded for all the items. But as I've indicated, I said, this bid will be awarded per item, then per section, I'm sorry. Then the ones that they qualified for that item, some of them, they did submit the sample, some of them, they didn't submit the sample. As you can see on page 22, it shows that the ones that submitted, those are the items. Then the one that says compliant, it means that they submitted the item, but the other ones that says no compliant, they submitted. But upon us, remember, we asked the department, we asked the chief of police just to send a team of the uniform committee just to come and evaluate this, to assist us with evaluating these samples. And the team came, and thereafter we gave them the sample for that that the bidder submitted, and as a result, we are there with them. We're just we're evaluating those samples with them. But the ones that says complied, it means they did comply. The one they submitted, but we found that their sample does not comply. And the other one, we find that, as you can see on that sample evaluation, the one they didn't code on that item, so there was not necessary for them to submit the item. Then, as you can see, the one that's complied, we did them on bold. Then after that, the ones that they compliant, then we check the item of which where they complied with. Then after that, we populated the prices. As you can see on item 1, it was bidder number 9, 11, 16, 20, and 25. Then we populated their prices. And like then we did the very same thing, like from item 2, item 3, 4 until the last item, which is item 34. And thereafter, then we went back into the 90-10 on this on this tender. Let me check the 90-10. Here's the 90-10 because this is too low. Yes, from page 66, then we did the 90-10 on this bid. As you can see, we said on the 90-10 on item 1, bidder number 20, it was the lowest on price and highest on BEE, but bidder number 11 and 25, they didn't comply on this item. Then we did the very same thing. Then on item 2, it was bidder number 20 again, and bidder number 11, 25, they didn't comply on this. Then we check all the items until bidder number 34, and thereafter, then we did the recommendation. But on the recommendation, we're taking the highest on the lowest on price and highest on BEE, and they're the ones that will be recommended for that particular item. And the bid is presented before this committee for further deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the report. Members, the report is presented. Any comments? GSO, can I start with you?
Thanks, Chair. Maybe to start by saying a very thorough, well-presented report. I mean, it's flowing. I can't pick up on anything that is really a red flag, Chair. I'm going through the report, but it's really well presented, Chair. For now, I can't pick up on anything, Chair. Thank you.
BEC Chair, I'm glad that on the sample evaluation you indicated that you were supervising what was being done. So meaning the BEC does take responsibility for what was ultimately arrived at in the report. Now, sorry, just an administrative thing. The extensions, I see the ones that are loaded in here were for November. I know you did say February next year. I suppose you will have the latest ones, right? Can we have them submitted so we can load them in the folder as well?
You said that the ones that are submitted here, the last one is for which month?
I think it says November when I checked them, yeah.
Yeah, but remember that November, if you can check, it says it will expire on the 1st of February. It's the last one, that one.
Quite. The ones we have here were signed in August. I think that was the ones that they gave in here.
So it was signed in August and expiring in November. So we are looking for the last extension. Okay, I'll just ask my pastor to send me that one.
In fact, even the previous one, if you can just get the latest one so that we load them in as well.
Okay, I will do all the extensions.
Yeah. So that I'm fine with. Member Makata? Member Makata Malaga, maybe you can continue.
Thanks, Chair. I guess I've just picked up that the validity period for the last bid that we dealt with, maybe as you have reflected, can it be corrected because it ends October somewhere 29?
Oh, yeah.
I guess that must be addressed as well.
Yeah.
I know we already concluded on the matter, but I forgot to raise it at the time because I was looking at other things as well. With this one, the TMPD 03, I've just went through the item. I couldn't pick up anything. I guess it's in order, but the only issue is just to correct the validity date period if the last extension was done, so that we are still covered. Thanks.
Yeah, so the report should be like this one. It does show that there's a latest extension. All we need is the proof to be attached. If we could get that, even one of them flagged here, it would be nice, so that members are comfortable. And the same for the previous one, just to indicate the latest extension, and then again the attachment. So I think those are the key issues that members are concerned about. Yeah.
Okay, all right, okay, we'll just flag them out. Just as the official, just to send me those. Remember, these reports, they were loaded, I think, 3 weeks.
2 weeks ago,
They were sitting for 3 weeks in this agenda, but after that, remember, the extension were down now. So then they couldn't even update the report to put whatever.
I think
But anyway, I'll ask the official so that we can flag out the proof of extensions.
Yeah.
But definitely they were done.
Yeah, that's fine. Members, would you want to conclude or we wait for that?
Can we wait for the chair?
Yeah, let's address the validity, Chair. I think it's fundamental.
Okay.
I'm also picking up on that, and then but generally the report, I think it's well articulated and written.
BEC Chair, that's a compliment. Your 2 reports were speaking the language we want to hear.
Thank you.
Please assist us to sort out that. You will come back as soon as you already will indicate. We'll be proceeding in the meantime.
Yes, I'll come back. Not long.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Mapula, please let's proceed to the next item.
The next item, Chairperson, is item 6 from Energy and Electricity, 6.1, EED 15/2022-23, cancellation report, tender to appoint a service provider to reach turbine condenser at Ray Bow Power Station, 3-year period, as and when required.
Okay, Mr. Ramona, you in the meeting? Inas?
Yes, Chair.
Over to you. Please, your declaration.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Inos Ramunono. I by declaring that I do not have any interest in of the tender that will be serving before the committee, and I will abide by ACM regulations and also committee rules. I'm here to present several items. Maybe before I conclude, Chairperson, there is a request that I want to put forward to the committee. That is EED 17. That was loaded late. I was also asking if I could present that because it's just a cancellation together with the rest of the data that I will be presenting. So it's my plea to also present that. You would consider that you will rule over that. Okay, thank you very much. The item that I'm going to present is EED 15/2022-23, from Energy and Electricity. It's a cancellation report for the tender for the service provider to reach condensers at Rival Power Station for 3 years period as and when required. The tender specification was approved on the 19th of January 2022, advertised on the 22nd July 2022. Compulsory briefing session was on the 4th of August 2022. And then the closing date was on the 30th of August 2022. We received there's about 7 bids. Document that was submitted. And if Chairperson, if you move to the page 12, you'll see the tenders, the evaluation status on item number 4 is admin compliance, mandatory requirement and preferential points. Maybe let me quickly just move to okay. So if you go to page number, what is the page number 7? Not 7, what is this page number? Bear with me, Chairperson. Okay, page number 8, sorry. You'll see that the list of the suppliers that were received, and also did the pre-compliance there, where there was only 1 bidder that was disqualified, of which is bidder number 5. And then on the next page, we did a schedule of administration. From schedule of administration, we've got about 3 bidders that didn't comply with the stages, of which is bidder number 1, bidder number 2, and bidder number 7. From there, we went to the mandatory with the only 3 that was left, of which is bidder number 3, bidder number 4, and bidder number 6. From the mandatory requirement, and if you check the page on, we populated the result on page 10 of 12. And then all the remaining 3 bidders didn't comply with the mandatory requirement. Therefore, if you go down to page number 12, you'll see our recommendation that we recommend that this tender be cancelled. Reason being, there is no acceptable tender received for the tender. The report is presented, Chairperson.
Thank you. BC Chair, thank you for the report. Would you say there's a spec issue here or just bidders not following? Because I see you are not saying anything about the spec. Just your impression.
Actually, with this one ED15, the reason is that the requirement, I think the service provider didn't understand properly the requirement. For example, you will need them to submit maybe 3 appointed letters and completion. Then you find that they come and only submit appointment letter without the completion certificate, or they submit only one of each, and the other one maybe they submit 3, which means 1 is short. So I think it's just a matter of the suppliers didn't understand the requirement, although they understand the question, but they didn't understand what they need to put on the tender. And also on the last column where they need to certify, when you say certify the appointment, and then they didn't certify, they just submit something that is not certified as per requirement. So I don't know if those things were too strict, but I think if they understood it properly, because they have got the documentation, they could have just added them or go and certify them and attach them.
Okay, thank you. Members, comments?
Thanks, Chair. I've just looked at the spec. I think the spec is straightforward. It seems as if the bidders actually did not adhere to the mandatory requirements. So I guess I will support the recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Member Mafata?
Okay, also from my side, I concur with them. I think that I support it.
Shingange?
As recommended, Chair.
Okay, as recommended, members, the tender is cancelled. Next report, Enos, please gather yourself. Let's move. Babula?
The next item, Chairperson, is item 6.2, EED 10 2023 tender to appoint service providers for the supply, delivery, and offering main units 3-year period as and when required.
Enos?
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Let me continue. The tender is also from Utility Service, Energy and Electricity, EED 10 2022-2023, tender to appoint service provider for the supply, delivery, and offering main unit, 3 years period as and when required. On the next page of the fact sheet, see that the specification was approved on the 2nd of February 2022. Bid advert was on the 22nd of July 2022. Bid closing date was the 12th of September 2022. There was no briefing session. And then if you move, you can see that we received about 60 bidders for this tender. And the tender is valid until 11th of December 2022. Budget is 150,000, and this is the stock item tender. From the next page is the scope of work. Now I just want to draw the attention of the committee to page 9, where there are stages of evaluation. We have got stage 1, of which is the admin evaluation, stage 2, local content production, stage 3, mandatory requirements, stage 4, preferential point system. And then from there, can we move to page 13, where we listed all the bidders that submitted the tender on time, of which 60 of them, there were no late bids. And then move to page 15, did the pre-compliance there. And then there's no bidder that was disqualified due to pre-compliance. And then move to page 18, where we do the schedule of administrative compliance until page 19. And then we have got the following bidders that were disqualified due to non-compliance or attending requirements of which are 31 in quantities: bidder number 1, bidder number 4, bidder number 6, bidder number 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 19, 20, 24, 28, 30, 32, 35, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, 46, 49, 50, 51, 53, 55, and 56, 58. We also put the reasons on the far right column, why they were disqualified. Then we move to the next stage, of which is local content. And on the local content, we indicated, copied that the requirement there, where there is a different percentage in terms of the threshold that is required for the bidders to comply with. And then 29 bidders were evaluated against that. We listed there. We indicated on the far right that are not well with the reasons or the scoring. And on 5.1, we indicated all the suppliers that did not qualify with the local content, of which were 9 of them. We listed them there. And then From there, the mini tender went to the next stage, of which the mandatory stage. Item number 6, stage 3. And then we also copied the requirement there so that you can see to do the reference in terms of our scoring. And then on page 23, you will see there is an error there that I want to bring attention to the committee, that instead of on 4.1, instead of saying mandatory, it says admin disqualification. So it's just an error there. It's supposed to be mandatory disqualification on page 23 on 4.1. Just before the end, it's supposed to be mandatory disqualification, but it's reading admin disqualification. Then those companies below the bidder number 8, bidder number 14, bidder number 17, bidder number 25, bidder number 29, 37, 40, 48, and 54. Those bids that didn't make it through, we indicated the reason on the far right column. And we're left with the 11 bidders that are going to be evaluated on the price. And then on item number 8, we indicated specific contract participation goals of acceptable bidders, of which are 11 bidders. Then from there, we captured all the prices as per BOQ for all the service providers from item number 9, of which for pricing, we captured them until page 29. From page 29, we indicated the schedule of particulars and price of acceptable bidders in terms of calculating the BEE. So if you check, this tender is awarded per item. So that means we have to do each of them per item. So we have got the items from the highest point scorer until to the last for item number 1, item number 2, item number 3, item number 4, item number 5, item number 6, item number 7, item number 8, item number 9, item number 10, item number 11. So for all those items, so from there, Chairperson, due to the nature of this tender, of which is for revenue generation, and they also experience from the past where we appointed about if 6 service providers where each were having one item, and then all of them end up not being able to deliver due to the issue of the pricing. So the committee decided that they are going to recommend 2 service providers per item, not 1. So to guard against those challenges that we had from the previous tenders. So from page number 35 is the recommendation. So you will see that bidder number 13 is recommended for item 1, 3, and 7, 8, and 10. And bidder number 2, so the bidder number 23 on item number 2 is recommended for item 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, and 11. And the bidder number 34 is recommended for item 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. The 8, and 9, and 10, yeah. Bidder number, item number 4, bidder number 45 is recommended for item 6. And then item number 5, bidder number 47 is recommended for item 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Item number 6, bidder number 54 is recommended for item 1, 2, 4, and 5. Chairperson, the tender is presented to the committee. Thank you.
So Chair, maybe let's start by dealing with that last issue. So you saying from the 90-10 that we did per item, you recommending the highest scoring bidder and the second highest scoring bidder per item, or what exactly? I want to understand how you arrive at those item numbers for each of those recommended bidders. Yeah.
Okay. Not okay. What happened is that as a committee, what we sat down and we decided that just to cover, like, because of, as I said, we mostly applied our mind and then also consider what happened with the previous tenders. We decided that we recommend more than one service provider per item. The tenders is awarded per item, not as a whole. So although some of them will still repeat on other items, what we did, we recommended for the, say, item number 1, we recommend for three service providers. Item number 2, we recommend for 6 service. Hello?
Sorry. Continue.
Okay, yeah. So say item number 1, we recommend for 3 service providers. Item number 2, we recommend for 3. So which means we'll check the highest point scorer on item number 1, the second and the third. We continue like that.
Sorry, in other words, you're recommending for each 90-10 table. I'm on page 29, for example, item 1.
Page?
Page 29.
Okay.
Under your schedule of particulars and price of acceptable bidders, stage 3. Item 1, outdoor metering, RMU, whatever.
Yes.
You've got 3 bidders that scored, okay, 100, 99, 98. So 13, 47, and 52 would then be considered for item number 1 only.
Yeah, 13, yes, exactly.
And then you will then go to number 2.
Item number 2, consider.
And then you will take again the top 3.
The top 3, yes.
So you were taking from each item the 3 highest scoring bidders.
Yes.
And that's how those numbers are determined at the bottom.
The recommendation, yes.
Okay, members, I hope you follow. And then how does that reconcile with the specification? What was the spec say?
The specification is that the tender is awarded per item.
And they didn't say
They didn't close the number of bidders. So, but based on, because this is what one of the person was implementing this, because of the challenges that we also have this, and this is a revenue generation equipment, and we end up, canceling the tenders because of, suppliers failing because on this item to deliver, because this working long lead item to be manufactured. So now, based on that, we felt that the city will be safe if we have got 3 per each, so that if so that we can be able to rotate them, and then we'll be safe to be able to get what we want.
Okay, thank you. Members, your comments. I can start with Jason.
Thank you, Chair. Just on page, I just want to understand the rationale, just to make a follow-up based on what we have said. Just want to go back to the report. On page, item number 2, page 29. Just go to item number 2, page 29. You've got Euro Maro Investment, and then the Wealthy J Brothers. They've both, in terms of their points, they've got 100. So in the recommendation, if you were to recommend, I just want to understand your principle. who have you recommended in this respect, given that both of them, they are on the point of 100 in this respect? Just a clarity.
Okay. Yeah, from our approach of the committee was to take the first three, although in terms of the points scored, they are equal, they scored the same amount. And then we counted the number of which we put even bidder number 52 as number 3. We recommended both of them. Remember, this thing will be rotated in terms of ordering.
So both bidders are recommended, and that's what I was trying to clarify. Remember, so what the BEC is saying is that, or for each of those items, as you can see, they did the 90-10. So because of previous experiences, they are recommending the 3 highest preference point scoring bidders. So for example, on that item that you were referring to, so the top 3 on the allocation in their recommendation will then have item 2. So only if you look at that item 2, as you were saying, is bidder 34, 47 and 52. So bidder 34 is one of those that are recommended down there. They will have item 2. Bidder 47 is one of those that are recommended down there. It will have item 2 as well. Bidder 52 will have item 2 as well. If you look at bidder 13, and I think it's one of the recommended down there, it's not supposed to have item 2. Bidder 23, I think it's one of those as well. It's not supposed to have item 2, but it will have the other items where it's in the top 3. So that's how I'm understanding what the BEC chairperson is saying. Chair, am I interpreting your approach correctly?
Yeah, 100% chairperson.
So that's basically what they're saying. So they've recommended the top 3 per item. Is that when they summarize them at the bottom there, they don't necessarily recommend per item. They are now recommending per service provider, which I think is confusing now.
That's where the confusion is at, Chair. That's where the
BEC chairperson, is it not easier for you to just go back and correct the recommendation according to the items in the spec? Okay,
maybe the reason why there we put it like that is this one. Remember, on the appointment letter that is done on the city, is that based like the way we did it? Normally do copy and paste. And when you say, for example, you go on the recommendation, we say 34, bidder number 34, Maru is recommended for bidder for this item, and then you go to the next one, we find it's 52. Then you find that it's a bit confused. But when it's like that, what they normally do, they do copy and paste. Transfer the information is to say this supplier, in terms of the above, these are the items that they are getting. This supplier, in terms of the above, this is the item that they are getting. Then those information is transferred into the appointment letter to the service provider, of which is one appointment letter. You don't find confusion where we find that another item, when they are captured, especially when they are capturing there, we normally get wrongly captured appointment letters. We need to send them back for rectification, but when it's like that, we make it easy for appointment letter if the tender is approved.
I hear you. I hear you, BEC chair. It's just that for BAC, you are making us work overdrive now, because what we need to do now is to verify, for example, that if you go to your first recommended bidder, we now need to verify that indeed that bidder was the first one. Okay, bidder 13, for example. Yeah, he wasn't in the top 3 on item 2. So we just need to verify, for example, that members are on page 35, né? Just so that you are not lost. So we just need to confirm that, for example, this bidder 13, it's in the top 3 on item 1, 3, 7, 8, and 10 only. So in other words, this bidder will only be in the top 3 on these items. And the same goes for bidder number 2, 23. He will be in the top 3 for items 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, and 11. And then bidder 34 will be in the top 3 for items 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and 11. And then bidder 45 only on item 6 is in the top 3. And then bidder 47 in the top 3 on item 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then bidder 6 in the top 3 on items 1, 2, 4, and 5. So BC Chair, can you confirm that what you have put here, it's exactly what is reflected in your report?
Yes, it's what has been reflected. Actually, Chairperson, we remember most of the time when we do these things report and then on the recommendation, we always try to improve from the previous one and try to address whatever challenges that we got. We did most of the report like this, and then when we never had any issues with the appointment letter going forward. So hence we capture them like that, because sometimes when we scatter, those people that are capturing, they might even miss the number. Like let's, for example, you find that they are just copying the table. They end up putting one to the company that didn't win. But if it's like this, you come and compare the report, you go and compare the resolution and the appointment letter, should talk the same language, and all the items should be allocated to those service providers.
Okay, Member Malaga, comment?
Thank you, Chair. I guess I follow the rationale in terms of what the BEC Chair is speaking about. But I guess maybe what I wanted to check in terms of quantities, these were the stated quantities from the spec. So obviously my understanding is in implementation, each bid, for example, item 1, the stated quantity is 50. So it literally means that amongst the 3 service providers that are appointed for item 1, the maximum allowable quantities will be 50 in combination of the 3 service providers. Maybe that's a clarity-seeking question from the BEC Chair. And the next issue is more around the issue of pricing in terms of the difference between the 3 service providers. I see some are much closer to each other, but there's one that I've identified which is actually far between each other. For example, you look at the item 9, you have a total tender price of 8.1, then you have a 2 million difference, almost 1.9 difference to the next one. The other one, you have a difference of almost the same. Maybe just for fair value, how was the BAC thinking around those 2 areas? Chair.
BC Chair?
Okay. I think in terms of the quantities, yeah, I can see, but that is the estimated quantities. I think we should have not included that because the tender is when required. Yeah, when you were talking to that, as much as it's a written estimated quantity, but I believe because some people might be feeling entitled to that quantity when you give them.
That's correct.
So I think we should do away with that column. I agree with your concern, but in terms of the pricing, the reason why we each of them we gave them the price is that, as I said, some of these things we draw them from previous experience of previous tenders that kept on get cancelled. Some of them we might find that the one that is cancelling, the one that is delivering is even is like actually the one that is performing and the one that the other one is cancelling. The difference you find that is even less than 1%, but the other one says I can't deliver. Remember, on this one you are indicating where you're going to be buying these items from, and you also indicate on your schedule A and B your manufacturer. So some manufacturers do things differently, or maybe let's say you are using distributor, or find that the prices that they gave you is a bit higher or the other one is a bit lower, because we can't force you where to go and buy. So based on that, if we say, let's say we charge 10 rand, the other one charge 12 rand. And we for us initially when we used to do this, we used to average them or give you the cheapest price. But you find that if one fail because they are low, which means all those ones that we gave them the lowest price, they fail because that price is underquoted. Hence, then we said, no, let's give them their price that they charge on. The only thing is that in terms of the implementation, it needs to be managed properly. In one of the tender, the BAC recommended that we must first give the order to the highest point scorer, which is the cheapest, and then we can go to the other one. So it depends from the feeling of the committee. But based on the experience that we have, that price that's there doesn't mean that is exactly the price that the company is going to be able to deliver with. It depends from where they're buying them. So they keep on giving us the letters to say, this item underquoted, our manufacturer price went up, increased the price or whatever. Then we go to the next one. We give him the order. Instead of cancelling and going back and the issue of price increase, sometimes they don't get approved because of they are within 12 months. Because our requirement is that we must finish 12 months. So instead we go into the next one, we order the items so that the city should not suffer because of one service provider that is struggling to deliver because of the price.
Okay, so you're saying because of where the source, you may not want to enter into negotiations for the price because they may not be in control of other factors.
Yes,
I don't know. That's basically what you're saying. Member Shigani?
Maybe before Member Shigani, Chair, can I just have a follow-up just to close up my question based on the response from the BEC Chair? I think then, based on the response, it will be important that the quantities should therefore be removed, because if it's an as and when and estimated quantities, it might actually exceed the stated estimated quantities, of which then it will eliminate various problems at the implementation stage. So I guess that column should actually be deleted completely. And but I also have a further reservation because this quantities comes back from the way the spec was structured initially. And I guess then the department had the rationale behind putting the quantities there, of which then it also brings a bit of a challenge then to say we might be altering with the spec at this stage. I think that's the point to note. However, then based on that explanation, it wouldn't be prudent to have the quantities here. And the second point, it's more around the pricing as you have just explained. To say, I mean, we are price takers here on these items, and I know this will be one of the high volume tenders based on the fact that it gets towards transformation of our installation of what we call the bulk meters for electricity, which is part of the revenue drive of the city. wouldn't be practical that from our side, based on the price difference, for example, as the one that I've indicated on item 9, you have a price difference between 1 and 2 of almost 2 million or almost 1.9 million difference. Would it not be possible on items like that just have a negotiations to actually come up to a more acceptable price on this one? Thanks, Chair. Others I can see the price difference is a bit few percentage. I think it's acceptable in a way because it's not that much. But in those ticket items that have a huge price difference, wouldn't be proper that we do a bit of a negotiations on those ones? Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Chair, I've noted sorry, a member have noted the comments. Maybe what might be helpful, I know you had identified item 9, is to, while you were busy, identify those items where you're thinking we should still consider negotiations for the purpose of the recommendation, maybe. Member Shingagi?
Thanks, Chair. I think Member Malaka covered me with the negotiations, because remember, we still have more that we have got the right that is reserved for us to do that exercise, market analysis. I mean, that should be able to assist us where prices are very disproportional, I mean, from the others in terms of, you know, if we were to calculate the quantities going forward. So I think that should be another vehicle that we can consider as part of our recommendation. And then I think I agree with Member Malaka on the quantities. You can't remove them if they are part of the spec, because you'll be tampering with what the department have requested in terms of their own quantums and numbers moving forward. So he's covered me largely on that, but we have to come up with a specific recommendation, I suspect, particularly where the prices vary quite gigantically. Chair, thank you very much.
I must just come in as well and say, on the quantities, I think if you were appointing one service provider per item, it might have been okay to leave the quantities on the recommendation. Because remember, what is on the recommendation is what going to go out on the letter. But now that we're saying for other considerations backup, the BAC is recommending 3 service providers per item. We may not put that on our recommendation. Because once it goes out with the letter, each of those bidders will have those expectations. However, what would be important, it would be that obviously in our procurement, if someone challenged us and say, I wanted to see if you have procured almost that estimate or not, we can be able to answer to that. But an estimate really remains an estimate. I don't think it's someone can really hold you accountable to. So it's just on the recommendation where we need to remove it, not necessarily in the spec or in the report. For the reasons that the recommendation in this case, it's talking to 3 service providers who will be rotated per item, as if I understood how that allocation is going to be done. I don't know if the department is in here, and maybe they can comment on this as well, just before we formulate the final resolution. Then I would also want the BEC chairperson to just comment, because I also still feel that yes, they may be sourcing from different suppliers. We don't know what margins they've put in here. I don't think it prohibits the city from considering negotiations. We are under financial strain anyway. Cost containment, it's part of our mandate. I mean, we don't lose anything from going into negotiations with for items that we feel there may be concerns. I mean, saving a 1.5 million rand per item for a possible 50, it's a lot of money for the city. And the same argument for all others. So I think I would want the comment from the Department 1, 2, from the BEC chairperson, and then we can then run towards the closing the discussion on this. Department, are we here especially around the issue of the 3 service providers per item, to this issue around the quantities? Are you the department? You said you were involved in the implementation.
No, yeah, remember the spec is drafted by LG Electricity, but in terms of the implementation of their tender, we are the custodian. The stores is the custodian of the stock. So the reason why I fully agree with that we need to remove the quantities that sometimes it depends on the project that the department is doing. You might find that projects that they're currently doing now, they don't need certain type of items that is on the tender. And then, which means they might not order, or we end up ordering 2 or 5 or 3. Then, but when you do that, when you put it on the appointment letter, that company, they normally comes to us to say, on your 50 that you put as an estimation, you only ordered 3, something like that. So we get that challenges, but because the item is as and when required, which means we might buy but not buy. So that I believe the quantity should come out. And also, when they do the specification in terms of the quantity, normally they request this quantity from the stores. So, but they always request annual usage, not for 3 years period. So we give them annual usage, but it's them who knows what project are they going to embark on. So when they put this, I'm not sure whether they only consider the quantity for only annual usage or for the entire of the contract. But what makes me comfortable is that the tender is as and when required. So we implement this whenever there is a need arises, because as you said, we've got financial constraints. Some project might be staffed and no longer continue now. 3 years might come and go without ordering that item. But when you put that, you are creating expectation, because it's estimate, but it's also an expectation to the service provider. Hence, I fully agree with that. We can do away with that. I don't think we are making a mistake by doing away with that this was on the spec, because it was just for estimation for suppliers to be able to quote on those items. So I don't think we'll be deviating from that, because there is the unit price and the unit per item that will be ordering as and when required. But the actual issue, the last issue of the price is that because of our tenders, when they go to BAC, they were supposed to go with market analysis done. Remember, when you do market analysis, you also do it for the purpose of budgeting. So before you even present the spec to the BSc, before the spec is approved by the BSc. So then now, if that was done, it was going to be easy for us to say, demand was going to give us the whatever that the market analysis that was agreed on upon. Then we're going to say, this is, if we want to appoint more than one, then we have to all of them offer them a market analysis. But now when you're doing that, where will it be relying on which amount? Because there's no market analysis that were done with the tender. And now, because we already have these prices, of which is part of market analysis, you can to go and do market analysis as a committee. Yes, it's not going to be fair and variable. But the issue of the negotiating the price, I will agree with it if the committee recommend, because there you will be talking to the recommended service providers, and then you will be dealing with whatever costs that they have, rather than before the appointment is done, before they recommend, the suppliers are recommended, went to the last stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think we're converging. Firstly, that indeed we can't do market analysis now because it's late, post-fact. But we can look at historical pricing, look at CPI adjustments, and we can at least engage service providers based on that. So negotiations for some of these items, it's a definite way forward. I think let's agree we will remove the quantities on the recommendation so that each bidder is clearer that they are getting recommended for an item on a unit price. So meaning, the totals will also go away. Let me just look. Those totals there were based on the quantities, right? Yes. Hey. Yes, it looks like that. So the totals will go away, will remain with a unit, and then will also remain with a rate for that unit.
Yes.
The estimated quantities and the totals will disappear. But for evaluation purposes, the totals would have been used up there. So the negotiations would then be based on the unit rates for each of those items, which obviously you have captured them somewhere in your summary of prices. And then, so members, are we agreeable on the recommendation of 3 service providers? I would imagine it goes with the negotiations to create the kind of backup for rotation that we're talking to. Yes,
Look, it's practical, Chair. I see where we're going, and especially on the issue of recommendation to remove the quantities. I think in hindsight, it does make business sense. Just maybe one observation, just to clear my mind, because I'm just trying to think aloud. So if we write an appointment letter here, we're going to write an appointment letter to the first service provider or firm that we are recommending as part of the recommendation in terms of the backup. We're not going to give all and sundry, it's going to be that one. So in that letter, we're not going to indicate quantities essentially. Yes. Maybe just clarity there, Chair.
So the quantities and the total will be out. They will be appointed for item 1 at 362, for example, 116, item 3 230, item 7 245, like that.
Okay, covered.
So the totals and the quantities will disappear. Will remain with just the description of the item, and then the unit, which is each, and then the rate for each of those. So it's a rate-based appointment. And then when the team goes into negotiations, they will then be engaging on the basis of the unit rates, which informs that total, because the total is based on the same estimated quantities. I would imagine it will still come back to the same results. Member Malaka, does that cover you?
It does, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. So members, I think what is clear here is that BEC Chairperson, you're going to have to give us an amended report to clarify. You had an amendment on page 23, firstly. Now we are amending your recommendations to remove the quantities and the totals. And then in addition, so those amendments as noted. And then the last one is that we recommend in negotiations for the rates for some items. I don't know if Member Malaka, you have been able to finalize those items where you thought we should negotiate. I saw item 11, I saw item...
Yes, it's item 11, 10, and item 9, and item 8, but the rest, and also, sorry, and item 6. Item 6. I think the rest, the difference is not that massive. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so it's 6, 8, 9, and 11. Members happy?
Happiness.
Okay. As amended, members?
As amended, Chair.
As amended, Chair.
With amendments, thank you. Sorry, let's just check the text clearance. The DH hasn't indicated coming back. Looking at this, all bidders are compliant. Yes, now looking at the attachments, all bidders as recommended are compliant, tax compliant. So as recommended, members. Thank you. Mapula, next item.
Sorry, Chairperson, can I just confirm the price negotiations will be on item 6, 8, 9, 10, and 11?
Yeah.
And then also, just for the record, the heading of the report referred to a period of 3 years, which is not included in the recommendations. We should just include a three-year period in the recommendations.
BAC Chair? Yes, it's correct because I see it on the title as well.
Yeah, it's 3 years.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Uncle Chair. Yeah, with those amendments recommended, members. Mapula, next item.
Our next item, Chairperson, is item 6.3, USDEE 05-2021-22, cancellation report, tender to appoint a service provider to supply and deliver pumps and spares at Royval Power Station as and when required for a period of 3 years.
Can I continue, Chairperson?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you very much. The tender is from Utility Service, Energy and Electricity, USDEE 05-2021-22. This is the cancellation report for the tender to appoint a service provider to supply and deliver pump and spares at Royval Power Station as and when required for 3 years period. Chairperson, this is the cancellation tender, of which if you go to the fact sheet, you will see that the tender was specification was approved on the 23rd of June 2021, advert on the 30th July 2021, bid closing on the 3rd September 2021, and no briefing session, or about 31 bidders that we received. Chairperson, upon evaluation of this tender, just want to quickly go to where the issue was, so that we don't waste much time of the BAC because it's a cancellation. And the committee did improve compliance and also did the admin. And then after completing the admin, when we were looking at the mandatory, we realized that the NB, if you check on page number 37, we indicate upon consideration of the item, the bid evaluation committee is noted that the mandatory requirement was not in compliance with the NFMA, whereby the brand names were included on the Annexer A and the Annexer B. As a result, BEC recommended the tender to be cancelled and re-advertised. If you just, maybe to give you one example, if you go back to page, okay, if you go back to page 18, just to give you an example, on the returnable, if you are there, page 18, if you check on the item number where it says return water pump, on the next column where it says minimum specification required. Remember, the minimum specification required is what the city is saying that we want. This is the minimum. And then, but they indicated that Alstom Electrical Machine South Africa. This is a brand name. Alstom is a brand name. So most of them, when you go down, they use those brand names of the machine. We even engage the end user department regarding this, of which they acknowledge that those are the brand names. So that the next spec they need to write, they must exclude the brand name, because if you want to offer something different, and then but they are saying the minimum requirement is Alstom. They are saying it must be Alstom. So they didn't talk about the capacity or whatever that they need to do. So they also agreed, and then therefore, based on that, we recommend the tender to be cancelled, that they must redo the spec, exclude the brand names on the specification. And then therefore, the tender is recommended for cancellation I think there is an error there I see now. The cancellation reason supposed to be number 4. There is a material irregularity in the tender, not no acceptable tender received. There is material irregularities in the tender process. Thank you.
Thank you. With that amendment, so material irregularity is a reason for cancellation due to the brand names. Members' comments? Straightforward. I don't want us to.
As recommended, sir.
As recommended, members?
As recommended, straightforward. Thank you.
Okay. You don't need to say anything to the BSc.
Obviously, as I said, Chairperson, that the department need to correct the spec, but the BAC should also guard against, those brand name used, because they approved the spec of which has got the brand name on it. Either they should say this one or relevant. Maybe if they don't have another name, they should use the word or relevant. So because if you say or relevant, it means you are giving the supplier to bid for alternative brand name or
similar.
Or similar, exactly, yes. Something like that.
Yeah, I'm raising this because I know in the previous meeting or so, if not the one before that, there was a similar cancellation due to brand names. Maybe in addition to this recommendation, let's just say the BSc to review specifications for brand names as part of our recommendation, so that they take note of that, because obviously it does have an impact in terms of service delivery. I would assume they do it, but we probably just need to remind them so that it doesn't repeat itself. So in addition to 9B 4 as amended, let's add the fact that the BSc should, in reviewing specifications, look out for brand names as well from the specifications, so that this does not continue at a point. As amended, members?
As amended,
yes,
Chair.
I'm back, Chair, as amended.
Thank you. Next item, Mabula.
The next item is item 6.4, USDEE 36, 2022-23, tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of staying and binding equipment used to overhead lines, 3-year period as and when required.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's me again, continuing as USDEE 36, 2022-23, energy and electricity. Tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of staying and binding equipment used on overhead lines for 3 years period as and when required. On the next sheet, you will see that the specification was approved on the 1st of June 2022. Bid advertising date 26 July 2022. Bid closing date 8 September 2022. We received 49 bids, and then this is also a stock item tender. From the next page is the specification, and if you move to page, what is this page number? 9, you'll see the item number 4, stages of evaluation. We've got stage 1, admin compliance, stage 2, mandatory requirement, stage 3, local content and production, and stage 4 is preferential points. Then you move to page 15. So we captured all the bids that we received on time. There were no late bids received. After that, did the the CSD compliance, which is a pre-compliance. And then there's no tender that was disqualified based on the CSD. Then item number 4 is schedule of administration compliance. All the bidders, 49 of them went to the stage. And then on 4.1, we've got the disqualification. The first disqualification for bidder number 4, 5, 16, and 1832. Indicated them was with the reasons on the far right, where we indicated the incomplete MBD4 in document. And then on the 4.2 is the non-compliance in terms of they completed but they not comply, their document not compliance, especially MBD4 3.14. We indicated on the far right the reasons that they didn't declare those companies that are listed there with MAAA number. And then the on 4.10, those are the list of the bidders that goes through to the next stage, of which is the mandatory requirement stage 2. And then on stage 2, from page 21, we captured the result of the mandatory requirement. And on 5.1, listed the tender that was disqualified on the mandatory. And on 5.2, we indicated on item number 6, sorry, we indicated the company that went through to the local content from the mandatory is the one that went through from the mandatory. And then if you check on item number 6, just indicated the items that all of them need to be 100%. So capture, we just copy and pasted that requirement there, of which we used for disqualification. And on page 24 from down on the paragraph at the end there, we indicated the result of the local content of those tenders. Then we had three bidders that was disqualified. There was bidder number 23, 25, and 37 from the list, and the rest of the bidders went through to the last stage, of which is preferential point system. And we captured we pasted the pricing schedule there. And this tender, chairperson, is awarded per item. If you check more out of, if you check there on the pricing schedule, it says this is a rate only tender and shall be awarded per item. The estimated quantity for evaluation purposes. So it has been advertised like that, so that the supplier should see this is for evaluation purposes, but it's a rate only, and then it's awarded per item. It's from page 25 going down. And if you check item number 7 on page 27, 7.1, we indicated that those are the 12 bidders that will be considered for the pricing. And then we did 90-10 for each of the suppliers on the BAQ. So which means item 1 we'll have to do that. We did the 90-10 for it. Item 2 is almost like the previous one, 90-10 for it. And item 3, 90-10 for it. Item 4, these are a lot of items until item, this item 36, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just going down. Yeah, it's item 36 until page number 44. So all of them did 90-10 per item, per each item. So which means in all of those items, but we're left with 11 bidders that are going to be considered for this. And 9 bidders, yeah, okay. That are going to be considered for this. So if you go to page 45, you'll see those bidders that were listed with the registration number and the CST number. And then after that is the recommendation. So then the recommendations goes like this. On item number 1, bidder number 1 is recommended for item 1, 9, and 12, 16, and 80. And bidder number 2 is recommended for 5, 7, and 35. Bidder number 6, item number 3 is recommended for item 2, 3, 6, 13, 15, 19, 23, and 24. Bidder number 7 for item number 4 is recommended for item 10, 17, 20, 21, 25, 26, 31, 33, 32, and 36. Item number 5, bidder number 8 is recommended for item 8, 14, 18, 20, 28, 32, 34. Item 6, bidder number 13 is recommended for item 3, 4, 9, 10, 15, 19, 20, 25, and 26. Item number 7, bidder number 27, recommended for 1, 6, 8, 17, and 23. Item 8, bidder number 28, recommended for 2, 11, 12, 16, 18, and 21, 27, 28, and 29. Item 9, bidder number 40, is recommended for 5, 24, 29, 30, and 31. And item number 10, bidder number 49, 4, 7, 8, 11, 13, 14, 22, 27, and 30. So those are the 9 bidders. Chairperson, the committee on this tender decided to recommend 2 bidders per each item. As I said, the tender says we awarded per item, just also to guard against having some of the suppliers failing to deliver. And then we recommended 2 service providers per each. It's almost the same, like the previous one, but here we decided to recommend 2. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair DC. The first question, you said just before your recommendation, you've got 9 bidders that are being recommended, unless you made a mistake, your counting was a mistake. But now on your recommendation, you've got 10 bidders. I don't know if you are aware of that. I was just trying to count them indeed.
You said I did what? Can you repeat?
You said you have 9 bidders that are recommended. And And then on your actual recommendation, you've got 10 bidders. I don't know if you are aware of that.
Just a second, Chairperson. There's something that I want to quickly verify here. I think it's supposed to be the one that I'm going through is. Okay. Let's page on the second page. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, it's 10, Chairperson, and I think that was my mistake. There is only 2 suppliers that they didn't get anything because their prices were something higher from the one that went through to the last stage.
Okay, so it means that table also needs to be corrected. The missing one must be added under 8. Because it's so table 8 add the missing bidder, the additional one, because it's 9 there.
Table 8.
Yeah. Where you're saying the vendor registration status of the recommended bidders. Bidder is as follows. Make it bidders.
Presenters, you get tired. You even forgot which page.
Oh, it's page 45.
Yeah. Bidder 49 is not there, Chairperson.
Oh, bidder 49, is it the one that they're missing?
Yes, right.
Thank you, Uncle J. So bidder 49 is the one that's missing. Add it there.
Okay, yes.
And then its details must come in as well. So the principle you were saying here is that unlike the other one, in this case, we taking the first 2 highest preference point scoring bidders.
Yes.
And that's what informs the items.
That's what informs the items. Yes.
The allocation of items in the recommendation.
Yes.
Can you confirm that the allocation as we have done per bidder is correct in line with your 90-10 table?
Yes.
Okay. The members, additional comments?
90-10 table confirmation, Chair. It's very important, and you've corrected him on the other. It's bidders instead of bidder, so that it's clear in terms of the numbers that we're recommending. So I'm just checking through the 90-10 just to confirm that it correlates with the recommendation. I trust you, Enos. I just want to confirm.
I know.
We're not interrogating you. Ne? we are augmenting the process.
Member Malaka, further comments?
No, I'm covered, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Member Makata?
Yeah, also, Chair, from my side, I think I'm happy because we were able to identify the gaps between the table and the recommendations, but I'm covered. Thanks.
Okay, let's check the tax compliance of the bidders. We have one bidder that's non-tax compliant, and that's bidder Ilshan. So we will then recommend that for that bidder, they be given 7 days. The report will be referred to SCM for the bidder to be given 7 days to fix their tax matters. And if it's correct, it will be finalized. If not, BAC will then reconsider for to recommend an alternative bidder there. So And Enos, you will give us the amended report just to deal with those. I think it was one matter that you had to correct. Yeah, members as recommended, as amended.
As amended, Chair.
As amended, Chair.
Thank you. Mapula, let's move to the next item.
Next item, Chairperson, is item 6.5, EED 28-2022-23, tender to appoint a service provider for retrieving and delivery to site low and high pressure boiler feed water heaters at Rival Power Station as and when required.
Okay, thank you, Chair. This also just that it's not indicated there's supposed to be the cancellation report. Okay, the tender is for EED 28-2020-2023 from Energy and Electricity. Tender to appoint a service provider for retubing and delivery of site low and high pressure boiler feed water heaters at Rival Power Station as and when required for 3 years period. And the next page for the fact sheet is that the tender was specification was approved on the 19th of January 2022, advertised on the 26th of July 2022, closing date the 1st of September 2022, briefing session was on the 5th of August 2022, and then we received only 3 bids. And just to move fast forward for this one, on page number 8 to 9 is the stages of evaluation, of which is the admin compliance, mandatory requirement, and preferential points. And then if you can check on page 13, yeah, page 14 actually, you can see the item number 6, the schedule of administration compliance, of which is stage 1. All 3 suppliers were subjected to the stage. And if you check 6.2, all 3 service providers were disqualified based on the declaration on MBD4. They all didn't declare their other companies' interest on the MBD4. Therefore, the tender is recommended for cancellation based on that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, member. Sorry, BC Chair. Members, comments? I don't even know if there's any comment really to make. Should we say as recommended?
It's clear, Chair.
As recommended, members?
As recommended, Chair.
As recommended, Chair.
Mapula, next item.
Our next item is 6.6. EED 13-2022-23 cancellation, tender to appoint a service provider for the boiler high pressure cleaning at Rival Power Station as and when required for a 3-year period.
Thank you, Chairperson. The tender is EED 13-2022-23 from Energy and Electricity cancellation report, tender to appoint a service provider for boiler high pressure cleaning at Rival Power Station as and when required for 3 years period. Next sheet, specification was approved on the 1st of June 2022, advertising date 26th of July 2022. There was no briefing session. And then we received about 9 bidders for this tender. From the next page is the specification. And then on the specification, if you check from page 6, we've listed the company that we received, We did the pre-compliance on the next following page, page 7, where all bidders complied. And then after that, we did schedule of administration compliance. And then we've got about certain bidder that did not qualify. If you check there, we indicated 2 things there. We indicated the issue. The first one, it was talking about completeness. The second one was talking about the declaration. So we put the reason of all disqualification based on that. And then from there, moving forward, if you check on the underneath, we indicated bidder number 7, Brunel, declare on MBD 3.4 that they have interest on other companies. And then also bidder number 9, they also declare that they've got other interests. And those tenders are moving to the next stage, of which is mandatory. Just bear with me, just hold on, Chairperson. There's something that I'm see the report is missing here. Okay, yeah. Okay, but after the mandatory, I got it, Chairperson, on page number 10, during the evaluation of the tender, the BEC noted that the specification did not dictate on how the tender should respond on the pricing schedule, and noted that the estimated quantity on specification is not clear. What happened here is that after doing the mandatory, when these tenders went through, what they did, they advertised, the spec that was advertised has got a table with the requirement of the quantity, and then with where they're supposed to put the price, and then underneath they also wrote the note to say this tender should be actually the quantity is only for estimation, and then the supplier should respond like on the unit price. But the table that is provided above have got the quantity that is estimation with the total, but underneath there is a clause. So when we check the bidders that went through these 2, one responded, multiplied the items with the quantity because it's the only table. Actually, we just assumed by looking at the amount. The other one, we assumed he used the unit quantity. So now we couldn't compare apple and apple. So hence we indicated that during the evaluation of this tender, that the specification did not dictate on how the bidders should respond on pricing schedule, and noted that the estimated quantity on specification is also not clear. So whether the quantity, what called the estimation quantity, is not even clear there. Based on those 2, we couldn't continue to evaluate to check which one should we consider, because there's 2 service providers that responded differently. And we're also assuming that those prices, obviously, if you see somebody quoting 1 million, the other one quoting 200 million, that means they are not quoting the same thing, and the spec is confused. And based on that, we recommend for cancellation due to material irregularities in the tender. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I must say, just that last point, which is your basis for cancellation. It's worrying me because I know it's not in the report, you missed it. You obviously have it somewhere, you're gonna amend it, but I'm looking at the pricing schedule in the spec, item 5. I don't, what page is this? I don't seem to see that which you are talking to. Number 5, page 5, sorry. Unless you can flight what you, the table you're referring to.
Okay, yeah, I think. Oh, no, yeah. Actually, I think my explanation was not properly. Check underneath that table, what is written there. It's written NB, only one tender will be appointed for this work. Estimated quantity is 5. Actually, I was just talking from my head from what we did. Estimation quantity is 5. So now the suppliers that responded on the table, you could see one by just looking at that responded on a unit, because remember it said price inclusive VAT and price exclusive and price inclusive. So, but here they say estimated quantity is 5 underneath. So the other one, when you look at it, you can see that this amount was being multiplied by quantities. The pricing schedule is not clear in terms of the quantity, because this note NB, it means what the supplier needs to consider. So based on the two, we couldn't, when we were checking them, couldn't decide what are we comparing, because we can't be having somebody charging 100 million, another one 1,000. And there's two tender document. And you are saying, by looking at the eyes, you could see this one is like the pricing schedules where the supplier need to be responding to should have been clear. That's what we are saying.
Okay, so in other words, the pricing schedule was non-specific, and as a result, could not assist bidders to price properly.
To price properly, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, hence now you could not have comparable prices to work with.
Yeah.
So that will be your reason for cancellation.
Yes.
Which would be included in the report under pricing, right?
And also to Tafia Chairperson, also to check, remember the specification here is one specification. On the one item is to vacuum the upper chamber. You see just up vacuum. When you are saying estimated quantity is 5, for what? Vacuuming or brushing? When you say it is 5 for brushing, distance, what is the measurement that you are brushing? When you say quantity is 5, estimated quantity is 5. Is 5 machinery, 5 meters? That's what we are talking about.
Okay, no, I think I found. Members, comments?
Yeah. Yeah, no, Chair. Look, I just went through the price schedule. I think it has a technical description there, which actually, for example, if you look at item number 1, it talks about vacuum upper chamber and general internal structure. I think as part of the person who understands the technicality of the power station will therefore be able to understand what that is all about. But I guess maybe the notion in terms of material irregularity to the process, I'm really worried about it, because it seems as if the bidders did not actually understand the technical nature of what they need to supply. Hence, then you see a big variation in prices. But in my view, based on that, I think maybe the reason for cancellation is what you have advanced, Chair, so that it should be clearly stated of what is the principal reason for that for this to be cancelled. Maybe I'll end it there. Thanks.
Member Makata? Member Shingage?
Thanks, Chair. I think Member Malaka covered me, Chair. Thank you, very kind.
So, BEC Chair, you would then, in the report, add the section around pricing after 8, right? And then, because we're missing it in this report that we have before us, where you will then talk to the challenges of the pricing schedule being non-specific, and therefore bidders pricing differently. And as a result, you couldn't use that price information for final evaluation.
Maybe I don't know if I understand you well, because on our comment at the end there, we indicated to say the pricing schedule should be clear, or whether what you mean is one, like the example that the member was giving. Remember, we're talking about suppliers from outside that they're responding to. If you were saying, for example, let me just give another example different from that. High pressure water cleaning of the superheater tube. When you say estimated 5, what do you mean? So yeah, if it was indicated on the pricing schedule, they put it on the table, and then it was going to be clear to say whether it measure per meter or per watt or whatever, then the supplier will be able to respond. Now, because of we thought because of that, that's the reason why the 2 suppliers remaining, they were not even, some quoting about 200,000, another one is talking about 60 million. So you don't understand what's happening.
You see, I think so that the report is clearer for me. I see you covered it under the recommendation. Yes. What I would have done is immediately after the mandatory evaluation, before the annexures, I would have put pricing, performance points evaluation, and then you capture what the 2 bidders have submitted, and then you explain the story, the challenges that you are facing, so that the report is very clear. As it is now, it's like, that's why we remember Malakaro Chavela, because we can't see that which you are talking to, although we can hear what you are trying to say based on the pricing schedule. Members, am I capturing it correctly?
Yes, Chair, you are. You are.
Yeah. So assist us to edit the report. Just capture under before annexures your preference point evaluation, and then if you can summarize what the bidders have submitted there, and then talk to the fact that the pricing schedule is non-specific, is not specific, and as a result, pricing is not comparable, and therefore you are then recommending the cancellation. Members, with this, what do we do? Do we finalize it or do we refer it back?
Now let's go back. Let it go back, Chair, because it seems as if that logical flow was actually missed significantly. We hear what the BEC Chair is saying, but it's not giving in a reflection in the report. Yeah. So it's missing certain steps. He's talking about price, but he hasn't even put it in the report just to give a logical flow. So let it go back and let it come clean, so that even if when it gets to the accounting officer, he can follow it step by step. Thanks.
As amended, members, refer back. Refer back, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Portia, next report.
The next report, Chairperson, is item 6.7. EED 09-2022-23 cancellation, tender for the installation and testing of wireless fault path indicators, FPIs, 3-year period as and when required.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. EED 09-2022-23, Energy and Electricity, cancellation report, tender for the installation and testing of wireless force path indicators, 3 years period as and when required. The bid specification was approved on the 1st of June 2022, advert on the 26th of July 2022, no compulsory briefing session. And we've got 3 bidders. From next page is the specification. And until page spec. Okay, on page 19, there are item number 5, the stages of evaluation is admin compliance, pre-qualification, mandatory requirement, local content and production, and also preferential points. Yeah, then from page number 21, see that the list that was submitted on time indicated there. No late bids received on the pre-compliance. So all the tenders do go through. It's only an issue of the text, but the issue of the text is not a disqualifying factor. And then item number 6, page 23, schedule of administrative compliance. It was done, and then in terms of the completion, two providers with bidder number 1 and bidder number 2 did the completed, but in terms of the declaration, they didn't even declare the 3.14 for both of them. Obviously, the last bidder, because it's not even incomplete, also because they didn't declare on 3.10. We indicated the reasons on page number 23. Based on that, there's no tender that went to the next stage, and then there's no acceptable tender received. So the cancellation report is presented to the BAC. Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe, Chairperson, sorry. Yes. Yeah, maybe what I think maybe we should have done here as a committee is also to add maybe that, I don't know whether it's a workshop or we just advertise to teach these suppliers, because majority of them, even if you get 500 tenders, you'll find that 420 they are out because of MBD 4. So maybe they need to I don't know, to taught so that we get the responses on this one, because all of this, if you can check, that's the 3rd tender that I'm recommending. We are recommending cancellation because of the MBD 4 and non-compliance. So if maybe something like that, if the BAC can think about that, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, look, there's a resolution of BAC to go on that, to conduct the workshop. I know that there are plans in acquisition, sorry, in demand performance. They are already planning a roadshow, I think, for some time this month. I just can't speak to the date yet or off my head. They had already said they are going to do a regional exercise, because I've been following up since that recommendation was passed. So yeah, maybe we can just re-emphasize that the workshop for bidders on MBDs should indeed be fast-tracked as a result of the impact that we are seeing on the cancellation of tenders. That would be the additional recommendation that maybe we can put there. Members, as recommended with that amendment?
Yes, Chair.
As recommended, Chair.
As recommended with that amendment. Mapule, the last item on electricity.
The last item is EED 17-2022-23, tender to appoint a service provider to supply, deliver, and offload condenser seamless pipes, tubes, at Royval Power Station, 3-year period, as and when required.
Thank you, Chair. EED 17-2022-2023 Utility Service Department tender to appoint a service provider to supply, deliver and offloading condenser, seamless pipes, tubes at Royval position for 3 years period as and when required. Next page, the spec was approved on the 19th January 2022. Advert was on the 26th July 2022. Briefing session was on the 5th of August 2022. Closing date was on the 31st August 2022. The tender is expiring at the end of the month on the 31st. And then we received about 14 bidders for this tender. On the next page is the specification. And on page 4 of 13, you'll see the stages of evaluation, admin compliance, mandatory requirement, and the preferential point. And on page 8, those are the 14 bidders that submitted the tender with price on cease on time. On page number 9, it's the pre-compliance. Under pre-compliance, there were 3 bidders that didn't attend the briefing session, of which is bidder number 7, bidder number 10, and bidder number 13. Therefore, they will be disqualified. And then we move to the next stage, of which is stage 1 is admin compliance. And then after doing the admin compliance, the following bidders was disqualified. Number 2, 3, 5, and 12. We indicated the reasons on the far right column. And then the next stage is the mandatory requirements. And the mandatory requirement, we populated our scoring there. On page number 12, on top, bottom number 4.1, we indicated the bidders that are disqualified under mandatory, of which is bidder number 1, bidder number 6, bidder number 8, bidder number 9, bidder number 11, bidder number 14. We indicate the reasons on the far right. And that means we're left with one service provider that goes through, of which is bidder number 4, to the last stage. And then we went on item number 6, do schedule of particulars and price of acceptable bidders for it alone. And from there, we indicated on the issues of the registration number and the CST number. Then item number 10 is the recommendation that the following service provider, bidder number 4, grade, space, interior, and construction, with the registration number be recommended for the tender to appoint the service provider of the supply, deliver, and offload condenser seamless pipe tubes at Royval for 3 years period. And then we indicated the price, the pricing schedule that they indicated there. The tender is presented, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Members, comments? Member Malaka, you want to take it on?
Okay, from my side, I think I'm happy with the report, but I just have to look at the department. We no longer have utility services, so it's energy and electricity. They just have to amend that. Thanks.
Okay. BAC Chairperson, is this a rate tender or a total value? The rate, ne?
No, it's per rate. It's per rate.
So that recommendation needs to be amended.
What?
The recommendation.
Amended where?
You have a total there of rates. You have item 1, supply, delivery, 3.8, which is a unit price, right? So the total, what we don't need there. You agree?
Oh, okay, yeah, no. Oh, you mean that we should remove the, but only leave the rate only there?
Yes, because that's what we're recommending for.
No, yeah, no, it's fine, because the issue is that it was like that when it was advertised, again for evaluation purposes, but on that recommendation we should remove that one was done for evaluation purposes.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Okay.
Even if you look at the price schedule, I think it's just very clear to say this is a quantity unit price. So I guess that price, that value, the comprehensive value must just be amended when you take it down to the recommendations. Thanks, Chair.
Basically, the unit and the total is the same, right? So let me just see them.
Yeah.
Look at 6. I think it will need to be corrected in line with item 6 on page 12.
Yes.
Because there you've got 3.8, you've got VAT, and then you've got a price inclusive of VAT. So that's what we would need on that recommendation.
We made the total, yeah.
So correct recommendation in line with table 6, no?
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments, members?
Just on page, just want to go there. Page 8 of 13, you are referring to 16 bidders, but if I count here, it's 14, ne?
Yeah.
On page?
8 of 13, ne? You're referring to 16, but it's 14. And then where, in terms of your specification, is there a compulsory briefing session here that has been articulated?
Yes.
Can you take me to it? Where is it?
Where we evaluated it?
Yes.
On the specification that there must be a compulsory briefing session. Where is it, on which page? Where are you making reference to compulsory briefing session?
The spec.
Where is it? Where can you see it? Can you take me there? I'm battling to get it.
Can't see it either.
On which page on the spec? You can just take us to that part. Then
I assume you're still checking BC, Jack?
I'm checking, and I think.
Yeah, because you've disqualified 3 people on the grounds that they did not attend the compulsory briefing. If you can just take us there. Yeah.
Maybe I need to get the tender document. Where is it? Yeah, I think it just missed. I might have missed it somewhere.
It's not there, it's not there on the spec. So it's important just to look at that. And immediately,
make sure that it's there, yes.
It raised eyebrow.
We're referring it back.
Yeah, no, definitely. This must go back. I mean.
Yeah. Members, let's refer the report back for corrections of the spec and to be in line with their evaluation, particularly the issue of the briefing session. And of course, we have raised the issue around the recommendation. For those 2 key issues to be addressed in the referral back. As amended, members?
As amended, Chair.
Okay. Members, we are at 3. We've hit the 3 o'clock mark.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're gonna try and take a quick body break. But before, I just need to announce that from here, going forward, we can see that the agenda is still long. We had agreed we'll hit it and see how far we go. Looking at it, we have at least done what we can for the day. Next, it's rock. But what I wanted to advise was that when we return, we first deal with the agent items so that by the time we get to our cutoff time, we have not left any department worse off from this morning. I had noted the following items, and Portia will assist. 7.4, I think 7.6 were extensions of times. That may be an issue, which we can look at as we return here. And then I've been also highlighted of 11.2 and 11.3 as the critical items, which is what I would want. So as we come back, we do 7.4, 7.6, then we will jump to 11.2, 11.3. Mapula, I don't know if there's any additions where we have a crisis. But we can check during the body break and indicate as we return. And then when we come, we'll start in that sequence. Members, a 5 minutes body break? Or you want 10? Who's raising their hand? Someone is raising.
15.
15.
15 nyana.
15 nyana, Chair.
15,
so
right?
that we grab some lunch nyana. It's
Quick
been a
one, eh?
marathon. Yeah.
I see somebody's raising a hand. I can't really see who it is.
Yes, it's myself, Chair, Stephen Macheve.
Yes.
Repetitiously, so 7.2, we did communicate with yourself some 2 weeks back to say that the panel has actually expired. And then it was in serving, and because BAC was not sitting, so it is quite critical that we look at 7.2 as well, please.
Okay, 7.2, 7.4, 7.6, 11, 11.3, in that order when we come back.
Thank you,
Noted.
Chair.
Yeah. Okay, members, 15 minutes break, so we come back 1:30.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, members. Later.
Thank you. Bye.
Members, are we back?
I'm here, Chair.
Mahat Malaka?
I'm here, Chair. I'm back.
Thank you. Let's just wait for member Malaka to join. So we are on quorum. Madam Hope, are you in the meeting still? Mr. Machebe?
Yes, I'm here, Chair.
While we're on this, your panel.
Yeah.
What is its status?
It expired on the 31st.
Oh, no. Yeah. You know what that means?
Yeah. We submitted it on the 13th. I think it was 13th of October already.
Yeah, I know.
So there hasn't been BAC for some couple of weeks.
I'm in trouble then.
I don't wanna even phantom that. Don't even wanna think about it.
Don't have good news for you. Member Malaka, please indicate if you are back.
I'm here, Chair.
Oh, thanks. Waiting for you.
I'm here.
Okay, members, as agreed, so what we're going to do is we're going to prioritize the agent ones today. And of course, we will, by the end of the meeting, agree whether we are meeting tomorrow or Monday, just to complete what is outstanding. But as long as today, if we have addressed the agent ones, I wanted us to complete Rahaba, but she seems not to be back. So let's go directly to 7.2. Mr. Machebe?
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Stephen Machebe. I'm from the Regional Operation and Coordination Department.
Oh, just one sec. Before that, Mapula, please let's introduce the agenda item.
Okay, sorry.
My apologies.
Chairperson, the next item is item 7.2, the ROC 07-2018-19, rehabilitation of sinkhole, tender for the rehabilitation of sinkhole at Alexandra Street, Irene, Centurion, City of Tshwane.
Okay, back to you, Mr. Machebe. I assume you have your delegation as well submitted.
Yes, definitely, Chair. It was submitted accordingly, and then we've submitted the declaration as well. And just to declare on record that I have no personal interests on the two tenders that, or two items that I'll be presenting today, that's 7.2 and 7.4. And then, yeah, I will abide by the rules of the committee. As such, I can proceed, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Ours today is to present appointment through ROC 07-2018-2019, which was a framework contract for sinkholes. And then the particular item we basically presenting today is the tender for the rehabilitation of a sinkhole at Alexandra Street, Irene, Centurion. And then the delivery period thereof is 12 months. Just a way of introduction, the requests, since this was through the framework contract, requests were made on the 30th of August 2022, and then the course closed on the 8th of September 2022. And then if I can just go to the particular number of bidders invited, 5 service providers were invited and 3 submissions were received thereof, to which the codes closed off on the 8th of September 2022. And then we did the arithmetic checks on the 14th of September 2022. And then the final evaluation, technical evaluation, was on the 20th of September 2022. And then, the estimated budget as per the assessment that we did was 23 million or 23.3 million odd. And then this is funded under cost center 92512, cost element 41929. The specifications are attached. I'm not sure about the annexure. I hope that the committee members do have the whole document. The following service providers were invited that under item number 3. As we said, 5 were invited as listed there, and then 3 submissions were received as listed under item number 4. Then there was an administrative compliance check whereby all 3 service providers complied accordingly, so nobody was disqualified on that. And then further administration in terms of returnables, the MBD forms, everybody completed accordingly. There was no problem. So we went to the mandatory requirements where we specified the CIDB grading of 7 CE. We needed the bank rating, we needed plant and equipment declarations, and then we needed the letter of good standing in terms of QUADA, and then a letter of intent to raise guarantees. Those were the 4 mandatory requirements. And then as we can see, the first bidder there, they didn't comply with any of those. Then the second bidder complied with everything. The third bidder, they didn't comply with the bank rating and the plant and equipment, as well as letter of intent. And subsequent to that, those that didn't fully comply with the mandatory requirements were then disqualified, so we couldn't consider them going forward. And then we looked at the price submission, that the price submission of the only bidder that was left after the mandatory requirement assessments, they submitted a bid of 21.8 million odd, and then it had a 10% contingencies of 2.1 million. Then if we add VAT to that, the price including VAT came to 27 million and 49,000 plus change. And then we did the scoring. The scoring was done since this was the only bidder who went through. Out of the 3, they scored 100%. Henceforth, they were recommended for appointments as stated under item 9.1, whereby we state that the bidder AL Mpago Civil Construction is therefore recommended for tender for the rehabilitation of sinkhole at Alexandra Street, Irene in Centurion, at a total price of 21,838,350 exclusive of VAT, and then and 10% contingencies, and then all in all, inclusive of VAT and contingencies, that came to 27 million and 49,937 rands and 75 cents. And then we confirm the funds availability in that regard. Obviously, this is gonna be mighty. This is gonna be a multi-year I'm like, this is gonna span over 2 financial years, because of the plan is to start it in the current financial year in the 3rd quarter, and then we will complete it in the 2nd financial year. And then, okay, at that stage, the bidder was tax compliant. I'm not sure currently what is there of, but that can be checked by the committee. And then the annexures to the report. But before I conclude, Chair, if you look at Annexure B, let me just make sure, yes, Annexure B of the report, it is very critical. I need to speak to that Annexure B, because the report makes appointment on the contract value of the 27,049,000 plus change. But if you look at page number, I'll tell you now, of Annexure B, just trying to get the page number. I was looking at it now. Yes. Annexure B, this tender, Chair, it's if you look at page 9, where the bill is, right on top, this tender is, we requested that the appointment be on tendered rates. For a very simple reason, Chair, that we have discovered of late with some of the sinkholes that we've been working on, that it becomes now practically impossible to basically estimate, closely estimate the extent of a sinkhole due to number of factors. That our sinkholes remain on average 3 to 4 years before it repairs. And then what happens is that over those years, we still have rainfalls that are happening as a natural cause. As such, those sinkholes keeps on growing. And then the only time that you can know the exact extent of a sinkhole is when you have opened it up to say how far it has grown. So over the years, as it's lying there, due to budget constraints, we don't repair them immediately. Even if we had budget, you need to give a sinkhole time to develop fully to its full extent. So that now has become a challenge to say that we find ourselves having to come back to BAC saying that the scope that we thought it was, it has actually proven to be different upon us opening up that. Hence, with this one, we said, let's go differently. Let us alert BAC that we need these sinkholes now to be appointed on tendered rates, not on the fixed amount, because they are becoming impossible to basically estimate due to the lapsing time period from the point that the sinkhole was formed. Normally within 6 months, we'll have a geological report. With that geological report, is that geological report that we use to basically compile our tender specifications and quantification of the work involved. But if that the repairs only happens 5 years later, then the conditions have significantly changed and it becomes a challenge. Thank you. I think the report is tabled, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, members, the report has been presented. Before I even take comments, there's a tricky issue here of the validity of the panel tender, which is what I tried to refer to earlier on. The panel tender was appointed on the 28th October 2019. The 3 years went last month. And not knowing exactly when this panel commenced, Mr. Machebe, I don't know what is your comment on that.
Yeah, the panel, because we appoint as and when a sinkhole needs repairs. So it means that immediately it starts, the day it starts, because it's a panel, that is the effective date. And remember, it's 2-stage. So the first stage is the panel, is the formation of the panel or the framework. So it's not like a project where we can say the commencement date was on a different date. So this one, it is fixed on that day that the BAC decided it's appointing it, and then there's an appointment letter. On the day of the appointment letter, that is the beginning of the panel.
Does it not say, oh yeah, it does say with effect from 1st November 2019. Yeah, okay. Members, your comments? Yes, sir.
Chair, I'm partly covered. I'm still going through the report for now, but I'm partly covered. Thanks, Chair.
Malaka?
Few seconds, Chair.
Member Maketa?
My apologies, Chair. I'm just checking some of the annexures here. I will also comment. I'm just going through some of this.
Okay. The contracts are on Annexure I and J, in case you are looking for those.
In I and J, Chair, because I'm looking for this as well. I and J.
Yeah, J is the appointment letter. I is the resolution, BAC resolution.
Thanks, sir.
I'm waiting for your indication, members, so we can resolve on this.
So we can, just the panel. So the point that you are making is the panel still valid? Because
if you look at this letter,
yeah.
If you look at this letter, the pattern is gone because it was effective from the 1st of November 2019 or nearest date.
Yes.
We didn't meet in the past week, so we have an issue here of expiry of the base panel. Obviously, once that is out, we can't even make an appointment. And all the quotations were made before expiry, we could not award it before. At least that is my interpretation.
Yeah.
I know I'm not legal and the lawyer is not here today, so. Can we at least, as a precaution, refer it back for them to just confirm with legal? Because I don't think we can resolve it now.
No, we cannot, Chair. I'm with you there. We cannot.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything we can still do to salvage it, considering that the codes were done before expire, I doubt we can. Member Makata?
Maybe just to come in, I think from my understanding also is that it's not about whether the quotations went out before the expiry, but the issue will be the appointment. It should be it should be done within years. So if you do it after, then is a problem. Because I think we had other cases where we were taken for forensics to say you appointed people outside. So I think we just have to be careful. Let's get confirmation from legal about it. Thanks.
Through Chair, I guess maybe let's get confirmation from legal. While we are still in the meeting, it's an easy thing just to conclude. Thanks.
So the department can assist us there while we proceed with the agenda, right?
Yes, Chair, we will do as such. I think it's prudent that we get the legal advice on this so that we are on the right side of the law, except that, yeah, politically we wouldn't look good. I think everybody knows that sinkholes are quite a priority project in the city due to the impact to the livelihoods, the businesses, mobility of goods and people. So it's just a nuisance across the city. So this might be a bit of a challenge, but it is fine. We will do as such. We accept the recommendation of the committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. For now, let's move on to 7.
Can I do 7.4, Chair? So sorry to speak over you.
If it's you, let's Mapula just introduce it and then you can speak to it.
Right, thanks, Chair.
7.4 is the extension of contract time only on contract ROC 07 2018-19 panel, appointment of a service provider for the rehabilitation of sinkhole at Dan Pinar Drive, Pierre van Reinveld, 5-month period with effect from commencement date.
Chair,
over to
can
you.
I go?
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Chair. I've already introduced myself and declared. We'll go straight into it. As the report has already been introduced, the purpose is to obtain approval to extend the time of the contract by 11 weeks or 45 working days from 16 November 2022 to 31 January 2023 to allow the contractor to complete the remaining scopes of work outlined under the appointment, which was a 5-month period at the time that it was appointed. As a way of background, the contractor was appointed on 26 May. The letter was received on the 29th of May, and then we had a handover on the 10th of June. Commencement was on the 15th of June 2022. Completion date was earmarked for the 15th of November 2022. And then a completion date extension that we request, it's up to 31 January 2023. And the scope thereof entails the rehabilitation of sinkhole at Dan Pinar Drive, PF and Rennefeld, at a contract price of 16,474,898 rand and 28 cents. That is inclusive of 10% contingencies and VAT. Appointment letter was attached as Annexure A. And then under discussion, we try to basically talk to the reasons behind this particular extension request. As I've mentioned, this is linked to my comment previously to say sinkholes are a bit of a difficult operations to plan for, because most of the issues you only discover them once you started open up. And then in this regard, one of the biggest challenge was a myriad of services that were affected by this collapse. Sewage, water, telecoms, and all those things. So the process of reinstating them, as we are basically on the civil engineering side as the roads guys, we are the lead in terms of repairs. So we don't have specific expertise, especially with regard to the water and sewage standards, telecoms, and all other those services. As such, it requires a longer consultation period with our sister department, for example, water and sewage, like especially the telecoms is the external service providers. So all that period, the consultation period, to ensure that we reinstate everything correctly and up to standard, that there is no comeback, proved to be time consuming. And then that was one of the reasons that we basically lost time on. And then secondly, everybody knows that we are now, the 45 days as well caters for the builders holiday, which is from the 15th of December to 15th of January. That is the builders holiday, whereby the construction industries close, even if you want to work, but you won't get supply of material or equipment that you need because everybody has closed. It's I'm not sure if it's a culture or what. So, and then as well, we are now in the rainy season. For example, in the last week and a half, even going into this week, there hasn't been much work because of it has been raining continuously, and then as such, we lost more time. So that is just to give a background where the 45 working days is. And then as well, this basically, if you can look at out of that 45 days, we might just be looking at an extension of about 15 to 20 days. And that it is important for the project of this nature because it is a remeasurable contract. With remeasurable contract, we do what we call a final payment certificate. And then with that final payment certificate, that is when you reconcile everything on the contract. And that takes about a month to basically wrap up and do the snacks and close everything and do a final payment. So that is the period that we actually want to make sure that with this process, we do it thoroughly, we don't rush it, and then push everything together at the same time and close this project. Hence, we're requesting this particular extension. And then financial impact, as we said, it is time only, so there is no financial impact. The contract value remains intact. Again, on the conclusion, as I've already spoken to our reasons, we just rehashing them in the conclusion that the time effort that was needed to basically consult with all stakeholders proved to be a challenge for us in terms of time-wise on the contract. Hence, this particular requests. All the comments of SCM, we have comments from finance, we have comments from legal. They were supportive of our request to extend time. And then as such, I'll move to the recommendation that approval to extend the time of the contract by 11 weeks, which is 45 working days, from 16 November 31 January to allow the contract complete the remaining scope of works contract be approved on this particular contract, ROC 07 2018-2019, rehabilitation of Sinkole Danbinar Drive, BF and Renefet. Thank you, Chair. The report that is presented was tabled.
Thank you. Well motivated. Members, comments? I think the take-home message for me is that the days may look longer if you start counting them from now, but he has accounted for them in terms of the construction break that's coming in. I think it's important that we note that in the discussion as well. That the period covered there will include the 45, so the construction break that will come up to over the December period. Secretary, please. Members' comments? We have got positive comments from both legal and SCM. I'm looking for us to move a bit quicker on it. Member Shingai?
Chair, maybe to come in from my side, I think I'm fine. I'm fine with the extension because I think there's no financial implication. But as I was going through the comments from supply chain, they said this report must be referred also to EPMU. Is there any reason why? Because we don't see those comments here. Thanks.
Okay. Department.
Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, I saw DH Moto raising his hand as well. He can come in after you.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Let me answer the specific question. Yeah. The specific question was with regard to EPMU. We did go through that process, and then we had confirmation that the EPU does not have to comment on this because it's maintenance. The EPU only comments when it's capital. We did undertake that process, and then we have a confirmation that they are not actually supposed to comment on this, and then we have done that actually.
I see Annalyn is still in the meeting. DH Moto.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Afternoon, colleagues. And just before I speak, I'm Putimoloto, the divisional head for ROC. And I just also want to mention that I don't have any interest on the matters that are discussed in this meeting. I just wanted to make a plea, if possible, that based on what my department we have mentioned, there seems to be a lot of things that must go right for us to even do things within the 45 days. Looking at a number of things, the rain, looking at the council's liquidity, where we cannot 100% tell that we can continuously work for those 45 days. I'm just asking, wouldn't it be in the interest of the city to, while we know this can be done until the end of January, to maybe move that to end of February, because we cannot extend twice, so that if we are to come across any obstacle, we still have some slack of time to work around. That is just my plea. Thanks, Chair.
A proposed amendment from the department. Member Malaka.
Thank you, Chair. I guess from my side, what I've noted is there won't be any financial implication to the request of extension of time. If that's so, if there's an extension again from the 45, how many days would it be required? And within that days, would it still not attract any financial implications? And in addition to that, I wonder whether this contract as well, is it still valid? So that we can determine the period of extension if it's not beyond the required time frame. Maybe on those two, Chair, I'll come back again.
Is that our turn?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, as stated that the extension is from the 16th of November, so it is still valid, Chair. Thank you.
Well, I saw the time breakdown under item 3, Member Malaka. Based on that, I assumed that we still on the right timeline. Member Shingangi?
Yeah, I think on the issue of the timeline, given that there might be certain natural, obviously, occurrences, given that, I mean, we are receiving quite a lot of rain these days, I think Put is correct there so that we are able to put a buffer for them going forward. So I want to confirm that maybe they must have moved it to February. Then the second point, so we're certain that there are no costs in this respect. I mean, if there are no financial implications, I'm quite comfortable, Chair, to proceed with this report. Thank you very much.
Malaka, sorry, Makata.
No, Chair, I think from my side, remember when I said I really concur with the report. From our side, I think if now Puti say they want to extend it, but we just have to make sure that this is within the budget and it's not doesn't have any financial implication, but I'm happy with it. Thanks.
Okay, Member Malaka, are you clarified? Happy?
I'm content.
Okay, so we're saying we are accepting the proposed amendments from the 31st January. Sorry, so the extension will be from the 16th November 2022 to end of Feb to cover for unforeseen circumstances of rain and stuff like that due to the heavy rains that we are noting today, just as a buffer for the contractor to be able to complete what needs to be completed and to avoid them coming back here. So I think let's note that in the discussion, Secretariat. So the department will then have to resubmit an amended report that details that, so that the report itself speaks to February as well, as submitted in this meeting. Can we have that as soon as tonight, if not tomorrow morning, Mr. Macha?
Yes, we can do that. So are we coming back, Chair? Can't we just make an amendment on the minutes?
We have made the amendment here, but I need the report to be amended so that it speaks to what the department is saying.
Must it serve again?
No.
Sorry, Chairperson. Secretariat can, in the discussions, just add the request by the department for it to be extended until the 28th February 2023.
Yeah.
And then also just add under the recommendations that it be approved and that it has no additional financial implications to the city.
Yeah. Thank you for that assistance, Aikochi. So, Department, you're covered. Secretariat will cover it in the discussion. To say that the amendment was proposed here.
Thank you very much.
And then, yeah, the resolution will then. So, 2 amendments on the resolution. The date 28th of Feb, and then the second one is that there are no additional financial implications for the city with that amendment as well.
Thank you very much.
Members, as amended.
Appreciate it.
As amended, Chair.
As amended, Chair.
Thank you very much. Machebe, are you desperate on 7.6 as well?
Yes, I don't think 7.6 is mine, but DH Muloto is here. I think he'll take over from me. Thank you very much, Chess.
Okay, Mapula, let's introduce 7.6.
Okay, Jefferson, there's updated report of 7.6. I've just sent it to the members. So 7.6 is extension of contract time only on contract Rock 03 2018-19 tender for the repairing of permanent works required due to maintenance and construction of water works within the city of Tshwane as and when required 3 years period.
Okay, over to you, Department.
Good afternoon to the members and to yourself, Chair. All protocol observed. My name is Puvi Chetty. I'm from the Regional Operations and Coordination Department, and I will be presenting. I declare that I have no interest in the matters to be discussed in the report. So, may I continue? Hello?
Department, please proceed. Your delegation is here, right?
Yes, all relevant documentation is here. I will be presenting and I will present the report. If there are technical issues to be answered on, my colleague, Mr. Victor Musi, will be answering on those, and he has, all his documentation has been delivered as well. So we are requesting an extension for the ROC 3 tender 2018-19 tender for the repairing of appurtenant works required due to maintenance and construction of waterworks within the city of Tshwane, as and when required. For the tender has expired on the 13th. It will expire on the 13th of November 2022. So if I may please just give some background. This tender is used in the event of waterworks being contracted, and then in the event that sidewalks, roads, paving, etc., need to be refurbished, then we use this tender for service providers to fix, as council doesn't have their own methods to replace. So the tender will expire on the 13th of November. It came into effect on 12th of November 2019. The tender was awarded to AST Africa Trading as Betcon Services, Digimeka Projects and Training, Sefako Engineering, and Shonisani Rambao Construction. So all appurtenant works are fixed using these service providers. So we commenced with the procurement process for the new tender, which is ROC 2022-23, in March 2022, and this was given to it was sent in to the bid specification committee on the 2nd of August 2022, and then we expected that it would take approximately 3 months to be awarded. So it was advertised formally on 16th of September 2022, and the tender closed on the 4th of November 2022. So we are therefore we are anticipating that it will take some time before the tender is awarded again, the new tender. So we are requesting that due to the process and just to allow for the processes to complete, we are requesting an extension of 6 months, which will end on the 12th of May 2023. The cost will be 30 million rand, and it will be awarded against sorry, I just want to find the cost center numbers. It will be awarded against cost centers 13613, 13622, 13623, 13625, 13626, 13627, and 13628 for regions 1 to 7 respectively, and it's all for water reticulation. I think that brings me to the close of my request or my presentation. If there are any questions. Or additions.
DH Mloto? Additions?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, no. I just want to add, Chairperson, and I'm going to ask Puvi, because when the report was introduced, it was mentioned that there was amendment. The amendment that was made was more on the heading, and also we added recommendations where, the initial one literally didn't have a recommendation. We added recommendations. So I'm just going to ask that she reads the new, I don't know what to call it, it's a heading, or that explains what are we requesting. And secondly, just to confirm that we are not asking for time only. In fact, it's time and money. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Members, comments?
Chair, may I be requested to read out the recommendations, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So the heading, if I may read the full heading, is the request to obtain approval from the city manager for the extension of contract ROC 3 2018-19, which is the tender for repairing of appurtenant works required due to maintenance and construction of waterworks within the city. As and when required, it is over a 3-year period within the allowable 15% of the actual expenditure to date, amount with effect from 13 November 2022 on a month-to-month basis until the new tender is awarded, but not exceeding 6 months or whichever comes first. So that was the heading that was amended. And in terms of the recommendations that were added, the recommendation 1 states that the contents of the report by the Group Head Regional Operations and Coordination to obtain approval from the City Manager for the extension of contract ROC 3 2018-19, tender for the repairing of appurtenant works required due to maintenance and construction of waterworks within the city of Tshwane, as and when on a 3-year period within the allowable 15%. On the actual expenditure to date amount with effect from November 2022 on a month-to-month basis until the new tender is awarded, but not exceeding 6 months or whichever comes first. Recommendation 2, that the appointment of AST Africa Trading 465, trading as Batcon Services, Dijimeka Projects and Training, Sifaho Engineering, and Shonisani Rambao Construction, Dijimeka Projects and Training for contract ROC 3 2018-19, tender for the repairing of appurtenant works required due to maintenance and construction of waterworks within the city of Tshwane, as and when on a 3-year period, be extended within the allowable 15% of the actual expenditure to date, amount with effect from 13 November 2022 on a month-to-month basis until the new tender is awarded, but not exceeding 6 months, at the current rates of the original contract. That the expenditure in 2 Supra be capped at 30,110,572 rand, excluding VAT, which represents 15% of the actual expenditure to date amount, and be financed against the relevant operating budget in the current financial year, 2022-23, as set out here under, as I've said before, from cost centers 13613, 13622, 13623. Chair, may I please just be clarified? Should I read out each amount against which cost center, or is it fine to just read out the cost centers?
No, they are noted. They are as listed. Just say as listed. It's fine.
Okay, as listed. And recommendation 4, and the final recommendation, that save for the extension of the contract in 2 Supra, all other conditions as per the original appointment remain binding and in full force. So I think that concludes my presentation, unless my colleagues have anything to add. Thank you, Chair.
Department, is that all?
Yes, that's all, Chair. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Members, we've got comments in the report. Legal supports. However, SCM does not. They feel there has been delays in the handling of the specifications. Yeah, and they are looking to a time period there that has not been observed, it seems, and referring to issues of poor planning. Members' comments?
Thank you, Chair. I've noted also, Chair, the comments from supply chain with respect to this tender, and then their point is that this could have been dealt with if the department did comply with the procurement plan in terms of, ensuring that the specs are submitted timeously to the BSc for consideration, and that they deem as poor planning from the side of the department. And equally, the department makes a point that a failure to really grant this extension might invariably have an impact in terms of, an issue of water leaks, disruption to service delivery, open trenches, which obviously it has a direct impact in terms of our character from a service delivery perspective. So we'll have to take a balanced approach in this respect, because there is of course, a role that was supposed to be executed by the department to ensure that we don't really go as far as having to extend this if everything was equal and all the planning was done timeously. But having regard to the issue of service delivery, Chair, I think we'll have to consider what we've got before us and get that commitment that indeed this within a specific period of time, which is essentially 6 months. Within that 6 months, the normal supply chain management processes will be embarked upon to ensure that there's no further, extension in this respect. So I'll be comfortable, Chair, if we were to put those, narration in as part of our deliberations in the report, Chair. The report is well articulated, and I see that there's a need for us to really, consider this extension, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay. Noted. Member Mahata?
Yes, Chair. I think it's quite difficult for us also, because now we talk about how many days left for this contract to come to lapse, and now it's just like we're in between the two. So we can't even say they must go back and have a discussion with supply chain to see how they can resolve some of these issues. Because once we say that, and then we might find that also it will lapse, and then once it lapses, so it means the whole thing's gone. So it's quite difficult for us, unless if they can be able to say by tomorrow, they can be able to have a discussion with supply chain and come up with in fact, it's similar to the other one from fresh produce also. I think we just have to see how we balance the two. Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Member Malaga? Did you manage to rejoin? I saw he said he got cut off earlier.
I'm back, Chair.
Thanks. Have you followed the discussion since you came back?
Yes, a bit, but not in full. But just looking at the report quickly, it seems as if we are found between the rock and the hard surface. Because if you look at rock 3, it's almost towards its end.
Yeah.
And essentially, then it means that if we don't approve the extension now, what literally means is they need to go now on a deviation, which therefore also looking at the number of current leakages that they have reported on IBIS. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Obviously, then that means we're losing water. And it's another revenue leak that we might be experiencing. Based on those facts, I think maybe let's just recommend it. But the concern will be, in that 6 months, will they be able to have finalized the procurement process? If we get that confirmation, then we can look at whether 6 months will be sufficient. I see also they already did a 15% calculation on 0.5, which is amounting to almost 200 million rand. So obviously, when they now decide whether the 6 months will be enough or not, I think it also will have an impact on the numbers as well reflected, whereas within the 50% or outside the 15%. Maybe if we can get that in.
Yeah, I think, members, you're correct. We really got in the middle here, but considering that the tender to replace this one has already closed, I think the delay that SCM sites, while correct, there's been significant movement on the part of the department to, I mean, in terms of intent to replace the tender. So I think we can encourage a further discussion tomorrow for SCM to review their comments while we recommend it as members have suggested. On the basis that, I mean, the tender has been advertised. If you look on, I think it's point 3 under background, they are saying that it was advertised on the 16th of September already. Oh no, that's the date on which the spec arrived. But I think I noted somewhere that the tender is already, yeah, the closing date for the tender is the 4th of November 2022, as noted in here. So the replacement tender is already underway. Public evaluation is at this stage. So we could, as proposed by members, recommend it. And then secondly, encourage or request SCM to review their comments on the basis that the tender for the replacement tender is already closed and it's currently under evaluation. And thirdly, that we request SCM to expedite the evaluation process of ROC 6 2022-2023, which is the replacement tender. As additional recommendations, just so that we are seen to be balancing, because we can't run away from the fact that there are service delivery. There's a service delivery impact here, as members have already spoken to it. I don't know if those would be sufficient, members.
I'm happy from my side, Chair. I think I'm happy with those inputs. Thanks.
Affirmative, Chair.
Mapula,
thank you, Chair.
Did we note those 3? So we recommend their recommendations as in the report, but then we add that SCM to review the comments on the basis that the tender is already closed and it's currently under evaluation, which shows intent and course on the side of the department. 3, that the replacement tender be expedited for evaluation so that it's finalized as soon as possible, which will reduce the extension period. Although, because as soon as that is finalized, then it will kick in. So, as amended, members?
As amended, Chair.
As amended.
Thank you. The next one that I wanted us to take, let's go to shared services. These are quick ones, Member Shingange. I think let's start, Mapula, with 11.2, and then it's a further report, then we can quickly do the next one.
Okay, 11.2. It's SS01 2022-23, further report, tender for the appointment of a service provider to manage, operate, and maintain fuel management system for a 3-year period.
Nene?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair, members, and colleagues. My name is Bonsani Nene, and I'll be presenting the further report to the committee. If you go to page 20, that's where the report starts. But I would like members to just note that the item was already approved by BAC. However, it was referred by the accounting officer on the 21st of September 2022 for BAC to include a breakdown of cost either per week or per month, and the breakdown is therefore indicated on the report. We just note that we've done an estimate on monthly cost using an estimate of 4,000 vehicles and 21 sites. However, the 4,000 vehicles and 21 sites are not fixed. They vary as the fleet get depleted or when new vehicles are procured. But this is just a breakdown of what the city manager has requested. So therefore, the report is presented, and yeah, I'm basically done. It doesn't change the recommendation. BEC still recommends the appointment of bidder number 11, Bahlalong IT Solutions Pty Limited, with the prices as indicated from page 21 until 23. Thank you.
Thank you, BEC Chair. So we're basically just clarifying the request for estimated cost by the accounting officer.
Yes.
And the monthly cost for the 4,000 estimated vehicles, it's 742,000. And then there are also as and when required costs as listed below.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. The on-site fuel automation of 382,000. Is that also an as and when
Yes, Chair. It's not a fixed cost. It's on as and when basis as well. So the top table, it's basically what is fixed, and then the bottom table, it's as and when cost.
Members' comments?
From my side, Chair, I think I'm answered by Menene, because the important part was to really differentiate between the variable cost and the fixed cost. I mean, if it's an as and when, and then I think it will be clear to be understood in the right context by the accounting officer. What I wanted to also check, was it this in response to exactly what the accounting officer said? Do you have exactly what the accounting officer was raising, Ms. Nene, so that we can just confirm that this, what you put in before us, seeks to respond to that. But I'm quite comfortable with the explanation that we can't have a fixed actual cost in this respect. It will essentially be estimated going forward, my chairperson. Thank you very kind.
And then just your confirmation?
Yes, I confirm we've answered what the CM has requested. Basically, he said we need to give an estimation of a monthly or a weekly cost, and we have broken it down on a monthly on a monthly basis. We're given an estimate of a monthly cost. And in terms of as and when, we cannot really say how much we're gonna spend, as it is as and when. So we can't really give a proper estimation, but however, we have indicated the cost of as and when.
Okay, members, we don't have that in the package. In future, let's include the comments from the referring authority, so that BAC is able to just confirm that the response is sufficient. But yeah, I accept that what has been presented seems to be sufficient. Member Mahata?
Yes, I concur with members. I think I'm happy with the explanation, but I think the report can go through. Thanks.
Member Malaka, happy?
I'm happy, Chair.
Okay, members, as recommended?
Sorry, Chairperson.
Recommended. Oh yeah.
What you were asking now is just above the further report. There's a sentence. It says city manager, and it says in bold, the report was referred back on the 21/9/2022 by the city manager for the following reason: referred back for correct calculations of costs, either per vehicle, per month, per week, or other as discussed with the BAC chair.
Oh yeah. Thanks for that. I think it's clear. So this basically will just be a response that it's added to the discussion on the resolution, Uncle G, right? Because
Correct,
the resolution doesn't really change.
Correct, Chairperson.
Okay. Members, as recommended?
As recommended, Chair?
Yes, sir.
As recommended.
Thank you very much. Can we move to item 11.3, RB 40? Abula, go ahead.
Item 11.3 RFB 740 further report, appointment of a service provider for supply, delivery and offloading of computer equipment, laptop, desktop monitors, tablets and printers.
Okay. Is the department here to present it? Savita, are you here?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I am here. I can present the report.
Yeah, please, because supply chain is not in here now. Otherwise, you're going to be disadvantaged. Go ahead. The declaration.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Tabitha Mahoro. I declare that I have no interest in the matter that is to be discussed today. The report was already presented to BAC on the 13th of October and was referred back to supply chain due to one bidder that was non-tax compliant. And the recommendation from BAC was that supply chain must give the vendor 7 days to be tax compliant. And if he's not tax compliant, we must then move on to the second bidder on the list. I am on page 73 of the further report, and the items that were affected by this are on page 93, and it's item 3 and item 4, where the bidder was number 1, but due to him not being compliant, even after the 7 days that was given to him, it is now recommended that we should move to bidder number 2 on both items, item 3 and item 4, because the supplier still was non-compliant with the tax. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Department. So, members, this was a tax compliance issue. The bidder after 7 days is still non-compliant. I did verify it, the documentation of communication we had. So as a result, the second highest scoring bidder is being recommended. And if you go to you said it's item 3
and 4.
And 4.
On page 95 and page 96.
Yeah. So members, page 95 does summarize that under item 3. There's a bold note there under item 3 that shows that Mudiko is now being recommended. And then there are 2 backups. And if you look at the 90-10 table below the 2 backups, A1 Systems was number 1. It's now been skipped. The second one is Mudiko, and then Sizwe and Neo then become their backups. Under 4, the same situation should be. Where am I now? Oh yeah, the ProSpace is now being recommended. Comments, members?
Cabinet Chair. I mean, these are backup candidates, isn't it, in terms of the process. I mean, if they could not submit their compliance certificate from the tax perspective, I mean, that's essentially what we needed to trigger. Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. It's basically in line with the previous BAC resolution.
Thanks, Chair. Happiness.
Members, as recommended?
Yes, as recommended, Chair. I think, but also just to check something, it's not necessarily with this report, but it's related. I just want to check from the presenter in terms of the exhibit, because I'm the one of the departments affected by, we have a challenge with regard to printers. And so I just want to check the status, even though I know it's not related, but it's something related to this one.
Yes,
but
Chair.
I recommend for approval, yes.
Okay. Member Malaka, you were supporting the recommendation, right? I heard you commenting there. Tabitha, you want to comment on what Member Makata is referring to, the printers?
The printers are not part of this contract. They are being handled on a separate contract with Olivia. And I think that one is still currently on evaluation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are we talking to the network printers, Dr. Makata, or small tabletop printers?
For me, remember, I'm using the big ones, yes. So the challenge is that I can't even do some work because they are not prepared. The current service provider is not, I think the contract has lapsed, so they are not prepared to come and service. So we have a challenge in terms, especially with the public.
No, that was finalized a few months back, a month ago or so. Please speak to Olivia. The contract is in place through the RTD, the Treasury contract. It was approved already by BAC. Just speak to Olivia. She should be able to help you.
I'll do that, Chair. I'll do that.
Yeah. Members, we're going to do, I think for the day, the last one. If you
Sorry,
allow.
Chairperson, before we move.
Okay.
Under recommendations, the delivery period is 6 months.
6 months. Tabitha, were you procuring for 6 months, for a 6 month period?
Yes, we were planning on doing it for 6 months, and then we will do the other RFQ after 6 months again.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it's as per spec, Uncle G, right in the beginning of the report.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Noted. I recommended. So the last one we'll do for the day, it's from human settlement. They are suffering here as well, 9.3. Mapula, let's introduce the report.
Item 9.3, report to request the bid adjudication committee to recommend approval for the rectification of the BAC resolution for the appointment of civil engineering consulting firm from HHS 01 2018-19 panel of approved service providers for the design review of bulk sewer testing and commissioning of bulk water and sewer reticulation, and preparation of as-built at Drama City, extension 10 for a period of 24.
Thank you, Mapula. Department, item 9.3 is opened. Menkari Meng, you are in the meeting. Who is this now? Oh, Tate Muchiza, you should be happy.
Okay, thank you.
You should be very happy. You are sorted. That hey, the department is now calling me. When can me?
Good afternoon, members of the BAC, and apologies. I'm in another physical meeting, so I had to jump out to come and present this report. Firstly, let me declare that I have no interest whatsoever in the matter to be discussed before the BAC this afternoon. I'm going to assume, Chairperson and members, that the presentation relates to item 9.3 on the agenda.
Correct.
Thank you. So the report is to request the BAC to recommend for approval for the rectification of the BAC resolution in relation to the appointment of a civil engineering consulting firm from HHS 01 2018-19 panel of approved service providers for the design review of bulk sewer testing and commissioning of bulk water and sewer reticulation and preparation of S-builds at Rama City Extension 10 for a period of 24 months. So what happened, Chairperson and members, is that we presented the report to the very BAC, and when the resolution was drafted for signature of the Chairperson of the BAC, it was captured wrongly. Instead of saying that the appointment is for Hokwani Consulting, I think what was captured was for Refilomena a project. So the item was 2.1 at the special BAC on the 24th of August 2022, and we've attached Annexure A, which indicates the resolution that was taken, which was not captured correctly. And so we request that the BAC rectifies the resolution so that we can so that it can be resubmitted to the city manager's office, that the contents of the appointment letter also be rectified to reflect the true report that went to BAC. Essentially, the report really requests that, Chairperson and members, it's not a long report, it's just to rectify a mistake or a typing error, if you were to call it, that happened during the capturing of the resolution of the BAC. Thank you. The report is tabled.
Thank you, Department. So in essence, the figures, everything remains the same, just the description of the tender.
The figures remain the same. If you look at the recommendation, we are saying that that approval be granted for the rectification of the BAC resolution. And then the second one is that the BAC resolution be corrected as follows: that the Bida Hokwani Consulting engineers be recommended to undertake the project on rendering professional services. And we've indicated the amounts there to a total of 14 million exclusive of VAT, and inclusive of VAT is going to be 16,835,577. So, Chairperson, honestly, I did not double check if these amounts were recorded as such in the report that was submitted to the BAC on the special BAC of the 24th of August. So we've been going up and down with this report because at first we thought it's just a matter of writing to the Secretariat and indicate that the resolution was captured incorrectly, until we received advice that we must draft a report to the BAC for the resolution to be rectified and that the appointment letter be, reissued with correct amounts and correct information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Members, comments?
It's a tricky one, because I thought Kadimeng will just confirm that indeed the amounts are not going to change. I mean, from her presentation and submission, she's also not quite certain whether these amounts compared to the previous report are going to really amend. So I'm a bit worried of that, because if it's just cosmetic changes, it must be cosmetic changes that are not going to result into the contract amount being amended or being increased or decreased, either way. So I'm a bit worried of that, and I would have been quite comfortable if we were on record confirmed that indeed this amount are going to remain. There's no changes essentially on the contract amount or quantum. Chair. Thank you very kind.
Thank you. Members, I'm trying to go back to that date to see if we can find a way of just confirming the numbers. Okay.
Annexure A. So.
Oh yeah, Annexure A in this case is the resolution of the previous meeting. So I needed the original report that served on the 24th of August. I've just got it. I think we can do this. Members, what you're looking at there is the report that served on the day. As you can see there, it's appointment, Rama City, 24th in August. As you can see there.
Chair, where's the appointment letter?
Yeah, the appointment letter they have not necessarily attached, but I needed us to confirm the figures quickly so that we are sure that what we have before us is the same report that we are dealing with.
The amount of 16,835 is what is in the original or the previous resolution, Chairperson. So the amounts has not changed.
Yeah, the amounts do look the same indeed, Uncle Chief. So it's just the rectification of the tender title on the resolution, if I'm following correctly. I just see there might be a small error on the price without VAT. Am I seeing correctly? No, not necessarily. It's actually okay.
No, it's correct.
It's correct. Yeah, no. So the figures remains the same in essence. So the report it's then as presented just to correct the description of the tender. That is the appointment of Okwani to undertake work at Rama City as described in here. Otherwise, the rest looks the same. Members, any other comments?
Yes, Chair. I think from my side also, I think you are correct. I've gone through the previous report, and what the only difference is now is the appointment for Rama City and Refidoman. I think everything is still the same. I'm happy for my side. Thanks.
Okay. Menkadime?
Thank you, Chairperson. If care can also be taken on the deliverables when the resolution is captured, because the resolution were not captured correctly in the last one. And there was a question about the appointment letter. The appointment letter, fortunately, when we received the resolution, we could pick up that the resolution is not a true reflection of what was presented before the BAC, then we were able to request the city manager's office not to issue the appointment letter until we have really corrected this discrepancy.
Okay, perfect. So the deliverables, what do you mean? On the resolution, how?
What was on the resolution, yes, I think what was captured was the deliverables for the Refilwe Manor project, not necessarily for Rama City. But Chairperson, also we can assist the Secretariat if we get a draft of the resolution prior to it being circulated for signature, so we can see if it's a true reflection of the report.
Okay. No, that's fine. I think members, the submission is as discussed to rectify the tender description that Hokwane is being appointed for the same conditions that were on the previous resolution as submitted here. Members, with that, can we recommend?
As amended, Chair.
As amended, thank you.
Yes, as amended, Chair.
As amended, yeah.
Okay. Members, we have reached the time, our target time for the day. So we would obviously need to reconvene to complete the agenda. I know there's a proposed date of tomorrow and Monday. Remember, Malaka, you were saying Monday you are busy. You have got Lokotla when tomorrow or Monday. Remember, Malaka?
Chair, remember we had a conversation with the city manager here that these committees take precedence given where we at. Ne? So you lead us in this respect, Chair, so that we all follow through. I mean, all of us, we've got important commitments to undertake. So lead us in this respect, not necessarily trying to, scrutinize our diaries. I mean, we were at EXCO, all of us, we know that these committees are quite important. We've got a backlog on this matter, so we must just, when there's available time, convene and deal with these matters,
Yeah. Member Malaka, are you fine with that?
No, it's okay. It's okay, Chair. We'll see. But the unfortunate part is to say Monday I'll be a bit later to join the meeting as I've indicated.
Also, tomorrow you are available. That I couldn't understand what you were saying. Okay.
Tomorrow there's APC. Unless me and Gerald we bang that one, we can sit here and close these matters tomorrow.
It's in the afternoon, fortunately. So I saw they moved it to the afternoon.
Or then we can deal with this.
I'll support. Let's meet tomorrow. Tomorrow. We can deal with it.
Besides, Malaka, can Malaka stop with these tendencies? APC will be fine. We will represent you.
So Tom, are you a member from today?
Tom, are you now co-opted? Tom?
Are you now a member? So you can take my place. Eh?
So that's fine. I think, members, let's reconvene tomorrow. What time? 9 o'clock? Or 8?
Yeah, 9 o'clock, Chair.
9 is fine. 9 o'clock is fine.
9 is fine, Chair.
Okay, let's reconvene tomorrow at 9 and then deal with the unfinished business. Members, the meeting is adjourned for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, great Chair.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
You